my Doomsday Train. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 151. Add some water and make an ice tomb. That's right, Erden nodded in agreement. Although he didn't know why Chen Mang was willing to spend so many Murphy stones on a refrigerator, upgrading a refrigerator to level 10 did require 8 Murphy stones. How much would that cost? It was like attaching a quadruple holographic Titan to a groundwater Tech 9. The price would definitely be high. But it would certainly be far less than the price of selling Murphy stones alone. Selling it in the green zone was really not cost effective, and they couldn't afford too high a price. As for the fact that he was able to exchange 2 boxes of cigarettes for it, it was purely because of his friendship with Chen Mang. Speaking of which, he sometimes really admired himself. He had clearly had some conflicts with Chen Mang at the beginning. Chen Mang tortured him for a full half-hour in that maze. Most people in that situation would have killed him to seek revenge, but he still managed to maintain a good relationship with Chen Mang. This ability is not something everyone has. Having more enemies like Chen Mang makes you feel uneasy when you sleep at night. But having more friends like Chen Mang makes you sleep much more peacefully. It is always better to have more friends than enemies. Okay. Chen Mang avoided the topic. Let's not talk about this. Tell me how you got into this. That's a long story. Erden took a deep breath, then glanced around and said helplessly, "Can we go to your car to talk? It's very cold outside." "You are not cold, but I am really cold. Look, my nose is running. If I catch a cold or something, it will be a waste of resources." He certainly would not invite Chen Mang to his train. It was a bit too offensive. In such an environment as the end of the world, inviting other train conductors to your train is no different from sleeping with your wife in front of you. If no one dies, you will feel guilty. But it doesn't matter if he goes to Chen Mang's train. He is not afraid. At this moment, a large group of people not far away were still dismembering the zombie in the snow. In the number 6 male senior talent carriage. Erden, who was sitting in the seat, took a cup of hot water handed by Xia Fang beside him, then raised his head and looked at the 10 heavy machine guns on the ceiling of the carriage with their muzzles facing inward. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he took a deep breath. It was the same as when he was in the maze. At that time, the carriage containing the maze had 10 heavy machine guns facing inward. That's the feeling. Erden took a sip of hot water and sorted out his thoughts before continuing. At the beginning, I got intelligence that in the green area of Ice and Snow World, there was a mountain that collapsed a little due to a blizzard or an avalanche. A huge arm was exposed. The mountain is very high, several thousand meters high. There is no train that can go up in this area. My train happens to be able to fly, so I thought I would come and take a look. Maybe I can find another adventure map or something. After I got here, I was shocked to see that huge arm. The most important thing is the search radar told me that this zombie is actually alive. Then think about it, such a big boss is sealed here, and it's still alive and won't resist. If we kill this boss at this time, it would be a big profit, right? But the arm is not a fatal part, so I used the drill to go deeper into the mountain. Ready to find the zombie's head. I don't know if it was because of me that this zombie suddenly escaped, and then, it became like this. Erden sighed, and then said helplessly, "I almost died in this area, but it can't be said that I gained nothing. I saved more than 300 people, including dozens of children, increased the inheritance value by more than 30 points, and gained more than 200 slaves, which is not bad." Children? Chen Mang frowned slightly. Yet, Erden nodded, they are all around 10 years old. This is the first time I have seen children in the Doomsday. They are all very sensible, without the mischievous spirit of children. The Doomsday environment still makes people grow up too fast. They all look very mature precociously. They are from a destroyed train. These children should be brought out from a school by the train conductor. They seem to know each other. What do you plan to do with these children? Erden suddenly fell silent. After a long time, his expression was complicated and he said, "When they joined the train, my inheritance value had already been credited. I plan to let them try mining. If the mining is slow, the slower it is, the slower it is. I will just support them, Many trains sell or abandon the children the moment the inheritance value is credited. The inheritance value can only be increased once. This batch of children has already increased their inheritance value with me. Going to other trains will not increase their inheritance value. Those who are bought are usually, after the doomsday, under excessive mental pressure. Many people will do things that they would never do in peacetime, and they will do many things to release their psychological pressure. I understand this, especially the train conductor who is under greater pressure. I also play with women, and several women, but I still think that some behaviors that are too beastly cannot be carried out under the pretext of doomsday. People still have to have some humanity, even if it's only a trace, but they have to have it. They won't have a good ending after being sold. Chen Mang frowned slightly and thought for a moment before he said, "Give me these children, I will raise them. For you, it's too much of a burden to have a few more mouths to feed for no reason. You raise them." Erden was slightly stunned. They have almost no labor value. This is a hot potato. In the mind of the inhumane train conductor, this is a group of wealth, but in the mind of the slightly more individualistic train conductor, this is indeed a group of hot potatoes. Yes, Chen Mang nodded. In his heart, he was certain to break out of the universe in 5 years. Once there, the time span would be very long. These people, who had grown up on the star, would be even more loyal to it. They would form the future backbone of the star. A few dozen mouths to feed, nothing to him. They were still young, and didn't need to mine. He could slowly cultivate them, using combat training spaces, food supplies, and other comprehensive methods to teach them both theoretical and practical knowledge. These people would become his future confidants. Brother, let me remind you again, joining your train won't add any inheritance value. Chen Mang nodded, then smiled. I know. I'll just support them. Do you have a place to spend your inheritance value? Not for now. Erden shook his head. It can only be used in certain special adventure maps, such as the black market, or when you encounter a black market merchant. I'll wait until I'm lucky enough to encounter a black market merchant. Black market merchants don't appear in fixed locations. They're hard to come by, and you never know when you'll encounter one. 30 seconds, what do you mean? 30 seconds later. The cloaked black market merchants walked through several carriages and arrived at carriage number 6. He stood in front of Erden with an expressionless face and spoke hoarsely. Foolish human. Congratulations on meeting the mysterious, elusive, and great black marketeer. You can use your inheritance points to purchase any item from me. Here's the item list. Please state the item you wish to purchase. Remember, state the item number. The great black marketeer doesn't have time for any more nonsense with you. You only have 1 minute to choose. Erden stared at the translucent panel that suddenly popped up in front of him. After a long moment of confusion, he looked at Chen Mang sitting beside him and muttered, "What the hell is this? A black marketeer? No. If not, why is he on your train? Oh, a train crew member, joining the star? How can this black marketeer join the train? Isn't he supposed to be mysterious and elusive? Isn't that mysterious? How could you have met this black marketeer without meeting me?" Erden fell silent, expressionless. Then he quickly selected 2 items. He looked at the blueprint in his hand and the receding black marketeer's back, feeling a little unsure of what to say. The black marketeer became a train resident. Brother, if only one train survives this apocalypse, it'll definitely be the Stellar. I hope so, Chen Mang said with a smile. Just take me with you. Sure. Half an hour later, the conversation was over. Chen Mang walked Erden out of the carriage. Brother, Erden looked at Chen Mang sternly. My train is quite damaged, so I won't be waiting for you. I need to return to the Shay plane to repair it. I won't say any more. I'll remember your life-saving grace this time, and I'll definitely find a way to repay you. Try to leave as soon as possible. There's something strange and amiss in this area of ice and snow. Even in summer, the temperature remains this low, and the ground is still covered with a thick layer of snow. Many trains wouldn't stay here unless they were targeting the Yeti monsters. Be careful, okay? Chen Mang watched Erden return to his Kanglong train. He waved goodbye out the window before taking off again. The train gradually shrank in the air until it disappeared from view. After separating from Erden, he looked at the giant zombie corpse not far away. It had been almost completely disintegrated, with only bits of flesh and blood still being dismembered. Nearby, piled on the snow, were human remains and train debris, all dug out of its stomach. Water it and make an ice tomb. Okay, the temperature in this area was very low, and in a short while, an ice tomb was formed. If no one destroyed it, It would remain in this area forever. Chen Mang walked forward, lit 3 cigarettes, and stuck them in the ground as a farewell. Then he turned his head to look at Lao Zu beside him and whispered softly. We currently have 4 residential carriages. This number will be reduced to 1 in the future. Everyone will reside in the space gate, and the remaining 3 carriages will be converted for other uses. But there's no rush, I just built a space gate in residential carriage number 8. Have someone bring a refrigerator and place it inside for the children to use as a dormitory. Find a few former teachers to train the new batch of children. The training could include firearms, close combat, mecha control, train cognition, and basic text logic. You can decide on the curriculum content, including the history of the Star Train and the setbacks encountered along the way. These should also be included and can be modified appropriately. I hope that when these children grow up, they will be absolutely loyal to the Star Train and become its backbone. Do you understand? I understand. Old Pig nodded solemnly, then turned and left to make arrangements, but as he did so, a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes. Mang Yu was overthinking things. If these children continued to live on the star, they would undoubtedly be absolutely loyal to it. They would undoubtedly be superior in every way to the unprofessionals like Biozi, after all, having been trained from a young age. However, the initial cost is too great, and the payoff will take a long time to materialize. Most train conductors wouldn't even consider this. The fact that Mang Yu could think this far ahead of time suggests that he must still have a certain degree of confidence in his ability to survive the apocalypse. 20 minutes later, the flesh and blood of the level 6 zombie had been completely dismembered and stored in the train's refrigerator. Having been here for so long, I haven't encountered another zombie horde. I wonder if the death of this zombie king has caused the rest of the zombie horde to roam uncontrollably in Kunlun Mountain, or if they've entered this area from another direction. After dealing with the matters here, Chen Mang took control of the Star Train, switching to the rabbit cloud wheels and soaring high into the green area of the ice and snow world. His destination was the coordinates Erden had given him earlier, the location where the zombie king had escaped. He wanted to take a look deeper into the icy world. The blizzard intensified. We did encounter some trains along the way, but their wheels weren't Hot Wheels or spider legs. Instead, they had tracks and sleds. These were essentially the same type of wheels. Tracks can be used directly for propulsion, but sleds can't. Trains equipped with sleds typically had a number of exhaust jets, using them as propulsion to propel them forward across the snow. The armor on the trains we encountered was rarely intact. Clearly, the zombie king had left a significant impact on this area. This area is quite small, much smaller than the Shay Plain. There are also many snow-capped mountains. Several continuous peaks can be seen, but not as numerous as in the Kunlun Mountains. There are still many flat areas. Whether the terrain is actually flat or not is unclear, but the snow is flat. The snow here is very solid. You don't sink too deeply when you step in. It may seem like you're only sinking a few centimeters, but the snow beneath your feet could actually be several meters deep. Mining is a problem. Chen Mang frowned slightly and looked around. Snow blindness was a problem after staying here for so long. This area felt even worse than the Kunlun Mountains, and staying warm was also a problem. So far, the resource mines he had discovered were mostly on the mountain slopes, with almost none underground. Chapter 152 Congratulations, Conductor. You killed the level 7 ancient boss, the mechanical zombie king. Gain 30 reputation points. The panel displayed a level 7 boss. This further confirmed his suspicions. If the zombie horde fed all its flesh and blood to the zombie king, perhaps it would fully ascend to level 7 boss. The map should then change. After all, this was a green zone, capable of accommodating only level 6 zombies. However, there were not many monsters or humans on the Shay Plain. Even if the zombie horde hadn't been intercepted and successfully arrived, the flesh and blood it brought wouldn't be enough for the zombie to evolve to level 7. After listening to Erden's narration, this mechanical zombie king boss event was supposed to be a major event, but it was triggered prematurely by Erden. The numerous monsters in the Kunlun Mountains were likely prepared long ago, providing blood food for the mechanical zombie king's evolution. But man proposes, and fate disposes. Erden accidentally triggered this event prematurely, and the abundant blood food in the Kunlun Mountains was hidden. The zombie hordes were forced to head to the Shay Plains to plunder blood food for their king, where he appeared again. He slaughtered the zombie hordes midway, and the zombie king was destroyed by a missile. This event, which should have been a major event, was abruptly concluded. However, Chen Mang still planned to visit the collapsed mountain to see what was going on. Ancient boss. Chen Mang raised his brow slightly, unsure of what this ancient boss meant. Could it be a boss born during the apocalypse of another planet and then transported to this world? Perhaps it was precisely because of this unusual prefix that he received an additional 30 reputation points. The drops were also quite good. 3 items in total: 1, green-grade vehicle accessory blueprint, vehicle-mounted zombie sensor blocker; 2, special item, Resident Evil map chip; 3, 10 Murphy stones. Only the second item here is something he's never seen before. It's not a chip that unlocks the adventure map, but rather requires a level 5 combat training virtual space. The combat training virtual space has a variety of maps to choose from. When this accessory reaches level 10, the physical fitness gains gained from training in the virtual space will also be reflected in the outside world. Inserting this chip into the combat training virtual space will reveal a special map, the Resident Evil map. Each successful level clear will increase your physical fitness by 0.2, up to a maximum of 3 times. This is a normal level clear. There's also a hardcore level clear, which increases the difficulty. Each hardcore level clear will increase your physical fitness by 0.5, up to a maximum of 3 times. However, if you choose the hardcore level clear, if you die in the map, you'll also enter a brain death state in the outside world. Theoretically, that's the limit. Everyone can gain a maximum of 2.1 physical fitness from this Resident Evil map. Of course, this is theoretical, given the sheer danger of completing the ultimate level, but at least a 0.6 physical fitness boost is guaranteed. Not bad. Chen Mang smiled as he tucked the items into his drawer. Anything that increases physical fitness is good, it allows him to control more mechas in the future. He saw the footage of Zhang Damai killing enemies last night in the train log. Not bad, the mechas are quite useful. Those 10 Murphy stones can also be traded. They're quite good. This missile was worth it. Although he didn't know what an ancient boss was, he hoped that all future bosses he encountered would be ancient bosses. Of course, a level 2 high wouldn't be enough for him to defeat. Level 6 seemed just right to him. Meanwhile, the star train was slowly flying over the collapsed mountain. A glance revealed a huge gap in the snowy peak summit. The Zombie King had just emerged from this gap. Both the resource detection radar and the enemy detection radar showed nothing unusual in the mountain. No mines or monsters. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly as he steered the train down through the gap at the top of the mountain. The entire mountain was practically hollowed out, and at the very top, countless massive steel frames stood out. Each frame was incredibly thick and heavy. The Zombie King had been pinned to the mountain top by these steel frames, and during the landslide, its arms were exposed. Meanwhile, on the walls below, a number of permanently lit incandescent bulbs were installed. Isn't this a monster? Chen Mang pondered as he slowly descended. Neither the incandescent bulbs nor the steel frames looked like the work of a monster. He glanced at the 100% intact components on the train screen, as well as the train's special skill, absolute defense. He remained unfazed and continued his descent. The next moment, buzz buzz buzz, dozens of drones flew out of the train, rapidly probing the depths of the mountain's interior. They were gathering information. A few days ago, after he had leveled the valley with missiles, a number of valuable items had dropped. Among them were blueprints for blue-grade vehicle components and the swarm platform. It can be used to build and dock drones. He placed them outside guard car number 7. Each drone has the ability to detect information and carries a small energy machine gun. It doesn't consume ammunition, but rather energy stones. A single level 1 energy stone can keep a drone flying for hundreds of hours. If it needs to fire, it depends on the level of ammunition it fires. If it fires level 3 ammunition, it can fire continuously for 10 minutes. He has already upgraded this accessory to level 10, so each drone is also level 10. Theoretically, they can fire level 10 ammunition. However, the capacity of a level 1 energy stone is too small, supporting only level 3 ammunition at most. To fire level 10 ammunition, at least a level 5 energy stone is required. However, attacking isn't the drone's primary function, detection is its primary purpose. It's fine for clearing out minor enemies, but against a level 10 boss, there's no room for drones. Soon, a large amount of footage was transmitted back to the train's auxiliary AI via the drones, which then pieced and edited it to form a complete image. At the bottom, a vast square was visible, surrounded by numerous robotic arms and racks. There were no monsters or robots. A few minutes later, the star train slowly landed on the square, which was covered in all sorts of strange patterns. There were also many high-rises around the square, with many robotic arms installed on them. The whole place looked like a rocket launch base. However, there were no rockets in sight. Wow! Chen Mang looked around the square with a slight shock. At the edge of the square stood a huge 5-story high-rise, on which were placed many large firepower weapons, including rockets, heavy machine guns, exoskeleton armor, enormous chainsaws and heavy swords, and so on. There were also many ammunition boxes. The caliber of the heavy machine gun was larger than that of his Doomsday cannon. This burst of fire frightened both humans and ghosts. He looked up through the skylight again, at the huge gap above his head in the cave, and at the countless incandescent lamps on the inside of the wall. He finally understood why this boss was called the Mechanical Zombie King, and what this place was for. Normally speaking, when the timing is right, the zombie at the top should fall into the square. Then, these elevated platforms and robotic arms will load all the weapon parts onto this zombie, transforming it into a massive killing machine. It's similar to the third-generation stellar mecha he saw in the Mechanical City, only much larger and loaded with more firepower. Can I take these things with me? Chen Mang looked with a hint of envy at the large firepower parts stacked on the nearby elevated platforms. These parts were never designed for humans, larger than a human. They were designed specifically for this zombie. While there are many of them, they're not massive compared to the zombie itself, and they can easily be installed on it. They'd also be perfect for the train. While they were not train parts, and might not be used to craft ammunition once used up, they're free, after all. And free stuff is always better when you have as much as you can get. Zio AI, send Biozi and a team down to investigate. Yes, achieve merit, achieve merit, achieve merit. As the door to guard car number 7 opened, Biozi, his face brimming with excitement, tightened the belt of his special operations uniform, grabbed his rifle, and hopped off the train with his team. Starting from the edge, he meticulously inspected any unusual features of the square. It was time for him to make a contribution again. Well, even if he found something, it wouldn't be considered a merit, as it was his job description, but at least it was a small achievement. Although he was excited inside, when the mission actually began, Biozi instantly became cautious, nervously gazing from the edge at the small shelves around him as he quickly searched. There were many tall shelves around the square, similar to the fixed shelves used before rocket launches. Besides those, there were also many smaller shelves, only a meter or so high, filled with tools. No dust. Biozi's brow furrowed slightly. He picked up a wrench and examined it, then gently rubbed his fingers against the shelf. He wondered how long this place had been there, so how could there be no dust? It must be the fresh air running. Was this fresh air system so effective? The shelf in front of him was mostly filled with tools, while the shelf next to it held armor, weapons, and other items. Huh? Biozi froze in his tracks, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. These armor and weapons clearly weren't for trains, they were smaller, the kind for mechas. Could there be mechas here? If a mecha with less physical requirements arrived, perhaps he could own his first one. The thought intensified Biozi's exploration. He then glanced at the team behind him. Without saying a word, he relayed his command to Chief AI via his collective mind. Chief AI, in turn, relayed the command to the team members in front of him via their iris chips. In the blink of an eye, the command was silently transmitted. Then, all the members nodded in unison. Then dispersed to begin their respective searches. Conductor, Zio AI, standing inside the train, said in a cold, emotionless voice, "First and foremost, we can confirm that the carved patterns in the square are not a maze. They don't meet the basic requirements, they're not written in any language either. As for whether they're occult or some other language, my database doesn't have any information, but it does look like some kind of ritual. A diagram of the square's pattern quickly appeared on the control panel screen. At the same time, Zio AI's voice echoed. Suppose I pour a bucket of blood from this location. It will flow through these carved channels and cover all the patterns, like this. On the left side of the pattern on the screen, a puddle-like depression slowly turned red, and soon all the patterns turned red. Zio AI was simulating what would happen if blood were poured into that depression. Chen Mang didn't say anything else, but narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the patterns in the square outside the window. He controlled the star train to fly up and land again on the open space around the square. Since there was a possibility of sacrifice, he shouldn't stay in the square foolishly. Otherwise, he would be sacrificed himself later. There are sacrifices, zombies, and mechanical firepower. This place is quite a mess. 30 minutes later. Train conductor, Ozzy and the others have completed the detection. The specific information has appeared on the screen. In addition, there is a chip. The chip is placed in a transparent box. There is a line of words on the box. Chen Mang looked down at the transparent box containing the chip in his hand. The chip inside was about the size of a little finger and looked very similar to the mobile phone memory cards in the old days of his previous world. On the box was written, Mechanical Zombie King Creation Plan. Can you download the information in this chip? He tilted his head to look at Zio AI beside him. Of course, Zio AI walked forward to take the transparent box, and carefully pinched the chip and inserted it into the interface of the train auxiliary AI on the control panel. The voice was mechanical and cold. The premise is that this chip does not have a very high level of encryption. A minute later, Zio AI's voice sounded again in the train cabin. Although the voice was still the cold mechanical electronic sound, one could still hear a hint of admiration and joy. Congratulations, conductor, this is a relic similar to the Mechanical City, but it is not an adventure map. This chip contains detailed instructions on how to create a terrifying killing weapon like the Mechanical Zombie King, and all the valuable things here are hidden under the square. Opening this square requires a lot of flesh and blood, not just blood. The password is the pattern, and the key is the large amount of zombie flesh and blood in your refrigerator, conductor. Chapter 153. Leave not a single brick, tile, or stitch behind. Zio AI's voice echoed beside him. Chen Mang raised his brows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You mean, the zombie flesh and blood I just collected happens to be the key? What a coincidence. Yes, Zio AI continued, according to the information recorded in the chip. The entire process of creating this Mechanical Zombie King is to first control a level 6 zombie that is about to evolve into a level 7 zombie. Then, according to the normal evolution process, after receiving sufficient flesh and blood, this level 6 zombie will evolve into a level 7 zombie, and its plasticity will be greatly enhanced. The flesh and blood brought back by the zombie tide not only serves as nutrients for evolution, but also triggers the mechanism. Then, during this period of time when the zombie's plasticity is strongest, firepower weapons such as rocket launchers and chainsaws are permanently embedded in the zombie, thereby gaining greater power. That huge funnel next to it is used to store the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood in the funnel will flow into the depression in the square that you pointed at earlier. When the blood covers the pattern on the square, the Mechanical Zombie King will be fully formed. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. He'd stumbled upon this place by accident. Who knew such a relic could be hidden in the world of ice and snow? It seemed like every area had a unique relic. For example, the Tower of Babel and the Goblin Ruins in the Shay Plains, as well as the Undersea Labyrinth. The Flesh Train's exclusive adventure map, the Arsenal, in Kunlun Mountain. The Mechanical Zombie King in the world of ice and snow. Entering these places and escaping unscathed would almost certainly yield opportunities. The difference lay in the magnitude of these opportunities. This meant that many lucky individuals in other areas had also seized these opportunities and rapidly developed. Even the Teeling Wasteland, a white zone for beginners, had a unique location like the Doomsday Abyss. It seemed that the most important improvement for a train, besides speed, defense, attack, and survival, should be adaptability to different environments. This would allow for the exploration of more adventure maps. Trains like the Kanglong, which could be used on land, sea, and air, had a natural advantage in exploring these types of adventure maps. His star train hadn't yet been able to dive. Although it had acquired propellers, wheels that allowed the train to travel underwater, in the Kunlun Mountains, it still lacks specialized components, such as waterproofing, to fully achieve submersible capabilities. Without further delay, Chen Mang immediately maneuvered the star train into midair, hovering over a massive funnel on a nearby elevated platform. Immediately, the door of carriage 3 opened. Ozzy and his men moved a refrigerator to the door and tilted it forward. The next moment, boom boom, like a floodgate releasing water, a torrent of sticky blood arced through the air, slamming heavily into the funnel before them, followed by the thuds of zombie flesh. Zhang Damai stood nearby, picking up her scimitar and periodically prodding the refrigerator, unclogging the door. Despite the volume of zombie flesh inside, the weight remained constant. After more than 10 minutes of emptying, the refrigerator was finally completely emptied of its contents. The zombie flesh and blood in this refrigerator were all obtained from slaughtering the zombie horde. As for the flesh and blood of the level 6 zombie king, Chen Mang was reluctant to use it. After all, it was higher level, and its flesh and blood were of a higher quality. Although he didn't know what the higher quality would be used for, what if it could be used in the future? Just like the flesh and blood of the zombie horde, hadn't he used it? This made him even more determined. As long as he had enough storage space, he would take everything he could find. Sooner or later, he would need it. He could always use it. But there was no time to not use it. Meanwhile, the funnel was already filled with zombie flesh and blood. A large amount of blood flowed through the funnel into the depression in the square, gradually covering the entire square's pattern. When the square was completely filled with blood, suddenly, a buzzing sound of rapidly turning gears could be heard. The incandescent lights inside the mountain above him began to emit a red light and flickered rapidly. A small crack appeared in the center of the square, splitting into 18 petals and slowly rotating inward clockwise. Very quickly, the original square transformed into a dark cavern. Beneath the cavern was a workshop filled with various instruments. Countless robotic arms began swiftly swinging, picking up weapons from the nearby overhead racks and stabbing them into the air, as if executing a pre-programmed program. Without exception, all the firepower landed with a crackling clatter into the workshop below the square. Go down and take a look. Chen Mang piloted the star train into the workshop below the square. Inside, countless instrument indicators flashed red, green, and other colors. He couldn't understand them, but he saw a blueprint on the table. He understood it. Soon, Bai Ozi and the others retrieved it and handed it to him. Very good, Chen Mang smiled as he looked at the blueprint in his hands. It was a new mecha blueprint, the yellow-grade leech mecha blueprint. It was of a higher grade than Zhang Daoi's executioner mecha, and its focus was different. This mecha had virtually no melee weapons, exclusively ranged firepower. Besides that, there was an even more precious item, the chip currently plugged into the train's auxiliary AI. Conductor, Zio AI's cold, mechanical voice echoed from within the train. This chip contains a wealth of data and information on mecha modification and manufacturing. There are many tools and materials here. After collecting them, I can modify and upgrade the mechas on the train in the future, including those instruments. Some test plate armor data and rank it, like whether it's level 4 or level 3 defense. Some are mecha space compression devices, which can compress a mecha to the size of a suitcase. The circuits of these instruments can all be connected to the generator. There should be an energy stone here, and it must be of a high level, otherwise it wouldn't be able to keep this laboratory running for so long. They had just found this chip, right here in this laboratory. Chen Mang's eyes were almost filled with smile, and he waved his hand. Pack everything up and take it away, leave not a brick, not a tile, not a stitch. Theoretically, mecha upgrades aren't allowed. For example, the executioner's armor and giant axe, crafted using the green mecha blueprint, are both level 4, which can't be upgraded. As the train grows in power, mechas of this level will have to be abandoned. But with these tools, they can use the raw materials for level 5 armor to replace the level 4 armor on the executioner mecha, transforming and upgrading it. The laboratory contained a large amount of raw materials and equipment. The raw materials were easy to move, mostly assigned to Zhang Dami. After all, they were too heavy for a mecha. Disassembling the equipment, however, required careful attention, but with AI remote control via the iris chip, no major mistakes were made. After emptying the entire laboratory, they stuffed all the overhead racks, firepower, and other equipment from the square into the special portal embedded in Car 2. Additionally, they found a level 10 generator and a level 5 energy stone, which they also packed up and took away. An hour later, Chen Mang had already piloted the star train out of the mountain. They had returned with a full load and high spirits, but the mysterious base behind them was in shambles. Everything that could be taken had already been taken. Chen Mang also wanted to take the square and the gears inside the mountain with him. However, during the violent demolition process, perhaps some mechanism was triggered, and the entire mountain began to rapidly collapse, forcing him to abandon his efforts and leave. Level 5 energy stone. In the control room, Chen Mang looked at the pigeon egg-sized energy stone in his hand with a smile. This was his first level 5 energy stone. His crafting table could also produce level 5 energy stones, but he had never made one before. For one thing, he didn't need it. His locomotive and generator each had a level 3 energy stone embedded in it. But this was more than enough. One level 3 energy stone cost him 50,000 units of iron ore, which was not cheap. To create a level 5 energy stone, a full 5 million units of iron ore were required, and he didn't have that much. Although the level 5 energy stone was only at 19% capacity due to the long wait, it was still enough. It was like picking up nearly 1 million units of iron ore for free. At this time, everything in the mysterious base had been emptied and placed in the space gate in carriage number 2. Zio AI, Chen Mang tilted his head to look at Zio AI and tossed her a brand new level 3 energy stone. This space gate is named the Mecha R&D Center. From now on, you will be in charge of this place. We can't build a mecha as large as the ones we encountered in the mechanical city. This level 3 energy stone should be enough. I've got you absorbing the databases of both chips this time. Creating something is no problem, right? Of course. Then we'll return and prepare for rest. Chen Mang smiled and toyed with a level 5 energy stone in his hand for a moment before tucking it into a drawer. It was a waste of energy to provide it. The train's components currently didn't require this level of energy. It could be stored for future energy cannons, as a strategic asset. As dusk approached, the star train returned to the shape lanes. Finding a flat spot, it began repairs there. There was no rush to find iron ore, having just completed 48 hours of non-stop work. Even the toughest man needed a day's rest. It wouldn't be too late to resume work tomorrow. There was no need to rush. Many things require preparation, like the yellow-grade mecha blueprint leech in hand. It stands 3 meters tall, boasting level 6 armor and all the essential mecha necessities, but lacks any melee weapons. It sports a twin-mounted large-caliber cannon on its back, serving as its main gun. Mounted on each shoulder are a square rocket pod, each holding 9 rockets. It carries 2 arm-mounted rotary cannons. Jets are located on the soles of its feet, lower back, and arms. Pure firepower suppression. When an enemy gets close, its only recourse is to stuff the rotary cannon into their mouths. All firepower weapons are rated at a maximum of level 6, using energy stones as ammunition, with a choice of level 1 to 6 ammunition. With level 1 ammunition, one level 3 energy stone provides 600 minutes of full power combat. With level 6 ammunition, one level 3 energy stone provides 30 seconds of full power combat. The price-performance ratio is quite high. A level 3 energy stone only holds 50,000 units of iron ore, which would be lost if the train were sprinkled with water. The most energy-intensive component is the twin-mounted large-caliber cannon on its back. Without it, the duration of the cannon could be extended to 60 seconds. Crafting it requires 28,000 red heart rocks. Without hesitation, Chen Mang immediately crafted the leech mech. The overall physical fitness requirement for piloting is extremely low, just 10.5. Virtually everyone on the train meets this requirement, even the residents. After all, working every day and eating bread that boosts physical fitness, their overall physical fitness has long surpassed that of an average adult male. However, the mental strength requirement is quite high. The operator must have a physical fitness of at least 10.5 and a mental strength of at least 14.0. It can unleash its full power above 14.5. Zio AI, there's no option for mental power on the Iris chip's resident data panel, right? Let's add the option to digitize mental power and see if anyone has a mental power above 14.0. Okay, this mech consumes much more energy than the executioner, but that's normal. After all, one is level 4 and the other is level 6, and they have melee and ranged combat, so naturally their energy consumption is different. If the train runs out of copper ore, this leech mech can provide the train with last-ditch firepower support. Since energy stones are made from iron ore and in areas inaccessible to the train, mech units can also extend the train's reach and attack range, like tentacles, using the various data provided by the Iris chip's AI to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. However, he's only seen that one mine in all this time with red heart rock. To build a mech squad, one still needs sufficient red heart rock and the physical fitness of the guard squad. Oh, right, Zio AI, take that Resident Evil map chip and insert it into the combat training virtual space. Talk to them about this, understood, by Ozzy. In the dusk, Lao Tzu, with a touch of emotion, approached by Ozzy, who stood dazed in the twilight. He sighed softly, then patted him on the shoulder. Don't be too disappointed. It's just a mecha, and don't you prefer close combat mechas like Zhang Damari? Fire support mechas like Li Shiji don't suit your personality. Yes. The second mecha on the star train, a yellow-grade mecha leech. Its owner is Li Shiji. Chapter 154. He's just a logistics guy. How can he understand mecha? It might sound a bit puzzling, a logistics officer possessing the second mecha on the star train. And a leech mecha at that. But on closer inspection, it made sense. Li Shiji was the only one on the entire star train with a spiritual power over 14.5. Sigh. Bai Ozi was silent for a long moment before sighing softly. I'm not sad, I just feel a little inferior. Zhang Damai and Li Shiji were both blessed by fate. Why don't I have their talent? He's just a logistics officer, how can he understand mechas? Just then, Li Shiji walked over. Brother Bao, Li Shiji looked at Bai Ozi seriously. Master Meng has given me the rights to use the leech, the second mecha on the star train. It's an honor. But you two also know that I'm just a logistics officer and it's difficult for me to maximize the use of this mecha. Didn't I just apply to you for the right to use the combat training virtual space? I made a map in there that can improve mental power. Brother Bao, why don't you come with me to take a look? Bai Ozi was slightly stunned, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Li Shiji, let's go. Lao Zu smiled and put his arm around Bai Ozi's shoulder. This guy always talks nonsense. Don't pay attention to him. Take us to see the map you made. Bai Ozi, Lao Zu, and Li Shiji each entered the combat training virtual space and appeared in a square. In front of them was a white room. In the center, a light curtain hovered. A mental power training map. Created by Li Shiji. It's like this, Li Shiji explained to Lao Zu and the others, standing still. The combat training virtual space allows the comprehensive qualities developed through training to be manifested in the outside world. Mental strength is cultivated, so it can be trained here and improved in the outside world. I created a simple level. My initial estimate is that if you can complete it 4 or 5 times or more, you should be able to increase your mental strength by 0.8, so high. A hint of surprise flashed in Lao Zhu's eyes. Yes, then let's start with the first level. Mental strength manifests itself in many aspects and dimensions, and color sensitivity, or color perception, can effectively enhance mental strength to a certain extent. The next moment, 4 green squares appeared on the screen before them, 3 of them dark green, the other an emerald green. There was also a 30-second countdown on the screen. The rules are simple. You just need to pick the one that's a different color from the others before the countdown ends. So easy. Bai Ozi frowned slightly, then with a thought, quickly selected the emerald green square. He quickly passed the first level and soon moved on to the second. The difficulty of the second level is a little bit higher. The moment Li Shiji finished speaking, 81 black squares suddenly appeared on the screen, along with a countdown of only 3 seconds. 3 seconds later. Level 4 failed. Bai Ozi turned his head expressionlessly and looked at Li Shiji. Are those 81 black squares really not exactly the same? Of course not. Li Shiji brought up the second level screen again and pointed at the black square in the center. Isn't it obvious that one of the black squares is lighter? It's easy to tell, right? It's like a red date thrown into a glass of water. I'll try again. 30 minutes. Bai Ozi rubbed his red eyes, looked at Li Shiji and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, awesome. But thank you for making me realize that I'm not cut out for this. Li Shiji said awkwardly. There are 9 levels in total, and the difficulty will gradually increase later on. Brother Bao, you haven't even passed the second level. If it's useful, I can design a lot of maps that can be used to improve mental strength, and I've taken a look at many of the built-in maps in this combat training virtual space, and they have some limitations. I've also looked at the historical records of your own maps, and they also have some limitations. I used to be a game designer. I think I can help you design better maps to improve comprehensive physical fitness and mental strength, so that the Mecha Squad envisioned by Mang Yi can be perfected and formed as soon as possible. Bai Ozi and Lao Zu looked at each other, and they saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. This kid is really a talent. I need to talk to Master Mang about this. Yes, Bai Ozi said, looking at Li Shiji with admiration for the first time. Although I can't use your map, there are 2 guys on my team who have high initial mental strength, like Shan Maozi. I'll have them come to train with you when the time comes. In the future, they'll be responsible for long-range fire support, and I'll just be at the forefront. I'm still more suited to being a warrior. You're amazing. Until this moment, he was finally completely convinced by the young man, Li Shiji. He was better than him. Really? Then I'll rise up in rebellion. Will you join me? Haha. Bai Ozzy forced a forced smile. Tell me a joke to lighten the mood, Li Shiji said awkwardly. Let's go. Lao Zu shook his head and smiled as he left the combat training virtual space. The last time I heard such a joke was from Master Mang. As dusk fell, the star train rested on the plains. Many of the train's residents had exited the train and were lying on the nearby grasslands, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the quiet, the occasional monsters that appeared. It was easily killed by the second team led by Zhang Damini. Far from being frightened by the monster, the train's inhabitants gathered together, gleefully observing the creature in the distance and commenting on it. This monster is no good. It's not as good as that nearly 100-meter tall zombie from the day before. Indeed, I was despairing when I saw that 100-meter tall zombie. I didn't expect it to be instantly destroyed by a missile fired by the train. They say it's a level 7 monster. I heard from Lao Zu that a level 7 monster is already very strong. The giant spider we encountered in the Teeling Wasteland was only a level 3 monster, and the monsters in this area are only level 6. Before encountering the Zombie King, Chen Mang had constructed numerous display screens, installed inside the train cars and refrigerators. Connected to generators and mechanical eyes, these screens allowed the train's inhabitants to see the outside world. The nearly 100-meter tall zombie left a deep impression on everyone. Lao Zu also occasionally gave them political lectures, primarily discussing the post-apocalyptic changes, the train's monster system, and most importantly, the powerful abilities of the star's Master Mang, and the plight of the other trains. It's great. The boy who had been following Uncle Lee was lying on the grassland, looking at the 20 or so children following a few women not far away. He put his hands under his head, feeling the breeze on his face, and muttered in a trance. For a moment, I felt as if I wasn't in the apocalypse, but camping in the park. I don't know why. I didn't like children before, but after seeing these children, I suddenly felt a lot more at ease in my heart, a bit like seeing hope, feeling that the star train can continue forever. Of course, it is also possible that the apocalypse has made these children extremely sensible, especially the look in the eyes of those boys. They don't look like children at all. They are simply like adults who have been baptized by the apocalypse. Hey, Uncle Lee, why don't you say anything? Uncle Lee, who was also on the grass, was silent with a complicated expression. After a moment, he said hoarsely, "Don't bother with those kids, just take care of yourself. I saw it today. The space inside the space gate is extremely large, and there is a lot of grass. It is obviously more suitable for farming and raising livestock than the breeding carriage. I am now worried that we may lose our jobs." Yet the young man, who had a look of enjoyment on his face just now, fell silent on the spot when he heard this. "Uncle Lee, this possibility seems not small. What should we do?" "How the hell do I know what to do? I'm thinking about it." "Yeah, I miss Uncle Lee with you." "How can you think of it?" "I can't think of it, but you have to have a correct attitude. You said that the pig conductor is looking for teachers for those children." "Can I be a teacher?" "It's hard to pretend." "Right, I really have been a teacher. Didn't you graduate from a university with a major in civil engineering, go to prison for further studies for a few years, and then switch to accounting? It's hard to fit a profession like a teacher into your resume." "I have opened an accounting training class." "Is this considered a teacher?" "How can teaching and answering questions not be considered a teacher?" "Well, then, Uncle Lee, why don't you try it? Give it a try." Uncle Lee gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his butt, and immediately walked towards the train. "I'll talk to the pig conductor right away. I think this position is a long-term position, and when these children grow up and become the backbone of the star, my status will rise. It's all about raising them anyway. Raising children is much more prestigious than raising pigs." "You, teacher?" Old Pig glanced at Uncle Lee and immediately shook his head. "No, if you become a teacher, who will manage the breeding carriage? Focus on raising your pigs. Don't dwell on those nonsense." "Uncle Lee, why are you back? Just keep lying down." Uncle Lee lay on the ground expressionlessly. "Raising pigs is pretty good, but raising children is such a hassle." "Rejected. Just hold your cunt shut." "Thank you." "Oh, Brother Bao, I'll try again." In the combat training virtual space, Shan Maozi lowered his head in shame. "I'll try a few more times. I'm sure I can pass." Bai Ozi remained silent. Shan Maozi had just cleared the second level in a mere 13 minutes. Every time he started over, the level would change, completely different. This meant Shan Maozi was also talented. At least better than him. He couldn't even look at all 81 blocks in 3 seconds, let alone find a block in the middle that was almost indistinguishable from the surrounding color. He simply patted Chen Mang's shoulder and whispered softly, "Just stay here and train well. In a while, as soon as your mental power exceeds 14.5, I'll go to Master Mang and request a leech mech for you." Then, the figure vanished from its original location, departing for another virtual dimension. Li Shiji was the only person on the entire train with a mental power exceeding 14.5. His mental power was a whopping 26.8, an absurdly high score. The second highest score was held by the captain of Team 3, whose mental power was 13.9. He was chosen to lead Team 3 for 3 reasons: ruthless strikes, pistol skilled, strong overall physical fitness. While none of them were considered the strongest on the train individually, they possessed all 3 strengths, a pentagonal talent with a touch of each. Biozi, appearing in another dimension, gazed at the words Resident Evil on the screen before him, took a deep breath, and adjusted his physical condition to peak. Master Mang retrieved this item. A normal clearance increases overall physical fitness by 0.2 each time, up to a maximum of 3 times. The extreme clear mission increases in difficulty, increasing your overall physical fitness by 0.5 each time. A maximum of 3 attempts will result in actual death. His goal was simple: clear the normal mission 3 times, then the extreme mission 3 times. The next moment, the words Resident Evil suddenly exploded before him, transforming into countless points of light. Then, the previously white virtual space began to rapidly shift. When everything around him stabilized, he was in an ascending elevator. The lights inside were dim and flickering. The 31st floor sign on the elevator button remained bright, indicating the elevator had reached the 7th floor. On the radio, a crimson font slowly appeared. Resident Evil, normal mission, successfully reached the 31st floor and escaped the building via the steel cable on the rooftop. Just then, bang, something heavy seemed to crash down from the elevator shaft, instantly stopping and stalling on the 7th floor. Biozi didn't even have time to react. The steel plate above the elevator peeled back, revealing a zombie, covered in blood and exposed flesh, sprawled on the overhead shelf. It poked its head inside, gazing at him and roaring. The thick, bloody stench of corpses instantly filled the elevator. A thick, viscous liquid, mixed with blood and saliva, dripped into the interior. Biozi's breath almost stopped. It was too real, and without a single warning, he was plunged straight into the action, leaving a profound psychological impact. He quickly scanned the elevator interior, picked up a steel pipe, and without a word, lunged at the zombie overhead. However, it was powerless to penetrate. The zombie, clearly a high-level one, completely ignored his attacks, frantically destroying the elevator roof and rapidly forcing its way inside. Bang, bang, Biozi, looking anxious, began to kick the elevator door repeatedly, trying to escape first. However, it was too late. Boom, the zombie successfully squeezed into the elevator, opened its bloody mouth full of fangs, and swallowed Biozi's entire upper body. Chapter 155 1 Vogue 28. Crack, a crisp sound echoed, like the bite of a shark. Biozi's entire upper body was bitten off in 2. Deader than dead. No, inside the train, Chen Mang stared at the screen showing Biozi's death with a sorrowful expression. He trembled as he lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips, his eyes red and hoarse. "Zio AI, do you know, when I first observed Biozi closely, he cautiously reported to me that he was the chosen leader of the thugs. At that time, train captain, Zio AI, standing nearby, said mechanically, 'This is a normal Resident Evil mission. There's no real death.' Biozi didn't die." Chen Mang, already emotional, glanced at Zio AI with a hint of dissatisfaction. "You don't seem very smart. Next time you encounter this situation, I hope you can choose to keep your mouth shut." "Got it." Chen Mang leaned back in his chair again, his feet propped up on the table, watching the screen inside the train showing Biozi's victory. Old Zhu had just come over to tell him about Li Shiji. He was very interested. Unexpectedly, Li Shiji would use it this way. He immediately promised him a generous reward if he did a good job. Then, with great interest, he began to gaze at the map designed by Li Shiji and his team in the combat training virtual space. He happened to see the scene of Biozi heading to the Resident Evil game. Although it was in third person, the immersion was still very strong. It was much more exciting than watching a Doomsday movie. However, the start of a normal Resident Evil mission was so difficult. He calculated that if he didn't escape the elevator within the first 20 seconds, he would be dead. The monster in the elevator shaft was completely unstoppable and impossible to kill. The only solution was to quickly kick the elevator door open and escape. Furthermore, he couldn't bring any weapons into the space, so he could only pick up weapons that might be found on the map, such as the steel pipe in the elevator. The overall difficulty was not easy. If he could successfully reach the 31st floor, even a 0.2 increase in his overall fitness would be a bit too little. Finally, after dying 3 times in a row, Biozi finally kicked the elevator door open at the beginning of the 4th mission. The elevator door was stuck between the 7th and 8th floors. Biozi first glanced at the 7th floor, then the 8th. There were no zombies outside. After hesitating for a few seconds, he jumped up and climbed through the elevator door to the 8th floor landing. But then, clang, with a sound of a massive drop in the steel cables, the entire elevator suddenly and rapidly descended. Before Biozi could even climb out, eyes filled with despair and agony, he was cut in half again by the elevator. Huh? Chen Mang frowned slightly and leaned back in his chair. This looked a bit like that movie Final Destination. A little slowness meant death. If he tried to reach the roof, he'd have to die countless times. The pain was 100% inherited. Biozi hadn't even re-entered, but had already begun to twitch on the white floor, clearly in excruciating pain. However, Biozi quickly rose and rushed in again. This time, at top speed, he successfully climbed out of the elevator shaft and reached the 8th floor. The moment Biozi emerged, the elevator behind him began to fall. But before Biozi could even breathe a sigh of relief, roar! Dozens of zombies surrounded him from the corridors on either side of the elevator. Just as he was about to see how Biozi would break the deadlock, Biozi, without hesitation, turned and leaped towards the elevator shaft behind him. He landed hard at the bottom, critically injured but not dead. Fortunately, the zombie in the elevator shaft was still there, helping Biozi along. Keep going, try again. This time, Biozi chose to go to the 7th floor. He climbed out safely, and cleverly, he chose the fire escape. As soon as the door to the fire escape opened, dozens of zombies rushed out again. Try again. This time, Biozi chose to collect handy weapons from the companies on the 7th floor. While collecting, he saw a hanging basket outside the window, used for cleaning the building's glass, but it was empty. Biozi's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the fire axe he had just picked up and jumped in, his mind brewing a brilliant plan. As soon as he stepped on it, the rope holding the hanging basket broke. Gone. Try again. This time, Biozi ran to the 7th floor, grabbed a fire axe, and, no longer wanting shortcuts, rushed straight to the fire escape and began a fierce battle 1 versus 28. A bloody battle. His record was 3-for-1, then another 5-1, 8-1, 11-1, and so on and so forth. A full hour later, with darkness already falling, his record finally reached 0-28. On the screen, Biozi, covered in blood, stumbled along the fire escape all the way to the 12th floor, only to discover it was blocked. He had to take a detour to another fire escape on the same floor. As soon as he opened the door and reached the 12th floor, he saw over 100 zombies turning their heads and roaring towards him. Biozi finally collapsed on his knees, unable to hold on any longer. Before the zombies could charge in, he grabbed his axe and struck himself, clearly trying to ease the pain, but his instincts were too soft, and he missed the kill. But it didn't matter, the oncoming zombies delivered the final blow, though it only added to the pain. As the scene flashed by, Chen Mang spotted a suit of armor and a healing spray on the table. Chen Mang looked at the screen with a touch of emotion. Biozi, who had re-entered the map, hadn't stopped for a moment. From the very beginning, he'd been dead, but now he was moving so smoothly. It was truly a sight to behold. This map was truly difficult. Even the normal missions were this difficult, so how could anyone possibly complete the extreme level? Not only would the extreme level be even more difficult, but there was only one life. Death in the map meant true brain death in the outside world. Conductor, Zio AI, who had been watching from the side, said, Biozi's power is becoming increasingly accurate. He applies just the right amount of force each time, and instinctively protects his vital parts. When a close combat encounter is necessary, he can quickly determine whether the exchange of injuries is worthwhile. Biozi's combat experience is rapidly increasing. If he can really clear the level 3 times, it's like a complete transformation. Indeed, Chen Mang nodded in agreement, looking back at the three-dimensional image of the train on the screen. His swarm platform, the component that powers the drones, had been upgraded to level 10, with the corresponding 2 supermodel effects disabled. Furthermore, he had also upgraded a green-grade vehicle-mounted zombie detector to level 10, using 45,000 units of iron ore. This upgrade made the train immune to the perception of up to level 10 zombies. Compared to the effect, the iron ore cost was very cost-effective. However, it's mostly useless. After all, he's not afraid of zombie hordes, so even if he finds one, it won't be of much use. Only when he encounters a level 80 or 90 zombie and can't defeat it, will this accessory be extremely useful. It's worth noting that crafting this accessory requires a special item, a handheld zombie sensor blocker. He still has 2 of these items. He's used one, and still has one left. If he hadn't traded them in the Teeling Wasteland, he would have 3. The handheld version only blocks the perception of level 1 zombies, making it essentially useless. It's only useful during the novice phase, where it can often save his life. But the vehicle-mounted version has more space. He still has 12 Murphy stones. He's had quite a harvest these past few days, and he'll take a day off to use it up. He checked his train panel balance. He still has 525,000 copper ore and 470,000 iron ore. Send Doba and the black marketeer over. Got it. Great prophet of humanity. Doba and the black marketeer stood in the train compartment, looking at Chen Mang and saluting. Chen Mang took a few red heart nuts from a nearby plate and handed them to the 2 of them, saying with a smile, I heard this is your favorite snack, goblins. I'll have Xiao Ai take you to the production cart to get some for you to eat on a regular basis. He kept a special plate of red heart nuts in his train compartment. When Xiao Feng was almost done, she would give him a supplement. It wasn't that he needed a supplement. He simply thought they tasted really good and were a great snack. They were crunchy. This, Doba and the black market merchant, the 2 goblins, suddenly froze in place as they took the red heart nuts. Their eyes reddened as they trembled as they put the nuts into their mouths. Only then could they no longer hold back their tears and burst out in a trembling voice. This tastes like home. I haven't seen red heart nuts in ages. I never thought I'd get to taste them again in my lifetime. Chen Mang wasn't too surprised by their reactions. After all, if he'd tasted food unique to the previous world, he'd have felt the same sense of trance. The presence of these 2 goblins on this planet was essentially a departure from their homeland. Goblins didn't exist in this world. But that wasn't why he'd summoned them. Instead, he took out 10 goblin tickets and handed them to Doba. These are goblin tickets. No matter where you are, just crush them and you'll be back on the star train. Give them to him, have him teleport to a random location and then crush them back. There won't be any quests, but some information would be best, like, what did you see when you teleported to other areas? What monsters were there? Wait, Chen Mang paused for a moment, then crafted a mechanical eye and a level 2 energy stone. He then used the mechanical heart to create something similar to a black box, connecting the 2 to create a head-mounted camera. Tie this thing on his head. His main task is to bring back various information. Do you understand? I do. Doba nodded seriously. Okay, if you understand, go down. Chen Mang waved his hand. Goblin train tickets are slightly more expensive than train tickets. 1 train ticket costs 100 units of iron ore, while 1 goblin train ticket costs 500 units. He didn't speak directly to the black marketeer. This goblin didn't seem very smart. When Erden was on the train, this guy came over and said the same lines he had said when they met, word for word, as if he had been programmed. It would be better for Doba to go down and make arrangements. Of all the goblins, only Doba seemed to have a bright mind. So when Doba first met him, he said he was the smartest of the goblins, and he wasn't kidding. He was a good kid, he never lied. Do this, then this. And finally this. Do you understand? Doba shoved 10 goblin train tickets into the black market merchant's arms, fixed a camera to his chest, and stuffed a handful of red heart nuts into his pocket before instructing him. Don't you have a maximum of 10 random teleports per day? Use all 10 of them this time. When you run out of energy to teleport again, crush a goblin train ticket and return. Remember, I remember. The black market merchant's mouth bulged, filled with red heart nuts, unwilling to chew them, just holding them there. His words slurred like a squirrel. I'm going first, King Doba, go, and I hope you'll return victorious and bring honor to the goblin race. Doba placed his hands on the black market merchant's shoulders with a serious expression, his face reverent and solemn, like a king awarding a general a medal. The next moment, a flash of white light, and the black market merchant vanished, leaving no trace. With a great map-reading helper, Chen Mang glanced at the control panel. The black marketeer was no longer on the train. His whereabouts were unknown. The only thing he could tell from the crew panel was that he wasn't dead yet. He also didn't know if he was still in the Shay Plains area. So far, his knowledge of this world was limited to 4 regions: the Shay Plains, the Kunlun Mountains, the Ice and Snow World, and the Teeling Wasteland. He knew nothing about the other areas. But with a black marketeer, he could learn about some of the happenings in other areas. While he wouldn't be able to escape them, it would give him a clearer understanding of the world. He didn't know if the black marketeer could teleport to any area at will, or just to a random area. He'd have to try it out. Tomorrow morning, when the goblin merchant returned, he'd be able to gather a lot of information through the camera he carried. It was common knowledge that map reading was crucial in any strategy game. Chen Mang glanced at the mineral resources displayed on the train panel. With a little more iron ore, he'd be ready to upgrade to level 6 train and head to the yellow area. He had originally wanted to leave the Sand River Plains and visit the Undersea Maze adventure map to obtain some Murphy Stone. Now, it seemed like there was no chance for that. He had asked Erden. To sneak underwater, he needed the Deep Sea Shield, a blue-grade vehicle accessory. While not a particularly high-grade item, it was extremely rare. It could only be dropped by killing the green dragon monster. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. No, where did this flamethrower come from? The green dragon monster wasn't too difficult to kill. It was only level 5. But it had no fixed territory and was constantly roaming. It had recently appeared in the Kunlun Mountains. That level 5 train flying in the sky when he first entered the mountains was the green dragon Erden had hunted. There was only one. Erden killed it, and it was gone. The chances of encountering a green dragon again were about the same as iron ore dropping from the sky. Whatever, Chen Mang shook his head with some regret, silently consoling himself. It was just some Murphy Stone, not valuable, not important. Not worth it. Since he couldn't go to the Deep Sea Labyrinth adventure map, he'd stock up on some iron ore and upgrade it to level 6 train, preparing to head to the zombie basin in the Yellow Zone. He'd already claimed almost all the adventures on the Sand River Plains, even the ones in the Ice and Snow World. The Kunlun Mountains adventure was exclusive to the Flesh Train, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped its clutches. Nightfall. All the train's inhabitants had begun to drift off to sleep, including Chen Mang, with the exception of the guards on duty tonight. The AI controlled the star train, speeding across the Shay Plain in search of iron ore. Daybreak had arrived. Chen Mang, emerging from his sleep, washed briefly before looking out the window. He saw an open pit level 2 iron mine. Many of the train's inhabitants were already mining, while he consulted the train log. Last night, after 3 hours of travel, they had encountered this open pit level 2 iron mine. Along the way, they had encountered 3 level 2 mines and 1 level 2 copper mine, but those mines were already occupied by trains, so the AI didn't stop there. Instead, following its pre-programmed program, it continued searching for the abandoned mines. It had even killed a few insignificant monsters along the way. The rest were fine. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and closed the train log. Last night had been largely peaceful. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 6. Upgrade requirements: craft all 4 required vehicle components, consume 40,000 units of level 2 iron ore, have all components in the train car at or above level 120, and kill a level 6 monster. The upgrade requirements remain largely unchanged, except for a slightly higher iron ore cost of 400,000 units. There's also an additional requirement for killing a level 6 monster. He knew many people focused solely on farming, turning away when they encountered even slightly stronger monsters. This requirement was like forcing any train conductor aiming for a level 6 train to find a level 6 monster to fight. A level 5 train that rapidly upgraded without any foundation would be stuck for a long time when faced with this task. But for him, this requirement was already fulfilled. Honestly, He didn't recall actively hunting level 5 monsters. The few level 5 monsters he'd killed were from a missile dropped on the Kunlun Mountains, which accidentally killed a few. And then there was the wedding of Shan Maozi and his girlfriend. His initial thought was that since it was a level 4 train, he would need to invite 3 trains of the same level to the banquet. It just so happened that the Zion had also arrived in the Shay Plain at that time, so the Zion could be considered one. After all, they had previously crossed paths and were somewhat familiar with each other. Unfortunately, the Zion crashed in the Kunlun Mountains, leaving him with no candidates for the 3-person banquet. If it were a level 6 train, the Kanglong could attend the banquet, and then he could find 2 more level 6 trains to secure the 500 inheritance points first. Chen Mang had just explained this to Erdan, explaining that he was planning a wedding, inviting him to the banquet, and that he would need 2 level 6 trains. He responded quickly. 2 level 6 trains for the banquet? I have 2 friends who are level 6 trains on the Shay Plain. Can they come? You have so many friends, not really close friends. We've never met in real life, but we've chatted on the train radio. But I don't think they'll have any extraneous thoughts after seeing your star. You seemed quite nice when we talked on the train radio. Okay, I'll give you a date later. Okay, another matter settled. Chen Mang stretched and glanced at the screen to see how Biozi was progressing. Biozi had been training all night in the combat training virtual space, and it looked like he was making good progress, already reaching the 29th level. Not bad. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he lay back in his chair, popping a red heart nut into his mouth. Last time he checked, he was stuck on the 12th level, and he'd already reached the 29th level. Clearing the 31st level was within reach. On the screen, Biozi was practically fully armed. He wore armor, a motorcycle helmet, a steel knife strapped to his waist, a flamethrower in his hand, and a massive fuel tank slung across his back. A rifle was slung over his shoulder. Biozi was on the 29th floor of an office building, using his flamethrower to slaughter the zombies charging at him. While he still had significant injuries, they were not as severe as last night. His demeanor seemed to have changed, his eyes becoming colder and more resilient. No, where did this flamethrower come from? Chen Mang quickly flipped through his level clearing records and quickly found that during the 14th level, after Biozi had retrieved the firefighter supplies from the 7th floor and cleared the fire escape of zombies, he didn't proceed up the stairs as he had previously. Instead, he headed down. Starting from the 6th floor, he cleared the area piece by piece until he had cleared both the 6th and 1st floors, finding the flamethrower and motorcycle helmet. He then continued his ascent along the fire escape. On the 12th floor, he retrieved the armor and the healing spray. When the screen switched back to the 31st floor, Biozi had successfully reached the rooftop. After removing all his weapons and equipment, he roared fiercely to the sky several times before reaching the zipline at the edge of the rooftop. With both hands firmly grasping the short stick on the zipline, he gave a sharp kick, swinging rapidly towards the rooftop of the shorter building opposite. Then, the screen began to zoom out. Biozi's figure on the zipline between the 2 tall buildings gradually faded, and the perspective shifted from third person to bird's eye view. The entire city was swarming with zombies, and even outside countless tall buildings, countless zombies were climbing up like creepers. As the view zoomed out to the clouds, the entire city's zombie population appeared to be just a tiny black dot. The screen finally exploded with 4 large characters, level cleared. That wasn't easy. Chen Mang looked with emotion at Biozi, who was weeping with joy in the white space. After clearing the level the first time, subsequent attempts would be much easier. Furthermore, this Resident Evil map was even more challenging than he'd imagined. It tested many things, such as timing, the choices one made before death, the determination to descend, the melee between life and death, and so on. Even someone who had never killed a chicken before would experience a drastic change in their demeanor after successfully clearing this map once, imbued with a certain fierceness. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly, as he pondered a question. Browsing through the history records, he'd seen numerous clearing techniques. So far, only Biozi knew them on the entire train. He was considering compiling and sharing them with others. This would increase the overall combat effectiveness of the guard team by 10%. But that would be a huge injustice for Biozi, as if he were making things easier for others. The techniques he'd discovered after countless deaths would be easily learned by others. Furthermore, this map is precisely designed to greatly develop a person's abilities. If all the techniques were shared with others, It would actually hinder their development. Just then, Zio AI, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Conductor, the black marketeer has returned. I've compiled the images he collected. Would you like to view them now?" "Go ahead." Quickly, the screen shifted to the images the black marketeer had collected last night. There were many images. For example, an abandoned mechanical city, overrun by a horde of zombies. These zombies had even developed intelligence and were continuously rebuilding the city, complete with zombie guards and zombie soldiers commanding heavy firepower on the walls. And in a freezing canyon, a battered robot crouched on the ground, welding a torch to repair the completely wrecked train before it. A train stopped, completing a transaction with a black marketeer. The train, with over 40 carriages, moved across the wasteland like a giant mechanical dragon. The conductor, a burly man with a face covered in scars and flesh, stared thoughtfully at the camera strapped to the black marketeer's chest for a long time. It was unclear what was going on in his head, but he probably had a few conspiracy theories swirling around, like the black marketeer being a spy from a higher dimensional civilization. There was also a deserted forest where a black marketeer sat on a branch, wandering for a long time in the night, only to be startled by a venomous snake and teleported instantly. Thousands of humans were gathered on an island surrounded by the sea, building a series of wooden huts and tents. From time to time, trains could be seen emerging from the sea around the island. And so on. Chen Mang exhaled softly, lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and slowly closed his eyes. His understanding of the world deepened with these images. This world was more complex than he had imagined. Or rather, it needs to be more diverse. For example, the mechanical city helps human civilization better control the trains and survive. So, if a mechanical civilization existed, it should be friendly to humans. But the mechanical zombie king is clearly creating even more terrifying monsters. Perhaps these monsters are also created to counter monsters? Fight poison with poison, magic with magic. But one thing has to be admitted, the black marketeers are truly free. They can go wherever they want. If it weren't for the black marketeers, how long would it take for him to see these images? After a long while, he spoke. "Call them over, soon." Doba and the black marketeers arrived inside the train. "Well done." Chen Mang looked at the black marketeers seriously and said, "Go back and rest later. We'll do this from now on. This is the information I need." "Do you have a name?" "Forgot." The black marketeer shook his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "I used to have one, but I've forgotten it." "Well, I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Mondo." "Okay, go down." A new day began. All the train residents had already begun their work for the day. Everyone is thriving in their roles, including the teachers, who have been appointed. 3 women, all of whom served as teachers before the apocalypse, primarily teach the children theoretically, transitioning to practical skills as they grow older. Currently, everyone on the train is in a position that suits them best. And today, something truly significant happened for the train's residents. The first refrigerator has found a buyer, costing a full 1,000 stellar tickets. No one on the train currently has that many stellar tickets, except one, Doba. Everyone on the train gathered near carriage 11 to watch the action unfold. Mangyu had created a portal in carriage 11, revealing a vast expanse of space. Clouds and sun shone in the sky, and the ground was covered in endless grassland. Trees formed a ring around the space, creating a serene paradise. A refrigerator, its door open, sat on the grassland. Inside, Doba, accompanied by over 100 goblins, was furnishing the room with household items purchased. He had even created a small stool to serve as a throne. Then they bought a lot of blankets and covered the entire floor of the refrigerator, letting all the goblins sleep on the floor there at night. Goblins are short, so the space is more than enough. It's more spacious than on the train. Most importantly, this territory belongs to the goblins, and it feels more like home. Doba stood at the refrigerator door with a determined look, gazing out at the vast grassland. He would buy 2 more refrigerators, striving to give his people even more space to sleep. Meanwhile, in guard car number 7, Biozi looked at his physical fitness reading of 12.4 on his dashboard and grinned with satisfaction. Finally, after an entire night's work, he finally cleared the level. He was the only one on the train who had successfully cleared the level. This morning, his team was on duty, and he planned to share his skills after his duty ended. He had originally intended to share them only with his own team members, but then he realized that the enhancements for the other teams were the same as those for the star. This kind of keeping secrets might cause reckless master to be disgusted, so he simply prepared to tell everyone directly. He could also earn a favor. If the other two captains had good things in the future, wouldn't they also think of him? There is always a give and take. Chapter 157 Doomsday Wedding. It was the next night. That night, all the residents were busy, not mining, but preparing tables, chairs, and benches. Tomorrow at noon, Meng would be preparing the wedding for Shan Maozi and his girlfriend, Mijia. Everyone was excited. Although they weren't the main characters in the wedding, and didn't even know the newlyweds, the words apocalypse and wedding were inherently incompatible. The apocalypse represented despair, symbolizing the end of life. Marriage, on the other hand, represented hope, the birth of life. Having struggled to survive the apocalypse for over a year, they were eagerly awaiting this wedding, a chance to temporarily forget the apocalypse and immerse themselves in the joy of the occasion. Inside the Star Train, 210,000 units of iron ore had been mined over the past 2 days, adding to their savings to a total of 670,000 units. Chen Mang had already spent 400,000 units of iron ore, upgrading the Star Train to level 6. Soon, a message appeared on the train control panel. Your train has been upgraded to level 6. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. A level 6 train. Chen Mang silently stared at the screen. He had acquired his first train when he traveled here a few months ago, and after several months of development, it had finally reached level 6. Each time a train upgraded, it gained a special feature. He wasn't sure if it was available at every level, or just at the first few. Level 5 gave the train the ability to forge mechas, enhancing the crew's individual combat capabilities. Level 6 also brought a new button to the control panel. However, the button was a question mark, with no other information. He wasn't in a rush. He'd wait until tomorrow before the wedding and meet Erden to ask him what was going on. Level 6 trains rarely spoke on the train radio, and no one was discussing the situation. Level 6 trains were already few and far between. The important thing now was preparing for Shan Maozi and Mijia's wedding tomorrow. He'd earn another 500 inheritance points, plus the 100 he hadn't spent yet, for a total of 600. That should be enough to buy a lot of goodies from the black market. He was actually quite tempted by the blueprint for the white grade accessory, which only cost 10 inheritance points. White grade might not be very useful for other trains, but it's incredibly useful for him. With just a small expenditure of iron ore, you can gain a host of supermetal effects. Even everyday accessories can be incredibly useful in certain situations, like a level 10 refrigerator. But he's worried about the possibility of seeing a great item worth 600 inheritance points and spending just a few, leaving him with regret. So he's been saving it until tomorrow after the wedding. Chen Mang looked at the conditions for the golden wedding. Golden wedding. The wedding requires 1,000 witnesses, 3 trains of the same grade participating in the dinner, food and wine for all attendees, and basic items like wedding gowns, red carpets, artificial flowers, and fireworks. Successfully holding a golden wedding adds 500 inheritance points and 20 reputation points to the train. He had the required population. Erden had already arranged for 3 trains of the same level. He also had food and wine, which Erden had given him. He had also used the mechanical heart to create artificial flowers. These inanimate objects could still be created with a mechanical heart. Of course. The iron flowers looked much the same as the artificial flowers, only more three-dimensional. They also consumed very few iron ore units. He spent 1,000 units of wood to craft a high-precision wedding dress and suit for the newlyweds. As for the fireworks, he had prepared a level 1 missile. Level 1 missiles were cheap and could serve as a deterrent at the start of the wedding reception. They would also be beautiful to use as fireworks later. He had everything ready. Although the 2 trains were Erden's friends, he didn't know them. The wedding had to be held on the plains. If the 2 trains attacked his train residents at the start of the ceremony, that would be a disastrous outcome. Therefore, he had to show his fangs, to intimidate them from the start. If they dared to attack him, he had to think about whether he could get out of here alive. Old Zhu had already taken care of the wedding process. There was nothing for him to worry about, he only needed to wake up naturally. It was already late at night. Old Zhu, holding a walkie-talkie, looked out at the wedding venue being built outside the train, shouting continuously. That board is fucking tilted, hurry up and put up the trusses. We have limited resources and no baby's breath, so some artificial flowers will do, and those foreground exploding balls next to the red carpet. You'll be watching over them tomorrow. The moment the newlyweds walk over, they'll detonate. Understood. He wasn't very knowledgeable about wedding decorations. But as the second in command, he was constantly involved in venue design, and after all, there were a lot of lucrative things involved. He'd learned a thing or two about wedding decorations, and it was pretty much the same. He was also the host tomorrow. Well, Chen Mang whispered sheepishly, Captain Pig, there's really no need for such grandeur. I don't hold such a high position on the train, do I? That's what Mang said. Old Pig patted Chen Mang on the shoulder and said with a smile, just accept it. Forget about the apocalypse. Many people's weddings before the apocalypse weren't as grand as yours. You two are the first couple to get married on the star, so it's a good omen, but since you're married, you're not allowed to go to the Red House anymore. Chen Mang's face instantly grew anxious, and he said hurriedly, Captain Pig, don't talk nonsense. I've never been there. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Bao. Brother Bao can vouch for me. I've never been there once, Mijia, believe me, I really haven't been there. The Red House is a refrigerator in the residential car of the Star Train. Residents who sell meat gather there to meet customers. Because a red cloth is hung outside the refrigerator as a door plaque, the residents jokingly call it the Red House. Mijia, with blushing cheeks, leaned on Chen Mang's shoulder, her eyes full of faint anticipation for tomorrow's wedding. After quietly twisting Chen Mang's lower back, she whispered, actually, it's okay for you to go. I don't mind. Hiss. Chen Mang took a breath of cold air in pain, and then his whole body seemed a little anxious and couldn't help but raise his voice. Captain Pig, where's Brother Bao? I want to find Brother Bao to testify for me. I really haven't been there. What do you mean it's okay to go? I've never been there. Okay. Old Pig smiled and patted Chen Mang's shoulder again, looking at Mijia helplessly. He really hasn't been there. I was just teasing him. He spends all his time on training. Don't talk about him about this in the future. I just saw that he was a little nervous and wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Your task tonight is to get enough rest and be in good condition for tomorrow's wedding. There will be other trains coming to the banquet. Show your temperament in front of outsiders. That. Chen Mang hesitated for a while before whispering, what about the part about paying respects to your parents? Let's go to the star, then. Okay. After this little hiccup, the newlyweds seemed less nervous. As they headed inside the train, only faint voices drifted onto the night breeze, reaching Old Pig's ears. Mijia, I've never been there before. Seriously, I believe you. You really believe me. Well, the first time we met on the star, you were quick. Usually, if it's been a while, things get quicker. You might as well not believe me. Damn, forget it. I'll buy some nuts tomorrow night. Old Pig, standing still, gazed at the two departing figures with a look of regret. It was wonderful. Witnessing this scene in the apocalypse wasn't easy. For these two, the apocalypse had become a paradise. Not only was their ALS cured, but they also arranged a wedding, and Mang Yu even gave them a bridal suite. Oh well. Where else could they have gotten this kind of treatment before the apocalypse? The next day, the Kanglong train met up with two other Class 6 trains on the Shay Plains, preparing to travel together to the wedding. The three train conductors stood on the plains, conferring. Remember, Erden looked at the other two train conductors seriously. Originally, I was the only one invited to this wedding. I agreed to introduce you because you two get along well with me. After you go, try to talk less and listen more. Just be a spectator. Also don't do anything that may be misunderstood. Don't fucking drop a gun out of your arms while you're clapping, and tell me that as a train conductor, it's reasonable for you to carry a gun when you go out. Do you understand? I understand. The train conductor who only loves one person's train patted his chest seriously and made a promise. You don't know yet. In my life values, there are only three kinds of people: ants, fellow Taoists, and seniors. I am extremely sensible when facing seniors. The Star Train is an absolute senior, and I will definitely not provoke him. Then he suddenly smiled embarrassedly. That? If I lick him like you do, can he give me some benefits? I think so too. The conductor of the Kill a Person in 10 Steps train said with the same excitement. He has so many supermodel effects, he must have a lot of Murphy stones. Will he just throw a Murphy stone to reward us or something? Arden rolled his eyes at the two of them in annoyance. The name you two gave to the train, I'm too lazy to complain about you. Hey, I've always wanted to know, will you fight over the ownership of one person? Murphy stone, you're dreaming. You just went to see the world and have a meal. As for whether you can get in touch with Chen Mang later, it depends on your methods, but looking at the way you two look, there's probably no chance. It's like asking for trouble, but Erden licked the corner of his mouth, looked at the two of them and sighed. The reason why I brought you two to the wedding is because you're like me, cautious enough and won't cause trouble. The two looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. I can become the conductor of a level 6 train simply by virtue of my excellent character and sufficient prudence. Seemed to me. Alright, everyone, get on board and get ready to go. The sun was high in the sky. It was noon. Chen Mang glanced at the control panel screen and spotted the 3 trains when they were over 10,000 meters away. He immediately looked at Zio AI and ordered, have everyone ready. The missiles and Sakura Falls rocket launchers can be raised, get the mechas down and move around. Everyone start moving. Yes. Then he stood up and walked over to the mirror to look at his outfit for the day. He had remade his outfit. The weather was cold, and while his old clothes were good at trapping warmth, they were still a bit drafty. He wore an orange sweater on top and regular pants on the bottom. A rather casual outfit. How did that come about, Todd? Todd, never mind, I can't remember, it's all jumbled up. Huh? The conductor of the Love Only One Person train twitched his lips as he glanced at the enemy radar, which showed thousands of red dots ahead. He knew this guy had a lot of slaves on this train. After all, he was the top boss on the 3 rankings of the Sand River Plain. In the influence rankings, the number of supermetal effects rankings, and the reputation rankings, the star was undisputedly number 1, with a significant gap to second place. The gap between the number of supermetal effects and second place was especially large. He doubted that with that number, even if they reached the yellow zone, they would still be number 1. Not even the flesh train could get that much Murphy stone. Where on earth did this guy get it from? Soon, he saw a train like a long, mechanical dragon parked in the wasteland not far away. Around it, thousands of slaves, beaming with joy and excitement, busily prepared a banquet. Although he had heard from Erden that the slaves on the star were well treated. But wasn't that too good to be true? At least he'd never seen his slave smile while working. Wait, the man froze in his tracks, staring at the missiles, rockets, heavy machine guns, and doomsday cannons rising from the star train, already trained on his train. Come on, buddy, I'm here for a wedding, not a funeral. You're making me scared. But soon, the weapons turned back, clearly harmless. The man breathed a sigh of relief and slowly slowed the train, stopping at about 100 meters from the star train. He then jumped down and, accompanied by his trusted men, strode towards the young man standing in front of the star train, beaming. The man, leaning on a cane, must be Chen Mang. He seemed quite easygoing. No airs, he'd assumed they'd have to wait outside a while. Strange, the number 1 train conductor on the 3 lists, could be so easygoing? Welcome, you've come all the way here. Chen Mang looked at Erden and the 2 men beside him and said with a smile, are these 2 Erden's friends? There's plenty of food and drinks today, why don't you let the rest of the people on your train get off to join in the fun? No, Erden said helplessly, we only met for a short while last time. After I went back, I felt like they looked at me differently. If we get on for longer, I think they'll defect. I'm not afraid of poor treatment, I'm just afraid of comparison. Actually, I treat them pretty well. But it's nothing compared to what you give me. Chapter 158. Did this buddy just mock me with what he said? That's right, the conductor of the Love Only One Person train tilted his head and looked at Erden with a puzzled expression. Of course, a wedding with more people is more lively. How many opportunities do we get to hold weddings in the apocalypse? Just treat it as a day off for the slaves, let them come down and relax. Right, indeed, the conductor of the Kill One Every Step train agreed. Erden, slaves are people too. Although they're under the protection of our train, they've also dug a lot of ore for it. It's good for them to relax together. Then, as the thugs behind the 2 men returned to their own trains, the slaves from both trains were quickly driven off. With a hint of fear and numbness in their eyes, they jumped off the trains and looked at the noisy scene before them. Erden remained expressionless and silent. He didn't intend to explain anything. You'll know after the wedding. Okay, Chen Mang smiled and didn't say anything more. He simply pointed to a set table not far away. The wedding officially starts later. Shall we go sit there for a while? Of course, whatever the host desires. Erden nodded seriously. Then, following Chen Mang to the cleared table nearby, he couldn't help but glance around at the wedding still being set up. This might be the first wedding in this world since the apocalypse. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. It's just a small gift, nothing special. The conductor of the love only one person train pulled out a green-grade accessory blueprint from his pocket and placed it on the table, pushing it awkwardly. Hey, brother, you must take this. It's not for you, it's for the child. Oh, not for the newlyweds, and mine. The conductor of the Kill 1 in 10 Steps train also hurriedly pulled out a small card and handed it over. A little thing, huh? Erden looked at the two of them in bewilderment. What was going on? They hadn't mentioned preparing a gift on the way here. When had you two prepared it on your own? He'd completely forgotten about it. But he obviously couldn't go back to the train to get it now. It would be embarrassing. He gritted his teeth, removed the badge from his shirt, and pushed it over. This is my gift, a special item. You must accept it, brother. Otherwise, it's fine, old pig. Chen Mang waved his hand, signaling old pig to come over and take the gift. Then, smiling, he looked at the others and said, I'm sorry for all your expense. This makes me, Chen Mang, feel a little embarrassed. Here, some nuts, just a little snack, not expensive, but tastes good. The table was filled with nuts, ice-cold beer, and some braised cold dishes. This was considered extremely rich and luxurious in the apocalypse. The braised cold dishes were the instant food products he had brought from Yan Yao's rental house when he rescued her. The packages contained tribute vegetables, vegetarian tripe, broccoli, chicken gristle, duck intestines, and other braised ingredients. After unpacking, pour the red oil he brought with him and you could eat it right away. It was quite simple and convenient. Only 4 train conductors were seated. The other 2, along with their trusted aides and thugs, had retreated to a corner, peering in curiously. After all, this banquet was a relatively relaxed affair. In the apocalypse, such a relatively warm atmosphere was a rare treat, and everyone cherished it. They wouldn't let their subordinates stand behind them, as that would seem pretentious. After 3 rounds of drinks, the group became more lively. The conductor of the train that only loves one person, with eyes full of admiration and seriousness, picked up the wine glass and looked at Chen Mang. Brother, before I met you, I really didn't expect a conductor of your level to be so easygoing. This glass of wine is for you. Hey, brother, there's something I want to know. Did the people from Xianping find you? Chen Mang picked up a chopstick and stuffed it into his mouth with edamame, frowning slightly. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Are you 3 here to recruit people for Xianping? Seeing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Erden hurriedly explained, that's definitely not the case. Xianping also came to me, but I ignored him. The 2 of them were also approached by Xianping, but they were also hesitant and unsure whether to join. That's why they asked you, brother, to see how you chose, and they wanted to copy the answer. That's it. Chen Mang shook his head. I didn't join. I actually think the purpose of Xianping is a good organization. According to that link, everyone can get what they need, and they can also support weaker trains, so that human civilization can be better passed on. But first, I don't want to be constrained. Second, the resources they're offering don't mean much to me and would be a waste of my time. Third, I don't like the person Libra sent to talk to me. That's true. Erden nodded in agreement. I've thought about it carefully. That link would cause the top-tier donors to constantly lose money, with no one to give back. It just feels a bit unrealistic. The train conductors gathered together to chat, recounting their experiences along the way, the bittersweet moments before they became train conductors, the funny things they encountered during their adventures, and the tragic moments just after the apocalypse. They talked a lot, but no one asked, Chen Mang, where did you get all those Murphy stones? What questions should and shouldn't be asked? Once you're in the position, you'll understand clearly. Those are life-saving treasures, things you can't reveal even when your wife is here, so how could you possibly tell them? Meanwhile, at the bustling wedding scene, several thugs from the only loved one-person train crouched in a corner, their faces gazing at the wedding scene with complicated expressions. They are both level 6 trains, but the difference is a bit big, isn't it? A thug squatted on the ground, looking at the 2 patrolling mechas not far away, his eyes full of envy. Hey, why don't we have mechas on our train? Can a level 6 train build mechas? I don't know either. The thug squatting next to him shook his head and whispered, it probably consumes a lot of resources. Look at the Doomsday machine guns. There are only 5 on our train, and there are 10 on this train. Moreover, the paint surface of the Doomsday machine guns on this train looks heavier, and the level must be higher than the ones on our train. And the missiles and rocket launchers are scary enough. No wonder the slaves on this train are very happy. If I could stay in such a powerful train in the Doomsday, I would be happy too. Who wouldn't be happy if they could survive? At this moment, Ozzy came over with his two teammates, smiled and handed out a few cigarettes before greeting them. Have you eaten? The thug who had just been squatting on the ground stood up hurriedly, a little stiffly saying, aren't we waiting for dinner? Although they were both thugs, and both thugs on the 6th level train, he felt inferior to the other one for some reason. When the difference in train strength was too great, even those in the same position would appear a little stiff. That's a nice knife. Ozzy looked at the dagger in the man's arms and said with a smile, it looks good for cutting meat and vegetables. Okay, I'm going to continue my patrol. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll do my best to satisfy you. The man looked up at Ozzy's departing back, then down at the dagger in his arms. After a while, he turned his head to look at his companion and muttered, was that buddy mocking me just now? It seems so. At this time, in the star carriage, a female teacher in the classroom glanced at the clock on the wall before smiling at the children sitting below. That's all for today. Everyone, get ready to attend the wedding of Chen Mang and Mijia. Today, we've covered how the train conductor successfully upgraded the train to level 2, ensuring everyone's safety. Tomorrow, we'll start with how the conductor used the level 2 train to instantly kill the level 3 monster boss, the man-eating spider. As soon as she finished speaking, there was an uproar. One girl couldn't help but raise her hand and ask, Teacher Chu, didn't you say today that after the apocalypse, the world becomes strictly hierarchical, and that a level 2 attack would absolutely be unable to penetrate a level 3 defense? How did the train conductor do it? Well, the female teacher on the stage smiled, paused, and then, leaving the question unanswered, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, everyone, get ready. The students chosen as flower girls, please wait for me in the dorms. Come with me to the wedding later. Although the children still looked eager to know what would happen next, they obediently stood up and walked out of the classroom, heading to their dormitories to change into their new clothes for the wedding. They weren't at all mischievous like normal children. Almost every child here had witnessed a tragic death of a loved one. Of all the ways to grow up, this was the most uncomfortable, but also the fastest. Teacher Chu, a child stayed behind. After taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice with red eyes, didn't you say today that all of us will have 3 directions in the future, management, combat, and professional? Can I be a combat type? I want to kill more monsters to avenge my father. It's too early to say that now. Teacher Chu looked at the child in front of him who was the same height as herself. He was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was growing up really fast. He touched his head gently and said with a smile, you are still young. You need to graduate successfully before you can go to the right position for yourself, and you don't have to be a combat type to kill monsters and avenge your father. Everyone on the train has his or her own contribution. For example, those uncles who dig, every ore they dig will turn into a bullet to shoot at monsters, which can be regarded as revenge, but I haven't made any contribution to the train yet. I feel a little useless. The woman was silent for a moment before whispering, go to the wedding first, with him. The train is training you so that you can give back to the train and the conductor someday. You're not yet capable of giving back to the conductor. Study hard in the future, and that's how you can give back to the train even better. Go ahead. The woman watched the boy retreat before lowering her head to collect the textbook on her desk. It was over 70 pages long. It was handwritten by the pig conductor and detailed the crises the train had faced throughout its development, as well as the choices made by Mr. Reckless in desperate circumstances to revive the train. The handwriting was neat. She worked directly with the pig conductor and enjoyed first-class resident treatment. Before the apocalypse, she had a husband and children of her own, but after the apocalypse, both were gone. For a long time, she was in a state of confusion, unsure how she had survived. After a moment, she shook her head, gathered a textbook in her arms, and headed for the dormitory. She lived in the women's dormitory, where her living conditions were much better than before. As a soothing love song slowly began to play outside the train, everyone on board had already gathered around a table, laid out with nuts, bread, cola, steamed buns, and a large plate of mincemeat and vermicelli noodles. The vermicelli noodles were left over from the stew, and the minced meat was made by scooping the meat paste from the buns and stir-frying it with the vermicelli in a large pot, adding a touch of homely flavor. Ladies and gentlemen, said Old Pig, dressed in a white suit, looking rather formal today. His voice, a handheld microphone, carried over the train's external speakers as he stood on the podium, gazing down at the audience below with a smile. Today will be a turning point in human civilization, one that will go down in history. It's more than just a wedding, it's the intersection of civilization and barbarism. Now, please welcome the two newlyweds to the stage. A thunderous applause erupted, and some of the bravest on board even started to cheer loudly. Below the stage, a red carpet stretched across the plain. Flanked by artificial flowers, these iron flowers, crafted from the heart of the machine, added a layered effect. 4 sturdy trusses surrounded the stage. The tops of the trusses were also covered in artificial flowers. These trusses were reassembled from the elevated structure brought back from the mechanical ruins of the ice and snow world. This wedding would undoubtedly have been simple in peacetime, with a host's speech being rather brief and unprofessional. But set in the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly a wedding of the highest order. A wave of applause erupted. Everyone looked toward Car 11 of the Stellar Express, at the end of the red carpet. Zio AI controlled the music, amplifying it even further. Finally, Mijia, in her pristine white wedding dress and veil, her eyes slightly red, emerged from Car 11, holding Shanmaozi, dressed in a suit. She walked down the red carpet, slowly making her way toward the stage under the gaze of everyone present. Behind her, 4 children in formal attire, holding the trains of their wedding gowns, quietly followed the bride. Further behind, 4 flower girls clutched baskets, repeatedly throwing the flowers high into the air. Wow, the roars of the train's inhabitants rose again. Chapter 159. Go to bed, it's getting late. Perhaps seeing that Mang Yi and the guards hadn't bothered to intervene, those on the train who had initially been hesitant to join in the booing, now caught up in the atmosphere, couldn't help but stand up and lean in, joining in the booing. This kid, outside the crowd, Baiozi, perched on the shoulder of Li Shiji's leech mech, gazed with emotion at Shanmaozi, dressed in a suit, on the red carpet. This kid's getting serious. Just look at him, he looks much more elegant. Captain Pig has a lot of elegance too. Li Shiji's voice boomed over the mech speakers. Captain Pig, his belly's about to burst his suit apart. How can you tell he's elegant? As Mijia and Shanmaozi walked down the red carpet to the podium, Old Pig paused, looking at them. When the booing died down, he glanced down at the cards in his palm and then looked back at the two. The newlyweds, Mijia and Shanmaozi. If you are lucky enough to survive until dawn, please sow the seeds of your love after dawn. If you die tonight, do not complain. You will be buried together and a tombstone will be erected, so that people hundreds of years from now will know that humanity, in the apocalypse, braved the cold of the night with love. Now, please accept this doomsday marriage certificate, a symbol of your love. Shanmaozi, his eyes also red, took the certificate with Mijia. The next moment, bang, bang, accompanied by several sounds, the ground explosion balls placed around the red carpet suddenly exploded, and hundreds of colorful balloons floated into the air. Then, hundreds of rockets were fired into the air, exploding continuously, bursting into dazzling light like fireworks. Then, the missile on Car 14, not to be outdone, roared high into the sky. It exploded in the air, and countless orange-red flames erupted in the sky. The music just reached its climax at this moment. The atmosphere at the banquet reached a crescendo at this moment. The marriage certificate in Shanmaozi's hand suddenly exploded into a white speck of light and dissipated, leaving only a small heart symbol on the backs of their hands. Then, let's begin. As the words fell, the train's inhabitants, their eyes reddening and noses weeping, gazed at the glamorous couple on the stage, clapping and cheering. They didn't know what to say, but suddenly felt like crying. Marriage, such a long-lost and unfamiliar word. Memories of a year after the apocalypse flooded back into everyone's minds. The slaves in the other 2 train cars were the most emotionally disturbed. Their eyes, once numb and filled with fear, now filled with tears. Is the apocalypse over? One slave, previously in a daze, turned his gaze from the bowl of stir-fried mincemeat and vermicelli noodles on the table and craned his neck to gaze at the couple on the stage in the distance. But at this moment, the slave at the same table, upon hearing the words "drink now," immediately reached into the bowl and grabbed the bowl of vermicelli noodles mixed with mincemeat, not caring about the heat as he stuffed it into his mouth, devouring it with ravenous gulps. The slave, who had just been overwhelmed by his emotions, suddenly realized his mistake and his face turned pale. Without a second thought, he threw his iron chopsticks aside and also began to grab the food. Clearly, the apocalypse wasn't over yet. That's great. At the table closest to the stage, the conductor of the Love Only One Person train looked at the translucent panel that popped up in front of him with a complicated expression. Shay Plain Regional Report. Congratulations to the Star Train for becoming the first train on the Shay Plain to host a wedding for a survivor. In the polar night, only love and courage can bring dawn. Just as he was about to say something, he turned his head and looked at the banquet scene, his face suddenly darkening. The slaves on the Star Train gathered around the table, eating vermicelli with chopsticks, while the slaves on the other two trains started snatching the food with their hands, looking like bandits. He felt embarrassed, but he kept silent. He couldn't send his thugs to beat up the slaves right now. It wasn't the right time for such a big day. He simply looked at Chen Mang with a hint of embarrassment and said, "Excuse me, brother. These people down there are usually poorly disciplined." "No problem." Chen Mang didn't mind. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. This had a very good effect, like giving his train's residents another political lesson. Meanwhile, Shan Maozi and Mijia had already approached with glasses of wine to toast. "All right." Chen Mang stood up, took the beer from Mijia, and after a gulp, he looked at Shan Maozi and said with a smile, "Has Old Pig arranged everything for you, such as housing?" "Everything has been arranged." Shan Maozi's eyes welled up, and his voice trembled as he said, "Master Mang, all right, go down and rest. No need to say anything more." "Yes, ahem." At the banquet, a man who had just picked up a piece of vermicelli with chopsticks and was about to stuff it into his mouth suddenly noticed the slaves at the nearby table who were wolfing it down with their hands. He coughed lightly, then slowly picked up the vermicelli and put it into his mouth. Several other train residents who had originally planned to feast on the food also noticed this scene and tacitly made their eating movements appear more elegant. "Looking at the way they look, I guess they haven't eaten anything good. Indeed, look at how pale and skinny they are. I guess the bread they eat is at most moldy, and it won't improve their physical fitness at all. More than that, I guess they can't even eat enough bread. Doesn't their train conductor not even give the slaves a full meal? Poor thing." "You said those women are not your Master Mang's women." The leader of the thugs on the train, who only loves one person, stood beside Baozi and looked at the table of women who were all dressed quite beautifully and had sweet voices. He said in disbelief, "These women are dressed so beautifully? They are not your Master Mang's women, but just meat sellers." "Are you so happy selling meat? High salary. Why are you unhappy? There are not many people on the train who earn more than them." Baozi rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Master Mang's women are much better looking than them. Did the two sitting over there see that they are Master Mang's women? High salary." The man froze in his place, his head tilted to look at the sallow, withered women among his train slaves. Every train had a small number of women and men dedicated to this stress-relieving activity, but the women on his train all looked dazed and numb, not as energetic as these women. He hadn't played with them in a long time. Their faces were lifeless, like corpses, a real dampener. They didn't have the energy of those women, and there were a few minor celebrities among them. As for Mang Yi's two women, Ji Shuchuan and Yao, how could he not recognize them? They were both top-tier actresses before the apocalypse. "What if?" The man glanced around, gnashing his teeth as he whispered, "If we rebel, will your Master Mang accept us?" "Of course not." Baozi shook his head, unable to suppress a grin. "Don't even think about it. It's impossible. You think anyone can join the Star Train? It's all about luck. Besides, you guys keep rebelling. Master Mang wouldn't trust you, would he?" "I was just saying that. Don't take it seriously." The man looked at the women and the docked Star Train with a touch of envy and jealousy. Women he couldn't even have sex with, yet on the Star Train, he was only playing with slaves? Both were thugs, so how could there be such a huge gap? The banquet quickly ended. This doomsday wedding also came to an end. The other two train captains reluctantly said goodbye to Chen Mang before returning to their own trains, taking their slaves and thugs back the way they'd come. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they couldn't help but feel that their slaves and thugs were looking at them strangely. Those two poor kids, Erden, standing still, sighed as he looked at the two trains driving away. "I hope there won't be any riots. I didn't bring anyone with me when I got off, not even my thugs, and these two idiots even brought slaves with them. It's just that you don't have any other thoughts, otherwise, these two people feel like they'll have a hard time leaving here alive today. You don't even have to do anything, brother. Just one promise, and the people under these two will probably rush up and kill them. What are your plans next?" Chen Mang stood still with his cane, his head tilted to the setting sun. I'm taking the whole day off tomorrow and planning to go to the zombie basin in the yellow zone. Do you want to come with me? Okay, Erden couldn't help but laugh. I've been waiting for you to say that, brother. Going with you makes me feel like the yellow zone isn't that scary. Alright, Chen Mang waved his hand unhappily. Do you have anything else to do? If not, let's rest here tonight and go to the zombie basin together tomorrow. No problem. After the wedding, the scene was in ruins. The trusses needed to be dismantled and sent back to the Mecha R&D Center. The artificial flowers, chopsticks, and iron tables needed to be collected and fed to the earth core furnace, which would also help him recover some lost revenue. But he didn't need to worry about these things. Lao Tzu would arrange for someone to do them. Chen Mang didn't linger for long, but instead headed towards the train compartment to inspect the weddings hall. The sky quickly darkened. No trash had been left at the scene, all had been dumped into the earth core furnace, a useful tool for cleaning up trash. All the train occupants had returned to their compartments, but the thought of the daytime wedding left them feeling a bit unsatisfied. In guard car number 7, a refrigerator sat. This refrigerator was the wedding room Lao Tzu had prepared for Mijia and Shan Maozi. In the center, a large bed made from 3 single beds joined together was placed. Next to it were simple furniture like a refrigerator, tables, chairs, and benches. Mijia, with tears in his eyes, Shan Maozi picked up Mijia and walked to the bed. And put Mijia on the bed. He supported his arms on the bed and looked at Mijia in his arms. His eyes were hot and excited and he whispered, "We are finally getting married, and it's in the end of the world." Mijia, who was lying on the bed, felt a hormonal breath of Shan Maozi rushing into the depths of her mind. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes dodged and she struggled slightly in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I'll take off my wedding dress first." No. Shan Maozi looked at Mijia in his arms, took out a handful of red heart nuts from his arms and stuffed them all into his mouth without saying a word. Then he grinned. "This time, try again to see if I can do it." 30 minutes later. With beads of sweat on her nose, Mijia lay in Shan Maozi's arms. His fingertips gently circled her chest as he whispered, "Does it feel better in a wedding dress?" "Yeah, well, you say, would you buy more red heart nuts next time?" "What do you mean?" Shan Maozi immediately turned over and pinned Mijia down, tickling her armpits all over. He feigned anger. "Do you look down on me?" No. Mijia, her scheme successful, giggled and dodged Shan Maozi's tickling attacks. After a while of playful play, the two finally settled down. Mijia leaned happily in Shan Maozi's arms, her eyes half-dazed, imagining her future life. "Let's earn more star coupons and buy some pots and pans. I'll cook for you here. Stir-frying the meat sauce and the steamed buns separately will make it more flavorful and much tastier. If we have kids, we can even buy them a crib." Shan Maozi said, a silly smile. "Lynx cat, when you go out on missions next time, be sure to pay more attention to your safety. Don't get yourself killed, okay?" After a long silence, the cat spoke softly. Go to sleep. It's getting late." Inside the star, Chen Mang glanced at the train panel. The zone announcement from the day had added another 20 reputation points to his renown. Add to that the 500 inheritance points and 20 reputation points he'd earned from the successful wedding. He now had a total of 120 reputation points and 600 inheritance points. He hadn't figured out a use for the reputation points yet, but he had a plan for the 600 inheritance points. He immediately said softly, "Zio AI, send Doba and Mundo over." Yes, every time Mundo was called, Doba had to be called along. If Mundo didn't understand something, Doba would have to translate. While waiting for Mundo, Chen Mang glanced at 3 items on the table, a green-grade blueprint, a card, and a badge. This was a gift from Erden and the 2 train attendees who came to the banquet today. Honestly, it was quite unexpected. He hadn't expected them to even give him a gift. It made him feel a bit embarrassed. Before they left, they gave each of them a set of high-quality custom-made clothes as a return gift. The weather's getting cold, so it could be useful. During this period, the central air conditioning in the train was basically on all day, and the oxygen machine and other accessories were also basically on all day. Chapter 160 Zio AI, let Ji Chuchu come over. What naturally intrigued him most was the special item badge. Special item, Brave Badge. Item effect, wearing this badge will calm your fears and fill you with courage in desperate situations. Chen Mang fiddled with the badge for a moment, silent. It wasn't as good as his salted fish headband, a special item that allowed him to breathe underwater for 10 minutes. He couldn't think of any situation where he would need it. Desperate situation? He always maintained a positive attitude in desperate situations. He'd save it to reward his subordinates later. As for the card, it surprised him quite a bit. Special item, laboratory access card. Item effect, when in the geocentric nuclear bomb adventure map, this card can be used to open the door to a laboratory within the map. It was also a special item, though he definitely wouldn't need it anytime soon. He had never heard of an adventure map called geocentric nuclear bomb. But it was a valuable item nonetheless. If he ever encountered it somewhere in the future, it could bring him more opportunities. It was just the name, geocentric nuclear bomb. What's the point of throwing a nuclear bomb on the ground? With nothing else to do, what are you supposed to do? In the end, it was the train conductor, who only loved the one-person train, who gave him a blueprint that pleased him quite a bit. A tea production line. Great. Another beverage option on the train. He immediately consumed 11,000 units of iron ore to craft this accessory, granting 2 supermetal effects. Upgrading this accessory didn't change anything. Tea production line level 5 supermetal effect, stops phlegm. Tea production line level 10 supermetal effect, long-term use slightly increases mental strength. Great. Chen Mang couldn't help but laugh. This guy had given him a real treat. This was the first food on the train that could increase mental strength. Piloting the leech mech required considerable mental strength, and currently, only Li Shiji could reach that level. But Li Shiji was a logistics officer, not particularly gifted in combat. He'd have to hand over the subsequent mechas to someone else. He remembered that the captain of Team 3 had a spiritual power of 13.9, barely within striking distance of the 14.0 minimum required to pilot a leech. With a map designed by T-Leaf and Li Shiji, they'd soon reach that requirement. This guy was truly generous. He wondered if he'd still give it to him now that he knew the level 10 supermodel effect of this accessory increased spiritual power. Oh, he probably would. After all, that guy probably didn't have 7 Murphy stones, and who knew he didn't even have the leech mech blueprints? He might not even have Red Heart Rock. He'd been in the Sand River Plains for so long, and he hadn't even seen a single Red Heart Rock mine. This kid. How could he be a level 6 train, yet still look so pathetic? Just then, Doba and Mondo arrived outside the train and knocked on the door. Come in. Chen Mang tilted his head to look at Mondo. Open your heritage value store so I can take a look. Mondo's expression was serious, his eyes cold. Foolish human, congratulations on meeting the mysterious, elusive, and great black marketeer. You can stop. Chen Mang looked at Mondo with a stern expression. Can we skip the dialogue? Mondo, suddenly realizing what was happening, instinctively took a step back and whispered behind Doba, okay, great human prophet. Please forgive me, Doba hurriedly explained, he has only partially regained his intelligence. The programming in his brain is somewhat ingrained. Chen Mang waved his hand without saying anything else, simply gazing at the heritage value store floating before him and casually said, it's okay, change the prefix of your name, great human prophet, to me from now on. Don't you find that awkward? Just call me Master Mang or train conductor. Remember that. Remember, Master Mang. In the heritage value store before him, in addition to the 4 items from last time, 6 more valuable items appeared. 1. Random blue-grade accessory blueprint, 400 heritage value points. 2. You can select any one of the 5 options, defense, attack, life, speed, miscellaneous, to receive a random blue-grade accessory blueprint, 600 inheritance points. 3. Special item job change order, 500 inheritance points. 4. Doomsday marriage certificate, 300 inheritance points. 5. Special item B-level difficulty free pass, 500 inheritance points. 6. Special accessory desert oasis, 500 inheritance points. Chen Mang stared at the 6 options in silence, expressionless for a long time. Normally, a choice must be made within 1 minute. No one will be allowed after the time limit. Of course, this restriction didn't apply to him. Although the panel would disappear after 1 minute, it could be restored later. He finally understood why people bought and sold children. For example, the children Erden brought back from the abandoned train. Those children hadn't been granted train member status on the original train, meaning their inheritance points hadn't been transferred to that train, allowing Erden to take advantage of this opportunity. The train was originally intended to be sold to these children, effectively selling them directly for inheritance points. Truly, the inheritance point shop was filled with good stuff. He wanted every one of the 6. He'd never seen a special item, the job change order. Normally, a train would start changing jobs to a flesh train or a mechanical train when it was upgraded from level 3 to level 4, but with this item, even a level 6 mechanical train could be upgraded to a level 6 flesh train by consuming it. It was like giving him another chance to choose. He had no use for it, but if he sold it, it would definitely fetch a hefty price. After all, a flesh train with S-level potential could become a mechanical train with S-level potential after using this item. It was like taking a shortcut. The job change quest for a mechanical train was much more difficult than that for a flesh train. Of course, even a flesh train with S-rank potential is difficult to achieve. He actually wanted that Doomsday marriage certificate, too. If he could find another couple truly in love, it would be equivalent to a net profit of 200 inheritance points. The downside was that the inventory had to be held for a long time. In the apocalypse, finding a couple recognized by the Doomsday marriage certificate was no easy feat. Before the apocalypse, in that peaceful environment, business was all about liquidity. Small profits didn't matter, try not to hold inventory for too long. Once the inventory was circulated, it was even better to not hold it at all. Even more so after the apocalypse. If you can become stronger, do it quickly. Who knows what will happen if you hold on to it too long. Special accessory Desert Oasis. This is an extremely special accessory, with no rank. Trains equipped with this accessory will be more likely to encounter entities like black market traders. How should he choose? After a long silence, Chen Mang finally made his choice and looked at Mundo. Give me 60 white-grade accessory blueprints, no need for all the bells and whistles. Just buy him 120 supermodel effects. Even if 100 of these 120 supermodel effects were useless, there were still 20 that could be used. Isn't this far more cost-effective than any other accessory? With unlimited upgrades at level 0, the more white blueprints he had, the better. The upgrade cost was low, and he'd get 2 supermodel effects. Could anything be more cost-effective? However, a maximum of 5 white-grade accessory blueprints could be exchanged. Chen Mang sighed softly and immediately chose to spend 50 inheritance points to exchange for 5 white-grade accessory blueprints. After a moment's thought, he spent another 500 inheritance points to exchange for the special accessory, the Desert Oasis. He had 50 inheritance points left, so he'd save them for later. After waving his hand to signal Doba and the others to leave, he looked up at the control panel screen. On the three-dimensional image of the train, a small, cute foxtail grass suddenly appeared on the train's bow. This was the special accessory he had chosen. It required no materials to craft and could not be upgraded. It had only one effect on the panel: it would attract more special passengers. That's alright, Chen Mang undressed and headed for his bed, ready to rest. It would be nice to encounter a few more special passengers like the black market traders, preferably goblins. Then, Doba could trick them away and become a resident of the train once again. Chen Mang said softly, lying in bed, thinking of today's wedding. After a moment's silence, he casually grabbed a red heart nut and stuffed it into his mouth. Zio AI, ask Ji Chuchu to come over, and ask her to have a custom wedding dress made for her when she passes production line 4. It's got to be high quality. Yes, Master Mang. Ji Chuchu, wearing a wedding dress and veil, knelt obediently beside Chen Mang's bed inside the train. Chen Mang glanced at Ji Chuchu and turned on the screen to play the variety show she had appeared on again. After a long while, he patted the bed. Get in. The night breeze whipped through the train, shaking the bed. The stars in the sky twinkled, like drowsy workers forced out of bed. Daybreak had arrived. Chen Mang stretched, feeling refreshed as he washed up and began to review last night's train log. It had been another peaceful night. There were a few more monsters last night, including a group of zombie wolves attacking. One of them was level 5, and their deaths were quite tragic, barely causing any trouble. It was time to get ready for the journey to the Yellow Zone, the zombie basin. He sat at the control console, looking at the 5 random white accessory blueprints he had redeemed from the heritage shop yesterday. One of them particularly pleased him, a cigarette production line. With this accessory, cigarettes on the train were finally no longer a non-renewable resource, and local shops would finally have enough stock. Many residents were eager to buy cigarettes with stellar vouchers. It wasn't that he was a heavy smoker. Rather, after work, lighting up a cigarette made him feel like a worker off duty in peacetime, rather than a slave in the apocalypse. He had consumed 22,500 units of iron ore to upgrade all 5 white accessories to level 10, gaining 10 supermetal effects in one go. Besides the cigarette production line, the remaining 4 white accessories are rice noodle roll production line, single-player game console production line, coffee production line, and pork trotter rice production line. Very good. Chen Mang was quite satisfied with all 5 accessories. They all improved the quality of life. It was just a little late, otherwise the style of yesterday's wedding would have been much higher. The pork trotter rice was especially special. He had a special fondness for it. In the previous world, it had given him the motivation to keep going late into the night. Also included was the single-player game console production line. Residents now have more entertainment activities, and this item can also be placed in the store. The coffee production line and pork trotter rice production line both have no supermetal effects. The remaining accessories do have supermetal effects. Single-player game console production line level 5 supermetal effect, more game categories. Single-player game console production line level 10 supermetal effect, online play. Rice noodle roll production line level 5 supermetal effect, choose between egg powder, meat powder, and crab powder. Rice noodle roll production line level 10 supermetal effect, none. Cigarette production line level 5 supermetal effect, choose between ordinary tobacco leaves, high-end tobacco leaves, and precious tobacco leaves. Cigarette production line level 10 supermetal effect, has a certain analgesic effect. Chen Mang let out a long sigh from his chair at the control panel, stretched lazily, and then jumped out of the chair to stretch his body. He was quite satisfied with these accessories. His quality of life had improved significantly. Finally, he didn't have to eat the damn ravaged ammo anymore. After eating it for over 2 months, the very sight of ravaged ammo gave him a headache. He'd kill a chicken and cook him a little later. He actually wanted fish, but fish were hard to come by, and there were none in the breeding carriage. He immediately looked over to Zia Fang, who was holding a plate of hot ravaged ammo. Go to Carrefour and bring me a full bowl of rice noodle rolls, never mind, 3 servings, meat powder, egg powder, and crab roe. Take all the cigarettes from this car and take them to the residence store. If you run out of cigarettes, go to the cigarette production line in Carrefour and get some premium tobacco leaves, and make me some tea. The parts were all white, inexpensive to produce, practically cheap. If the train were still at level 1 or 2, it might have been a bit of a burden, and he wouldn't have used up the iron ore to build these things that improved his quality of life. But for him now, it's no exaggeration to say it's just a drizzle. The train's daily fixed expenses alone are already quite a hefty sum, including food for all the residents, oxygen concentrators, central air conditioning, and components for the constantly active enemy radar and resource detection radar. And as for the ordinary tobacco leaves, making a pack of cigarettes only requires 1 unit of iron ore. At that price, he's ready to become the tobacco king. Chapter 161 Is the profit so high? Before you leave, let me sell you some cigarettes. Chen Mang glanced at the train radio and immediately posed the message in the chat box. Star Train, selling various daily necessities, including cigarettes, tea, rice noodle rolls, pork trotter rice, coffee, and more. No need to meet up, prices are low, and transactions can be made remotely via private chat. Offer ends today at noon. No waits after the expiration date. Almost as soon as the message was pinned to the top, 2 people started chatting privately. In the past, everyone had similar supplies like bread and ravaged ammo on the train, so the desire to buy them wasn't very strong. But the daily necessities he was selling now weren't available on many trains. Even if he couldn't buy a lot, it was still okay to buy a little for personal enjoyment. At the gathering in the Teeling Wasteland, the general market price was 200 units of iron ore per cigarette, equivalent to 20 units of iron ore per pack. Of course, the price would be higher on the Shay Plain. After all, the price of a product, besides its inherent value, is largely determined by the local consumption level. People in the white area didn't have much iron ore. The cigarettes could only be sold at this price. But on the Shay Plain, people have a little more money, so prices can be a bit higher. Chen Mang glanced at the train radio. In just a short while, 7 or 8 people had already inquired. Besides the scarcity and allure of his product, remote transactions also played a big role. Few people would take the train out just to buy a pack of cigarettes. But remote transactions were much faster. Without checking the messages, he handed full control of the train radio to Zio AI. Zio AI became a professional customer service representative, confirming needs, negotiating prices, and then began to control the production of parts for production line 4. He had the goods delivered to him in the train room, and then Zio AI would place the items on the scale to conduct remote transactions. It was quite busy. What a shame, Chen Mang looked at the well-organized Zio AI with some regret. If it were peacetime, with a helper like you, I'd open a customer service outsourcing company. I wonder how much money I'd make. Forget about a 3-minute response rate, just a 3-second response rate. He'd worked in e-commerce for a while in the previous world. In the early stages, he couldn't afford customer service, so he worked part-time. The 3-minute response rate nearly drove him to mental breakdown. Chen Mang no longer cared about the transaction, leaving it entirely to Zio AI. He got off the train. After setting up tables and chairs on the plane, he asked Zio Feng to get a few more meals and invited Erdman to join him for breakfast. It depends on what flavor you prefer, Chen Mang smiled, picking up a handful of crab roe with his chopsticks and shoving it into his mouth. The aroma of sour beans and chopped peppers mixed with the rice noodle rolls instantly invaded his taste buds, and he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it tastes okay. Try it, so extravagant, Erdman rubbed his hands excitedly. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and looked at the 3 rice noodle rolls in front of him and devoured them. Brother, I see your message is pinned to the top of the chat box on the train radio. Isn't this also the supermodel effect of the train radio? Yeah, Chen Mang ate quickly, not wasting any of the 3 rice noodle rolls. After he finished all 3, he sipped his hot tea with satisfaction, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook out a cigarette, and said with a smile, "Sometimes it's quite useful. You can try it later when you upgrade. Try it. These are cigarettes made from rare tobacco leaves. I sell ordinary tobacco leaves on the train radio. Rare tobacco leaves, 100 units of iron ore per pack. Cigarettes are consumables, and non-essential ones at that, so the price is indeed very high. But for one person, it's not a problem, he can afford it." Erdman quickly put down his chopsticks, lit up, and gave a thumbs up. Soft, tisk. Chen Mang smiled a bit unpleasantly and shook his head without saying anything else. He just sat in his chair and looked at Zhang Damyi, who was in the distance, fighting monsters in her mecha. It was nice to have someone to talk to. But speaking of it, Zhang Damyi has been getting more and more arrogant recently. Those wandering zombies were at least 1,000 meters away from the train. Judging from their route, it didn't look like they could reach the train. Zhang Damyi rushed over and killed them. Even if the executioner mecha didn't consume much energy, a level 2 energy stone could last for 100 hours at full power. But it couldn't be wasted like that. This kid, without managing the household, didn't know how expensive food and daily necessities are. It was noon. The train radio hadn't sounded for a long time, and basically everyone who wanted to buy had already bought it. Gross profit: 168,800 units of iron ore. Cost: 4,920 units. Zio AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. Is the profit that high? Chen Mang smacked his lips. He needed 10 units of iron ore to produce a single cigarette, and he was selling it for 400 units. Honestly, at only 400 units per cigarette, he felt quite conscientious. That's only a 40-fold profit. He'd toiled so long to acquire the tobacco production line blueprints, so a little profit wouldn't be a problem, right? Not bad, he smiled, taking a sip of the hot tea beside him. Without further delay, he immediately took control of the train cabin and headed towards the Kunlun Mountains. The goal: cross the Kunlun Mountains and reach the Yellow Zone, the zombie basin. The Kanglong train was hot on their heels. They were going to travel together, testing the waters of the Kunlun Mountains to see what the Yellow Zone was like. And the zombie basin? Had they heard that even a level 7 mechanical zombie king met a tragic end at its hands? Change of plan. Inside the Kunlun Mountains, Chen Mang gazed at a large, green moth fluttering in the sky and immediately abandoned his plans to head to the zombie basin tonight. The enemy radar revealed the monster to be none other than the level 5 green dragon boss. He immediately switched to his bunny cloud wheel and rapidly approached through midair. Killing the green dragon would reveal the deep sea shield accessory, allowing him to enter the underwater maze and retrieve the Murphy stone. Then, leaving would be a complete departure from the Sand River Plains. He had practically given up. After all, the green dragon was so rare and lacked a fixed territory, making it difficult to track down. He had already consoled himself with a saying, How can life be without regrets? But before he set out, a miracle occurred. It was heaven's blessing. You've been so kind to me, old man. I wish you a long life. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the swiftly fleeing green dragon on the radar screen. He couldn't help but laugh. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it effortlessly. No. Hey. Wait for me, damn it. Erden, eyes filled with disbelief, sat in the train compartment, gazing at the robotic arm rapidly replacing a wheel and the star, which had vanished from radar range. He couldn't help but frantically exclaim. How could the person he had finally found so easily just disappear? The robotic arm, a yellow-grade accessory, was incredibly rare. Of all the trains he'd seen, he was the only one with it, having found it from some adventure map, and he was always proud of it. Others took over 10 minutes to replace a wheel. He could do it in just a minute, and he didn't even need a slave to get off the train to do it. He could just sit in the train compartment and let the robotic arm do it. But how the hell did the star take off from the spot? 1 second, it was zipping around the Kunlun Mountains using its spider legs, just like him, and the next, they suddenly retracted and switched to bunny cloud wheels? He didn't even see any mechanical arms extend. What kind of supermetal effect is this accessory? A minute later, the bunny cloud was finally successfully replaced, and the Kanglong train finally took off again. However, Erden stared expressionlessly at the empty enemy radar, his sword drawn and his heart trembling. Where was his big brother? Who could tell him where his big brother had gone? Besides, that green dragon wasn't a pack monster, it was extremely rare. He had killed it at great expense, but he had learned of a green dragon in the Kunlun Mountains at the cost of a lot of money. He had searched for days before finding it. And yet, today, he watched helplessly as the star train did nothing. A green dragon flew past defiantly, as if afraid of missing it. Pure luck. Just then, Chen Mang's voice came from the train radio. I'm going to kill this green dragon and return to the Sand River Plain to explore the underwater maze. Are you coming with me? I'll wait for you here. Erden finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Chen Mang's voice. Not bad, at least his big brother didn't mean to abandon him. That green dragon was faster. But the star train was even faster. The Doomsday cannon has successfully locked onto it and is ready to fire at any moment. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly, his thumb resting on the red button atop the joystick, hesitant to press it. The green dragon in his field of vision flapped its wings constantly, occasionally turning and hovering in mid-air to glance at him. It seemed like a challenge, but also like a plea for mercy? A plea for mercy? No, it didn't seem like a plea, more like a guide. Could it be? Chen Mang thought of the dogtail grass outside his train. According to Erden, while green dragons weren't high-ranking, they lacked a fixed territory and were extremely secretive. So, if he was incredibly lucky to have encountered this green dragon, there was only one answer: this green dragon was a special passenger. A passenger. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he lifted his thumb from the red button, choosing not to fire. He preferred to fly behind the green dragon for a while to see if it had any intention of leading the way. He wanted to see where it could take him. But it was flying in this direction, circling in the air before returning to the Sand River Plain. An hour later, the green dragon descended from the sky, landing on the edge of a lake. This was exactly the coordinates of the underwater maze Erden had sent him. Erden, Chen Mang picked up the train radio and whispered, when you killed that green dragon, it stopped and looked at you whenever it could fly. It was like a provocation, wasn't it? Erden's voice soon rang out from the other end of the intercom. I saw it. How could I let it get away with it? After closing the distance, a volley of doomsday cannon fire took it down easily. Chen Mang silently ended his conversation with Erden. If nothing unexpected happened, this enigmatic green dragon was truly a mysterious passenger, similar to a black market merchant, except that unlike black market merchants, it wasn't invulnerable. It was more like. Just then, a few lines of text appeared on the control panel. Doomsday encounter, Hell Green Dragon. The Hell Green Dragon's whereabouts are unpredictable, and any train could encounter it. It's a monster that can resurrect endlessly. Because it swallowed the original image of the Deep Sea Shield accessory before dying, the only way to obtain the Deep Sea Shield is to kill the Hell Green Dragon. It's already dead. Only a broken soul controls its long rotten body. Its only wish is to return to its roots. Successfully sending it home will bring a sizable reward. Is this foxtail grass really that effective? Chen Mang glanced at the words on the console screen, then at the green fluttering moth crouching quietly by the lake, spewing out a blue accessory blueprint, its eyes vacant and dazed as it gazed at him. It's called a green dragon, but it looks more like the western dragons of his previous world, or perhaps a larger fluttering moth. Soon, Zhang Damyi took control of the mech, jumped off the train, and, slinging her great axe across her back, cautiously approached the green dragon, intending to retrieve the blue accessory blueprint it had spewed out. Powerful magnets can only absorb items dropped by monsters. This blueprint wasn't dropped by the monster upon its death, but rather spewed out by the monster itself. Therefore, it can't be picked up. Someone must be sent down to retrieve it. Everything went smoothly. When Zhang Damyi approached, the green dragon merely took a few steps back, making no dangerous moves. The deep-sea shield, a blue-grade blueprint, was retrieved with remarkable ease. Immediately, the green dragon flapped its wings and landed on the train's bow, as if awaiting something. The next moment, a pale blue energy shield enveloped the entire star train, protecting it from water pressure and waterproofing. Although they had no communication, Chen Mang understood the green dragon's intentions. He immediately crafted a propeller, upgrading it to level 10. Then, propelled by level 6 auxiliary universal wheels, the star train slowly approached the lake's edge and dove headfirst into the water. The propeller, acting as a wheel, began to spin rapidly, propelling the star train deeper into the lake. Meanwhile, the green dragon remained quietly resting on the train's roof, making no unnecessary movements. The energy shield held back the water, preventing the dragon from soaking. Train, monster. At this time and in this environment, they get along quite harmoniously. Chapter 162 Original picture of accessories? Period. It wasn't a three-dimensional image, nor was it displayed on a radar screen, but a clear, direct image, as vivid as a television screen. Chen Mang looked at the green dragon lying quietly on the train's head, his expression gradually becoming strange. This thing can swim? Your home is under the sea, and you can swim? No wonder you can't get home. So when the green dragon kept looking back in front of the Kanglong train, it wasn't really a provocation. It was really just leading the way, hoping that the Kanglong train would take it home. But Erden clearly took it as a provocation. Flying around and looking back repeatedly, wasn't that a clear sign of disdain? It's just, Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in his heart. According to Erden, green dragons are creatures that roam freely in various areas. In all their time in the Kunlun Mountains, Erden himself had only seen a green dragon once, and no green dragon had ever been to Kunlun Mountains before. But since the green dragon's home was in the underwater maze, it should have been circling this area. Wait? Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly. He had a vague idea of what was going on. The dashboard indicated that the monster had long since died, its tattered soul controlling its decaying body, allowing it to constantly resurrect. So, if nothing unexpected happened, the green dragon must have been trying to find a way home each time it died. But its resurrection location wasn't fixed. It kept resurrecting in random places. This planet was much larger than the one in his previous world, which made it very likely that after the first year of the apocalypse, it had never reached the Sand River Plain. The distance was too great, and it was easy to be killed along the way. Finally, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, over a year after the apocalypse, it finally reached the Kunlun Mountains and began its journey home. But then, the Kanglong, having gotten the news from nowhere, attacked and sent it away again. It resurrected once more in some remote corner. This time, perhaps, she was lucky. The resurrection location wasn't too far from the Kunlun Mountains, so it didn't take too long. And she happened to have the incredible fortune of meeting him, which made her journey a success. Had it been anyone else, the poor green dragon would likely have embarked on a new journey to find her home. At the bottom of the lake, the light was dim. The train's main engine provided a powerful assist, while Zhao steered the star train towards the coordinates provided by Erden. The green dragon remained motionless after entering the water. Clearly, without Erden's coordinates, he would have had to search the lakebed for a long time before finding the adventure map of the underwater maze. Chen Mang sat in a chair, quickly and briefly recording everything that had just happened. This was another story worthy of inclusion in textbooks. With his keen insight, he once again led the star train on such a journey. After about 10 minutes, The Star Train finally reached the bottom of the lake. Directly in front of the Star Train, a magnificent golden palace sat in the center of the lake, exuding a rich, dilapidated sense of history. A straight road led to the palace entrance. At the end of the road was a massive circular archway. Even a train twice as large could easily enter. Markings were painted on the ground to guide the way. And a few white characters floated above the palace entrance. Undersea maze, it looked somewhat similar to a regional boundary, only not quite as large. Is this the underwater maze? Chen Mang surveyed everything with curiosity. He steered the train slowly onto the road and continued along it into the palace. As the train approached the archway, it automatically opened, just as Ji Chuchu had opened it last night. Entering the palace, a vast plaza greeted the view, its ceilings soaring over 10 meters. From the outside, the palace, while large, was clearly not over a dozen meters high. Clearly, some kind of space folding technology, similar to a space gate, was employed. Furthermore, there wasn't a drop of water inside the palace. It was quite dry, and the oxygen was plentiful. Then, a line of words appeared on the train control panel screen. Conductor, please disembark and choose your own maze difficulty. Chen Mang opened a drawer and pulled out a long unused special item, the salted fish headband. He donned it, then pulled his exoskeleton armor over his clothes. He then gathered his cane and Tamron assault rifle loaded with level 6 ammunition before hopping off the train. Strange. This was the first adventure map he'd encountered where the train conductor had to disembark. Without more stuff, he felt completely insecure. There was a level 5 boss crouching on the train's bow. While it seemed perfectly docile and non-aggressive for now, who knew what might happen next? If it attacked him, he'd be in trouble. And that included the salted fish headband, a special item he'd always considered embarrassing. It allowed him to breathe underwater for 10 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. While there was oxygen inside the palace, it was at the bottom of a lake, so it could be used in the event of a serious emergency. The palace was immense. Inside, his Star Train seemed inconspicuous, and he himself even more so. Standing beside the train, Chen Mang glanced up at the green dragon crouching on the roof and placed his index finger on the trigger of his rifle, ensuring he could react instantly. He also wore white gloves, special items that temporarily enhanced his physical fitness. He even donned a badge he'd considered useless. The next moment, 5 massive light screens suddenly appeared in the center of the palace, and above them, an even larger screen. Welcome, Captain of the Star Train. The underwater maze is located in the Green Zone, the Sand River Plain. For trains in the Green Zone, the underwater maze isn't easily accessible, yet a constant stream of captains continue to explore it, employing various methods. Human civilization is like a centipede, mortal, yet it persists. Perhaps one day, your planet will be destroyed. But I believe that the shattered human civilization will transform into a sky filled with stars, finding a suitable planet to inhabit in the depths of the universe. Please select your maze difficulty. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Chen Mang stared at the panel expressionlessly. Would it speak? What did it mean to be dead but not stiff? However, he didn't care about this for the time being. Instead, he looked at the 5 mazes of different difficulties. S-level difficulty maze. Your consciousness will descend into the body of a robot and appear on a random train. The conductor of that train will carefully arrange a static maze for you. If you reach the destination within half an hour, you will have successfully passed the level. PS, the accessories and armed personnel on this train cannot attack you, and you cannot attack any accessories or personnel on this armed train. The train auxiliary AI on your train will be attached to the robot, giving you extraordinary thinking. The robot has the running speed of an adult male, and the number of carriages on this train is limited to a maximum of 18. Reward: 30 Murphy Stones, A-level difficulty maze. You will then fall into deep sleep and enter 99 levels of dreams. If you awaken within 24 hours, you will have successfully completed the level. B-level difficulty maze. C-level difficulty maze. D-level difficulty maze. Chen Mang's attention was focused on the S-level difficulty maze. This S-level maze hadn't disappeared. It was the quest Erden had chosen last time he entered, but unfortunately, he had failed. What a shame, he shook his head with some regret. It was a pity he wasn't the first one in. Otherwise, according to his experience in the Goblin Ruins, as the first one to enter, completing a quest wouldn't have disappeared. He could have entered again and completed it before it disappeared. It was like completing it twice. No, Perhaps there was some other restriction that didn't allow for completing it twice. Otherwise, back in the Goblin Ruins, there should have been a quest that disappeared that couldn't be selected. After all, the owner of the Goblin Ruins key could easily complete a quest they had already completed. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the S-level quest, glancing briefly at the remaining 4 quests. Just like Erden that day, he was quite confident. Li Shiji couldn't help him with this mission, he had to rely on himself and the AI. He didn't know much about mazes, but he knew a lot about other trains. He didn't believe anyone could create a maze like his on a train. If such a master really existed, he'd accept it. But the train's space was limited. Without a special gate, the space was almost fixed. A level 3 train didn't have any special components, so how could they design a complex maze? Even Li Shiji, without a level 10 refrigerator, how could you ask him to design a maze? Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. After he successfully made his choice, the 5 light curtains above the palace slowly dissipated and merged into a single light curtain. The Star Train captain successfully selected the S-level difficulty maze. The search for the corresponding train failed, no trains were currently available. The one-time special item, the consciousness transmitter, was issued. When a train capable of landing is found, the consciousness transmitter will emit a piercing alarm and flash red. Pressing the button on the consciousness transmitter within an hour will allow you to transfer your consciousness into the robot, regardless of your location, and officially begin the S-level maze. The light curtain slowly shattered, and a walkie-talkie formed in the air. As the lines solidified, the walkie-talkie also materialized, landing in Chen Mang's hands. 30 Murphy stones, not bad, Chen Mang smiled, weighing the walkie-talkie in his hand. He had finally completed his mission and left the Shay plane perfectly, without a single regret. Now he just had to wait for someone to come along. When someone chose the S-level mechanical train job change quest, he would appear on their train, just like Erden. Success would earn him 30 Murphy stones, a significant sum. Killing the level 7 mechanical zombie king had only yielded 10 Murphy stones. This S-level quest was essentially only possible by reaching this point, so for any train conductor, it was like picking up 30 Murphy stones for free. This opportunity was a formidable one. The underwater maze might only exist in this area, but there were likely many other adventure maps with similar quests. The next step was to wait. There was no rush for this. He threw the intercom into the train and glanced at the green dragon crouching at the front of the train. Just as he was about to say something, he saw its flesh had begun to rapidly decay. No blood was visible. The rapidly decaying flesh turned to dust, scattering in the air. Then, the dragon staggered to its feet from the front of the train, then fell heavily to the ground in the center of the palace. In less than half a minute, the dragon was completely reduced to dust, scattering in the air. At the same time, the square suddenly began to tremble slowly, and then the center suddenly gave way, revealing a pitch-black hole. Inside was a stone staircase. Dim oil lamps hung on either side of the wall. The hole wasn't too large. People could enter, but armor and trains couldn't. Beneath this cave entrance should be the Hell Green Dragon's lucrative reward for returning the dragon home during the Doomsday encounter. Chen Mang strode back to the train, looked at Zio AI, and instructed, "Send a team down to investigate." He then glanced back at the text on the control panel, his eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. Before dying, he swallowed a blueprint for the deep sea shield accessory. Therefore, the only way to obtain the deep sea shield is to kill the Hell Green Dragon. A blueprint for the accessory? This sentence carries a lot of information, leading to a lot of connections. Before dying, if the timeline is correct, he must have died before the apocalypse on this planet. It's a bit like Doba, a creature from another planet, a planet also tragically wiped out by civilization during the apocalypse. However, this green dragon put up quite a fight before dying. Swallowed the blueprint for the deep sea shield accessory? He quickly shook his head. He put all these thoughts aside. How the apocalypse came about would be dealt with later. Right now, he was more concerned with what rewards he could reap. Bio-OZ wore a mechanical eye on his chest. Within radar range, everything he saw was transmitted to the control panel screen. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, gazing at the scene on the screen. It looked like a first-person tomb-crawling game, with long corridors and nothing but stone steps. Even the oil lamp wasn't a real one. Only when he got closer did he realize it was an electric light bulb, shaped like an oil lamp, with some ingenious design to make the light appear like an oil lamp, swaying slightly. Master Mang, Biozi's voice echoed from the train cabin. I think I saw a dragon. Chen Mang remained silent, for he, too, had seen a vast plaza beneath the stone steps, upon which lay a massive dragon skeleton. This area looked a bit like the one in the Goblin's tomb. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Dead. The dragon skeleton was much larger than the green dragons. The green dragon looked like a cub in comparison. So pitiful. After briefly reporting the situation, Biozi, holding a high-powered flashlight, slowly advanced, his eyes filled with excitement yet caution as he scanned his surroundings. The square before him was empty save for the skeletal dragon skeleton. The high-powered flashlight in his hand had been given to him by Mangi, embedded with a level 1 energy stone. Its brightness and duration far surpassed those found in the city ruins. Another chance to perform meritorious service. The next moment, the dragon skeleton suddenly began to tremble, countless dust falling from it. The patterns on the walls surrounding the square suddenly began to glow with an eerie red light. In the blink of an eye, the dragon, previously only a skeleton, had regained its flesh. It was a massive green dragon. Roar! A furious roar suddenly echoed throughout the square. At the same moment, the gates of the passage behind him dropped, completely blocking the way back. Biozi's expression paled slightly. He quickly turned and glanced at the completely blocked passage behind him. There was no way back. Meanwhile, the message from Chief AI quickly flashed across his iris chip. Level 5 monster detected, Undead Green Dragon. The space below has been sealed off. The train conductor is seeking support. Please hold on. This message flashed simultaneously before all members of Guard Team 1. It's over. A normally inconspicuous member of Team 1 instantly burst into despair. He retreated, clasping himself against the wall of the plaza, his voice trembling with tears. Brother Bao, it's over, we're done. It was a level 5 monster. To the train, a level 5 monster was easily dispatched, barely worth a second glance. But to them, a level 5 monster was a surefire way to annihilate the entire group. Calm down, everyone. Biozi didn't bother to relay the message through Chief AI. He needed to boost morale first. He looked at the level 5 undead green dragon stretching its body before him and shouted. A mere level 5 monster, and our rifles are loaded with level 6 ammunition. Everyone, follow my orders. I'll go first. He hadn't finished speaking when the panicked team member, realizing that shredding their tickets was useless, gave way to complete despair. They aimed their guns at the undead green dragon and pulled the trigger. A dull thud echoed through the chamber as bullets pierced the monster's interior. However, the monster was enormous, measuring a full 7 or 8 meters in length. When sensing an attack, it enveloped itself with its 2 wings. The level 6 bullets successfully penetrated its defenses and penetrated its body, but they didn't cause much damage. Instead, they fueled the undead green dragon's fury, sending it even more ferocious. With a roar, it flapped its wings and charged towards the team that had fired the shots. Bang! Its claws instantly pierced the soldier's chest, pinning him to the wall. Shoot him in the eye. Biozi, seeing this, looked at the team member and roared angrily, Zio Mao, shoot. He then charged at the green dragon. Everyone, climb onto the green dragon and try to insert your knives and bullets into its weak spots. Don't let it break through. Where? The team member, pinned to the wall by the dragon's claws and feeling his life force rapidly dwindling, threw his rifle aside with despair and resentment. Where are all the damn bullets? He then pulled a chariot blade fragment from his pocket and, with all his might, stabbed it into the eye of the green dragon, ready to devour him. Sizzle. The level 50 chariot blade fragment pierced through with ease. The stinging pain from being hit in the weak spot drove the green dragon into a frenzy, biting off the team member's entire upper body and swallowing it, before flying to the top of the square, struggling violently. The stabbing pain in his body only made the green dragon even more frantic. Biozi had already climbed to the green dragon's neck, tightly grasping a scale, securing himself to the dragon. With his other hand, he gripped the shard of the wheel blade and continued to dig at it. He had experienced countless more perilous situations in the Resident Evil maps within the combat training virtual space. While death was impossible in these maps, his extensive experience with death allowed him to remain calm in the face of death. This spot was the green dragon's blind spot. Just then, a burst of muffled gunfire erupted from within the green dragon's body, followed by a sudden wail of agonizing pain. Then, like a falling leaf, it fell heavily to the ground, struggling for several breaths before suddenly becoming motionless. Dead. Biozi, who had been crouching against the dragon's neck, stood up in a daze. How had he died? He grabbed his rifle and jumped off the dragon. He walked over to the dragon's head, aimed around into its eye, and then, while changing the magazine, surveyed the crowd. It was indeed dead, deader than dead. It was just a guard team, and for the first time today, they had suffered a loss. Xiao Mao was dead. Xiao Mao was too scared. If he could just stay calm and listen to him. Wait, Biozi's face suddenly changed slightly. He looked at the team members who had climbed up from the green dragon's body in front of him and said hurriedly, "Where's Shan Maozi?" There were only 7 people in front of him, and with him, there were only 8 people. Why did Shan Maozi disappear? The situation was chaotic just now, and he didn't look carefully at everyone's position. Could it be that Shan Maozi didn't climb onto the green dragon's body and was swallowed by the green dragon? Just then. Here it is, Shan Maozi, covered in mucus and blood, struggled to get out of the green dragon's tail. His hair was sticky as if he hadn't washed it for dozens of days. After standing up shakily, he raised the rifle in his hand and looked at Biozi with a grin. I drilled in from the back of the green dragon, chiseled a hole deep inside, drilled into the green dragon's uterus and fired several volleys of bullets. Brother Bao, you said to attack the weak parts. I think this is weak enough. Biozi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He strode towards Shan Maozi and hugged him in his arms with a grin. Awesome, brother. You have done a great job this time. I was wondering why this green dragon suddenly died. It's just that. Shan Maozi tilted his head to look at the half-body in the corner of the wall not far away, and whispered in a lost tone, Maozi is dead. Boom. At this time, the gate blocking the passage was slowly opened. Zhang Damai, who had been waiting outside the gate, led the second team and strode to Biozi's side. When he saw the motionless body of the green dragon, a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Dead, you killed a level 5 monster without a mecha. Biozi did not respond to Zhang Damai immediately, but patted Shan Maozi on the shoulder and whispered. If he's dead, he's dead. Maozi wasn't a very courageous person to begin with. Living in the apocalypse is too painful for him. Death is a relief. He then looked up and down at the slightly twisted Shan Maozi. Is he seriously injured? Not seriously. The monster kept pinching me, so I guess I have some broken bones. As they talked, the fallen green dragon gradually turned to dust and disappeared from the square, leaving behind only a component blueprint and a chip. The square was also gradually collapsing. Biozi quickly picked up the fallen items on the ground, then supported Shan Maozi and looked at Zhang Damai and the others. Let's talk about it later. This place is collapsing. Let's go. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang sat calmly in a chair, watching the screen. He had just witnessed the entire process from Biozi's first-person perspective. Something unexpected had happened. A level 5 monster had appeared and sealed off the square below. The train couldn't move to support them. Biozi and the others were the only ones left to rescue themselves. Level 5 monster. After a long moment, Chen Mang's muttering could be heard from the carriage. He had initially thought the entire guard team would be wiped out in the square, but unexpectedly, they had actually won. Theoretically, even a young boy, barely out of adulthood, with a level 6 weapon, had a chance of killing a level 5 monster. After all, it could penetrate the monster's defenses, and as long as it could, there was a chance of killing it. But this was only theoretical. The actual probability was much, much lower. In actual combat, many problems would arise, and Biozi and the others had virtually no means of defense. A single touch would kill them. Under these circumstances, they had managed to siege and kill the level 5 monster with only 1 casualty. It was practically a miracle. This level 5 monster isn't very strong, Xiao AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. Its attack methods are very limited, and it even has blind spots. If it were one of those level 5 monsters from the Kunlun Mountains, Biozi and the others wouldn't have survived, because it's newly revived. 1 claw strike only rips it open. A normal level 5 monster would have been instantly reduced to bloody mist. That's quite impressive, Chen Mang said softly. And then, a few lines of text appeared on the console screen again. You successfully returned the green dragon to its homeland. fulfilling its wish and allowing it to return to its roots. The skeleton deep in the crypt is the green dragon's true corpse. Long ago, the green dragon's soul was imprisoned here, and each time it resurrects in a different green dragon's body. Only by killing the green dragon's soul can it truly be redeemed. The damaged soul controls the long-rotten body. People always believe that life is hope, but they don't realize that often, only death can bring true salvation. It may attack you, but that is not its original intention. Thank you. The original blue-grade deep-sea shield accessory image, now broken apart with a green dragon's redemption, can be obtained through various means, not just by killing the green dragon. Star Train's reputation increases by 100, Chen Mang remained silent as Biozzi delivered the rewards. They were a component blueprint and a chip. A blue-grade deep-sea shield accessory blueprint. And a map chip, Dragon Castle. Like Resident Evil, this requires the use of the combat training virtual space, also divided into normal and extreme missions. Completing the mission will improve overall physical fitness. The rewards are quite good. He already has the deep sea shield accessory, but he won't use the blueprint for it yet, so he can only sell it later. Zio AI, take Shanmaozi to the medical cabin for treatment. Conductor, Shanmaozi has been cured with a simple medicine kit. Huh? Chen Mang frowned slightly. The 10th level supermetal effect of the simple medicine kit can only suture broken limbs. Did Shanmaozi have a fracture? How did he heal it? He cut a broken part with a car blade fragment, and then sutured it. Under the 10th level supermetal effect of the simple medicine kit, the broken and dislocated bones automatically recovered. Chen Mang's eyelids twitched, and he didn't say much. He just controlled the train to leave the underwater maze and shuttled quickly under the lake. The moment it broke through the water, the wheels instantly switched to bunny clouds, speeding away in the air. 3 is not enough, give me 3 more, in the guard car number 7. Biozzi lit 3 cigarettes and stuffed them into Shanmaozi's mouth again. It's good for pain relief. Are you feeling better now? Much better. Shanmaozi, wrapped in bandages, lay on the bed, his body twitching from time to time, his face pale and his forehead covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans. His fractures were all healed, but it hurt. It hurt. It hurt so much. Fortunately, the cigarettes helped relieve the pain, otherwise he would have fainted from the pain long ago. Bang Mao, Mijia, her eyes red, knelt beside Shanmaozi's bed, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a hot towel. She held Shanmaozi's hand tightly, her lips slightly parted, but she said nothing. It's okay, Shanmaozi, lying in bed, grinned and touched Mijia's head. My injuries are all healed now. I'm just a little sore. I don't need to be back tomorrow. I'll be fine this afternoon. Go back to the room first. There are only men here. It's not appropriate for a woman like you to stay here. Go back quickly. Mijia nodded with tears in her eyes, got up and turned to walk towards the refrigerator. At this moment, Chen Mang, accompanied by Zio AI, walked through several carriages to guard carriage number 7. He sat on the bed opposite Shanmaozi and whispered, "How are you now?" The moment he saw Master Mang, Shanmaozi immediately struggled to get up from the bed and leaned against the wall with some trepidation. The injuries have all healed. I'm on standby. Next time you're injured this badly, you can use the medical bay. Even though there's not much iron ore, the star won't be short of resources for the guards to heal. Shanmaozi wanted to explain something, but after seeing Biozzi's look, he swallowed his words and nodded weakly. Alright, Chen Mang didn't stay for long, but stood up and looked at Biozzi. There's a new map in the combat training virtual space. Take a team of members to complete all the ordinary missions as soon as possible and improve your overall physical fitness as much as possible. If you all drove mechas this time, you wouldn't be so embarrassed. Chapter 164. The area ahead is the yellow area, the zombie basin. And, as for the guard who died, go and explain the process to Old Pig and include it in the textbook. Yes. With that, Chen Mang didn't linger any longer, but immediately left the train car. The star was heading towards the Kunlun Mountains, preparing to once again travel to the Yellow Zone zombie basin. Captain Pig, what does Master Mang mean? Old Pig glanced at Biozzi before lowering his voice and saying, appropriately beautify it. Tell me the details of the process later, and I'll make some changes. Does Biozzi have any relatives on the train? No, Erden. Inside the star train, Chen Mang controlled the train high in the sky, speeding towards the Kunlun Mountains. He picked up the intercom and said, wait for me in the Kunlun Mountains. I'll be there soon. Now that we've dealt with this, we can continue. No problem. Erden's voice quickly came over the intercom. Just then, the search radar showed a level 4 train below being pursued by a swarm of mantis-like monsters. Those mantises were noticeably faster, and with 2 level 5 mantis monsters in tow, the train didn't seem to have much of a countermeasure. It was in dire straits. Without giving it a second thought, Chen Mang immediately steered the train above the level 4 train. His Doomsday cannon quickly locked onto the 2 level 5 mantis monsters, unleashing nearly 100 rounds. Boom, 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 explosions echoed across the plain, instantly reducing the 2 level 5 monsters to a bloody foam. Many of the surrounding lower-level mantis monsters were also affected, either dead or wounded. Since they'd encountered them, they might as well save them. Without further ado, Chen Mang glanced at the message of gratitude from the other train over the train radio, then steered the train further away. The train behind him slowly stopped, and a group of thugs jumped out and began to kill the surrounding mantis-like monsters. Just then, Zio AI, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Conductor, Zhang Damyi said 2 of the thugs on the train down below are his brothers." "Brother?" Chen Mang raised a brow, turned the train around again, and headed back the way he'd come. Did he recognize him and Mia's fellow villagers? Inside the cabin of a level 4 train on the Shay Plain, a man stared at the forced private message on the train radio with lingering fear, his eyes filled with a lingering terror of survival. He'd thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, he'd been spared. A passing tycoon had saved his life. Through the forced private messages chat box, he learned that the other party was the Star, the train that had been the boss of the Teeling Wasteland. Even in the advanced areas, they were still the boss of this area, with the Star at the top of all 3 letterboards. He, too, was from the Teeling Wasteland. Could this be the reason this boss was willing to save him? But he was completely unknown back in the Teeling Wasteland. How had this guy recognized him? Just then, he suddenly noticed the Star train flying over from the horizon again, slowly landing in front of his train. The moment it came to a complete stop, the door of a middle carriage flung open. A mech leaped down and began slaughtering the surrounding mantis-like monsters. Wait, mechas? Could a level 6 train already be producing mechas? In the blink of an eye, the remaining monsters surrounding the train were slaughtered. The mech seemed to be muttering something, and then his 2 idiot thugs rushed over, grabbed the mech's legs, and burst into tears. What kind of plot was this? The man sitting in the train compartment was completely bewildered. Although he didn't know what was happening, he didn't dare to act rashly. He just waited cautiously. Soon, a message came over his train radio. "I want your 2 thugs. Name your price." Now he understood. The Star train should hold the relatives these 2 idiots were talking about. Could it be the sister they kept talking about? He glanced at the 10 massive machine guns aboard the Star train, his lips twitching slightly. "Big boss, your willingness to help is already a great favor. Since you've taken a liking to me, just take me away." Before he could say anything else, the 2 idiots had already followed the woman back to the Star train. The names of the 2 idiot thugs soon disappeared from the train crew list. The train then soared into the sky again, leaving no trace of a cloud behind. Whoa, the man's expression was complicated as he watched the flying Star train. Although he often scolded the 2 idiots for carrying treadmills back from collecting supplies, seeing them leave like this left him feeling a little empty inside. It felt like his 2 big yellow dogs had been taken away. Inside the Star train, Chen Mang glanced at the console screen, at the 2 12 figures' physical stats. Zio AI had immediately gone to install iris chips for them, and their overall physical fitness was incredibly impressive. Zhang Damyi's overall physical fitness was 18.2, already the highest on the Star train. Zhang Damyi's brother, Zhang Yi, had an overall physical fitness of 22.8. His second brother, Zhang had an overall physical fitness of 21.9. Each one higher than the last. It was outrageous. This was the fucking apocalypse. Could this planet have been some low-level martial arts world before the apocalypse? What about bloodlines? A child born with Tyrannosaurus blood? Such outrageous physical fitness? If it weren't for the information he'd gathered that this planet had been a modern world with similar technological advancements to his previous world before the apocalypse, he'd have been half-hearted about the low-level martial arts world theory. Pretty strong. 2 more mecha pilots. However, given these 2 guys' overall physical fitness, piloting the green-grade Executioner Metra was a bit of an overkill. To fully utilize the Executioner's power, a physical fitness of over 14.0 was required, and these two guys had almost double that. But no problem. The zombie basin was a yellow grade area, and there would definitely be higher grade ores and higher grade mecha blueprints. Soon, he reunited with a Kanglong train, which had been waiting for him. The two flew side by side again, hurtling towards the zombie basin area. A few hours later, a huge light curtain appeared ahead, marking the intersection of the zones. 4 large characters were written on the curtain: Zombie Basin. 2 lines of text also slowly appeared on the control console screen: the area ahead is the yellow zone, the zombie basin. Monsters up to level 9 can exist. The current train level is level 6, so the risk factor is high. Please be careful. When the train passed through the light curtain, it meant that the star train had officially entered the yellow zone, the zombie basin. It was already late, approaching dusk. Rest where you are, the two quickly agreed. For the first night, they should rest in the outskirts and wait until daybreak before taking action. After all, the yellow zone contained level 9 monsters. A level 9 boss would be an extremely formidable opponent for both the Star and the Azure Dragon. Fortunately, they both had one thing in common: they could fly. Since this was a zombie basin, the main monsters should be zombies, and zombies couldn't fly. As long as they weren't attacked by other trains, they weren't too dangerous. Inside the Star, Chen Mang glanced at the resource detection radar and enemy radar. There were numerous red dots on the enemy radar, mostly zombie hordes. They were quite far away and wouldn't be approaching him for the time being. The highest level zombies in those hordes were level 6. Even if they did come, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to the train. As for the resource detection radar, the mines showed 2 level 2 iron mines within range. Both were open pit iron mines, but they were occupied by zombie hordes. These hordes were no match for the Star. It was just the first night, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. He'd wait until daybreak. He looked at the car-mounted zombie sensor blocker accessory on the screen. He'd already upgraded it to level 10, but it had never been used anywhere. But in this area, it could be very useful. Even a level 9 zombie wouldn't be able to sense him. He could concentrate on mining. Tonight, sleep. Zhang Damai, inside guard car number 7, Biozi pointed angrily at Zhang Damai's nose and yelled, "Aren't you going too far? Your team 2 already has a mecha. What are you trying to do? Our team 1 just lost a man. These 2 must join our team 1. What are you talking about, brother Bao?" Zhang Damai, tightly protecting her 2 brothers behind her, met Biozi's gaze fearlessly and said firmly, "Brother Bao, you're my senior and I respect you, but they're my brothers, my real brothers. There's no problem with them joining our team 2, right? Our team 3 doesn't have a mecha either." The captain of team 3, a rather handsome man sitting in the corner, came over with his team 3 members and said seriously, "We must get one for team 3 too." For a moment, the car was in an uproar. The 3 guard teams were vying for these 2 new recruits. Everyone understood. These 2 were destined to pilot mechas, and with their superior physical prowess, joining the team would significantly reduce casualties during field missions and boost the team's combat effectiveness. Everyone wanted them. Although no one took action, the argument intensified. "Stop," Zhang Damai bellowed, then put her hands on her hips. "Let's 3 captains fight in the virtual space. Whoever defeats these 2 will join the team." Biozi and the 3 captains exchanged glances before continuing their loud argument. No one mentioned a virtual fight to determine ownership. Why fight when you can just argue? Zanger stood behind Zhang Damai and carefully stuffed a steamed bun with meat sauce in it into his mouth. After chewing it for a while with an intoxicated look on his face, he swallowed it reluctantly and whispered to Zhang Yi, "Brother, are we so popular? They seem to welcome us very much." "I don't know." Zhang Yi, with a serious and cold face, also stuffed a steaming raw GMO into his mouth, then lowered his voice and whispered, "Pretend to be serious, so that we seem difficult to mess with. Have you forgotten what our father told us? If you go to an unfamiliar environment and appear too easy to talk to, you will always be bullied." Yes, I almost forgot." Zanger's face immediately became serious when he heard it, but then he took out a raw GMO from the plate beside him and stuffed it into his mouth. The momentum that had just jumped up instantly weakened again, and he couldn't help but chuckled softly. "Brother, this raw GMO is so delicious, so greasy. I haven't eaten something so delicious in a long time." Mr. Mang is so nice. We just joined the carriage and didn't do anything, but he gave us a big plate of raw GMO to eat. Now we can finally eat our fill. Zhang Yi, who had a serious face, couldn't help but nodded in agreement when he heard this. He picked up another ravaged ammo and stuffed it into his mouth. So Zio-san usually lives this kind of life, it's too enjoyable. Second brother, remember this time, when you go out to search for supplies, you must not bring the treadmill back. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely perform well this time. At this moment, forget it. Biozi took a deep breath, roared to stop the quarrel, and then looked at the other two captains. I will go to Mr. Mang tomorrow morning and let him arrange the distribution. Is this okay? Zhang Damyi and the captain of the third team looked at each other and nodded in unison. There will definitely be no problem with Mr. Mang's arrangement. Let's eat first. The steamed buns will get cold later. With that, everyone in guard car number 7 immediately looked towards the plate filled with steamed buns on the table nearby, ready to start their dinner. However, all they saw was an empty plate. Only a few greasy stains proved it wasn't empty. Where's the steamed bun? Biozi stared blankly at the empty plate. He clearly remembered having asked a team member to bring over a plate of ravaged ammo, Chinese ravaged ammo. Soon, his sight moved to the two burly men standing beside the plates, who were taller and stronger than Zhang Damyi. At this moment, the two buddies were wiping the grease stains on the corners of their mouths with their sleeves, obviously unsatisfied. You two ate it all. Biozi's eyes flashed with disbelief. That's food for 30 people, and you two finished it? Do you two have a level 10 refrigerator in your stomach? A Zanger poked Zhang Yi's stomach cautiously. What do you mean by a level 10 refrigerator? I don't know. Zhang Yi silently moved his body and stood behind Zhang Damyi and whispered, but we seem to have eaten the wrong thing. This thing doesn't seem to be for us to eat, isn't it the end of it? It seems so. Zhang Damyi, who was arrogantly fighting for ownership just now, also had a flash of embarrassment in his eyes at this time. He waved his hand and pretended to be calm. It's okay, I will pay for the meals for the brothers tonight. Whatever they eat is on my head. Chapter 165 Everyone has the right to die. No need. Biozi took a deep breath and looked at the two burly men seriously. Are you full? Yeah, I'm full. Are you really full? About 60-70%. Lan Maozi. Biozi tilted his head to look at Shan Maozi. Go heat up some more steamed buns. I'll take care of these two guys today. I'll take the blame. Guard car number 7. Everyone gathered together, looking at the two burly men surrounded. The steamed buns, which were originally quite large, looked like Wangzhe buns in their hands. They devoured them one by one, devouring them with great relish. 31, 32. As Zhang Yi and Zanger ate each bun, the others around them counted in unison. Finally, when they reached 36, Zhang Yi patted his round belly and looked at the crowd with a bit of embarrassment. Thank you, everyone. You're so kind. I haven't eaten this full in ages. Me too. Zanger grinned with immense satisfaction. Biozi looked at the two of them with a complicated expression and counted on his fingers, adding the 90 steamed buns on the plate just now. You have eaten a total of 126 steamed buns, which means that the daily consumption of the two of you alone is 126 units of iron ore. There are so many people on the train, the daily food expenses of the two of you almost account for 1/20th of the total daily food consumption of the train. Are you two still human? The train just now was just a level 4 train. Can it really afford to support the two of you? We have never eaten enough at his place, Zhang Yi said a little embarrassedly. This is the first time we have eaten enough. This time we ate more because we have been hungry for too long. Normally, we don't need so much. 30 steamed buns a day are enough, or we can eat bread slices. We used to eat bread slices. We know that this is much cheaper than steamed buns. We can go search for supplies. We will not be useless. We are very strong. We can move anything you ask us to move. Yeah, Zanger nodded continuously. If you don't believe me, I will show you. That's not necessary. Biozi waved his hand, his expression complex as he looked at the two men. Mr. AI had already sent him the two men's comprehensive physical fitness data, otherwise he wouldn't have been so jealous. He had to have one, at least one. A natural mecha pilot for close combat. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Chen Mang washed up and sat at the control console, checking the train log. Nothing happened last night. With the onboard zombie sensor blocker, not a single zombie approached the star train. The Kanglong train remained quietly parked nearby, ready to depart. First, go mining. The star train slowly started up and began exploring the area, with the Kanglong quickly starting up behind it. The overall structure of the area was a basin. The surrounding terrain was higher, while the center was a lower, flat plain. However, due to the large area, the slope was not noticeable during the journey. Just 10 minutes had passed when they encountered a dense resource mine, 1 level 3 iron mine and 3 level 2 iron mines. It's a yellow zone, right? We'd just come across a level 3 iron mine. There wasn't much to say immediately, they were both outcrops. 2 trains slowly pulled up nearby, and the slaves inside jumped off to begin their work for the day. The only difference was that the residents of the star excitedly rushed down, pickaxes in hand. Meanwhile, the slaves on the Azure Dragon were driven down by thugs whipping them. Brother Mang, on the plains. Erden stood on a higher ground, looking at the slaves in front of him who had already started busy in the mine, and embarrassedly turned his head to look at Chen Mang who was standing beside him. Well, I'm going to make a living with you, brother. The yellow area is a bit too dangerous, and I'm a little scared to do it alone. That level 3 iron mine is for you, and I'll dig the level 2 iron mine, okay? Chen Mang smiled but didn't say much, then looked at Biozi who was jogging over, listened quietly, paused for a while, and then said softly, those 2 people will be in your team. This, Biozi was slightly stunned. Obviously he didn't expect this ending. He thought that the best ending would be only 1, but he didn't expect there would be 2. He immediately grinned excitedly. Yes, Master Mang. Chen Mang looked at Biozi's departing back and chuckled. He also had his considerations. Biozi had followed him the longest and was the most loyal and capable among the guards. With the rise of Zhang Damai and the captain of the 3rd team, Biozi's voice in the guards was no longer enough. We need to strengthen Biozi. Team 1 just lost a member, and he's most comfortable with Team 1. Giving both of them to Team 1 would be the best option for him. We'll build 2 more mechas later and send them to Team 1. Mechas are great things, Erden, who was standing aside, said with some envy. I still don't have a mecha blueprint, and I don't know where to get it. But even if I have a mecha blueprint, it's useless. I don't even have a red heart rock. In the shape lane, I haven't seen this kind of resource mine. I hope there is one in the zombie basin. This is the order of Master Mang. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Biozi smiled and threw 2 suitcases in front of Zhang Yi and Zanger. You will be a member of our team from now on. Go down and familiarize yourself with how to drive a mecha. Ahem. If you don't understand something, you can also ask your sister for advice. Then he looked at the remaining members of the 1st team. Everyone else, follow me to the combat training space, and try to complete all the ordinary tasks of the Resident Evil today. And Shan Maozi, you mainly go to the map designed by Li Shiji to train mental strength. Now, let's go. Since Master Mang has spoken, Zhang Damai and the captain of the 3rd team will not say anything. They just look at the 2 mechas with some jealousy. Who doesn't want to make their team stronger? Inside the combat training virtual space, Biozi took a deep breath and gazed at the words Resident Evil before him. His arms trembled slightly. He had already completed the 3 standard missions in the Resident Evil map, increasing his overall fitness by 0.6. His overall fitness had reached 12.8. He was just 0.7 shy of the minimum requirement of 13.5 to pilot the Executioner mech. As long as he could complete the extreme mission in the Resident Evil game, that would be enough. Extreme missions were more difficult, involved death, and offered only 1 chance to survive. Confirm your selection of extreme mission. A light screen appeared before him again. Select extreme mission. If you die within the map, you will also experience brain death outside. In extreme mission, the zombies will be faster and stronger, but otherwise, it's no different from a standard mission map. Please confirm your selection. Confirm. The next moment, the light screen suddenly transformed into countless points of light, and the once white space around him transformed into the familiar elevator, rapidly ascending. He had been to this place countless times. Picking up the steel pipe from the elevator, Biozi stood there, silently counting down. Then, bang, a resounding crash echoed, and the elevator abruptly stopped rising, stopping between the 7th and 8th floors. Without hesitation, Biozi kicked the elevator door, inserted the steel pipe into the crack, and pried it open. With a quick roll, he made his way to the 7th floor. Quickly and expertly, he found a fire axe inside the office on the 7th floor, kicked open the door to the fire escape, and with a roar, he engaged the horde of zombies. His adrenaline was surging. He had experienced this scene many times before, but this time, the adrenaline surged the fastest. If the previous times had been drills, with a chance to try again if they failed, This was the real deal. Death was real death, and even the gods couldn't save him. 10 minutes later. Standing in the fire escape, Ozzy glanced around. Seeing no zombies still breathing, he grinned, shoved his bloodied right hand through his hair, and slicked his hair back. He spat out a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm before striding down the fire escape toward the lower floors. His goal was to reach the rooftop, but there were plenty of weapons downstairs that could help him reach even higher. He wasn't like Zhang Damai and her 3 siblings, or Li Shiji, or even the captain of Team 3. These people were incredibly gifted, as if they were born strong. He had nothing. He had been a guerrilla contractor, scraping by, just an ordinary existence. Ordinary as it could be. If he wanted to become stronger, the only way was to outwork everyone else. Where others dared not go, Ozzy dared to go. What others dared not do, Ozzy dared to do. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed, staring at Ozzy, who was already stumbling on the screen. He remained silent for a long time, his eyes never leaving Ozzy. "Conductor," Zio AI said mechanically and coldly. "Since you're worried about Ozzy dying in the map, why didn't you stop him before he made his choice?" Chen Mang remained silent, only to whisper after a long pause. "Everyone has the right to die, you can't stop him." On the screen, Ozzy had reached the 17th floor, but it looked like he'd reached his limit. The 31st floor rooftop was still a long way off, making it impossible. Even forcibly pulling Ozzy out of the combat training virtual space would result in brain death. If Ozzy died, who would take his place? Chen Mang silently pondered the next steps, but he refused to settle on a single candidate. He was waiting for a miracle. He still wanted Ozzy to secure his position as team leader. He was his trusted confidant, and the others felt like something was missing. Just then, Ozzy on the screen suddenly, trembling, pulled an injection from his pocket and thrust it into his arm. Then, as if recharged with strength, he charged into the zombie horde and began slaughtering. "Huh?" Chen Mang raised his brow slightly. He was happy that Ozzy had found a way out of the crisis, but also curious about where the injection came from. Did Ozzy use it on the 12th floor? Ozzy didn't use it on the 12th floor. He just pretended to inject it. Is he lying to me? Does he know I'm watching him? No. He's tricking his brain into thinking he's injected himself when he really hasn't, Zio AI said in surprise. At the time, I thought he was reluctant to use it, but now it seems he's really succeeded. Humans are amazing. They can actually trick their own brains. AI can't do that. How can they even do that? Chen Mang closed his eyes with a strange expression and poked his arm with a finger, trying to trick his brain into injecting himself. But perhaps because his brain was too clever, the deception failed. That won't work, Zio AI shook her head. I kind of understand the logic. It requires a strong sense of conviction and the ability to instantly shift your perspective to a third-person perspective. Don't let your gaze linger on the injection, and use the pain to trick your brain into believing it's been injected. That's about it. With the help of this injection, Ozzy quickly became lively again. Half an hour later, his eyes filled with bloodlust and ferocity, Ozzy realized he had cleared the level only when he noticed the surroundings gradually transform into that familiar white space. There was another white light curtain in front of him. Congratulations on becoming the first member of the Star Train to clear the extreme difficulty Resident Evil map. Pioneers are always worthy of praise. You gain an additional 1.0 point in your overall physical fitness. Upon seeing the light curtain before him, Ozzy was momentarily stunned. Then, unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to his knees, his expression unable to contain his excitement and laughter. It had to be him again. Big Ozzy. Successfully completing the extreme mission already increased his overall physical fitness by 0.5, and now it had received an additional 1.0, bringing his overall fitness to 14.3. This value surpassed the prerequisite for perfectly piloting the Executor mech. Just Zhang Damai got her, perhaps due to his successful completion of the extreme mission. Ozzy's demeanor now shone with an intense confidence, a confidence born from surviving a near-death situation. While he wasn't as talented as Zhang Damai, he was quickly catching up. He sat on the ground to recover briefly before diving back in. He needed to make a final push and use up his remaining 2 chances to complete the extreme mission, then request a mech from Mang Yi. Add Zhang Yi, and guard Team 1 would have 3 matches. As the saying goes, good things often come in pairs. In the combat training virtual space, Team 3's captain's mental strength had also successfully reached 14.0, enough to pilot the Leech mech. The overall strength of the Star Train was increasing at a visible rate. All the train members are like DNA, intertwined with each other, and gradually condense into a rope, climbing rapidly. Chapter 166, Encounter Map, Earth Core Nuclear Bomb. Amazing, inside the train. After seeing Biozi complete a level, Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. He was sweating from watching him. He'd go in and try it out later, but the most important thing now was to check out the remaining red heart rock on the train panel. 98,000 units. The yellow quality Leech mecha cost 28,000 units of red heart rock. The green quality executioner mecha cost 18,000 units of red heart rock. Later, Li Shiji's Leech mecha would be given to the captain of Team 3. Li Shiji wouldn't need it, and he'd need to build an executioner mecha for Biozi, which would cost another 18,000 units of red heart rock. That would leave only 80,000 units of red heart rock on the train. Alice, Chen Mang sighed helplessly. Before, there was no use for red heart rock at all. Now there was, but it wasn't enough. However, he quickly smiled again. The train's overall strength had been significantly improved. With these 3 mechas, future field missions would see significantly reduced casualties and improved success rates. The sun hung high in the sky, bringing a touch of warmth to the already wintry weather. Give me a bite. A slave on the Kanglong train gazed eagerly at the bread in the hands of a slave on the Star Train next to him, his eyes filled with desire and greed. What does the filling in your bread taste like? Is it delicious? No, the man shook his head firmly. Sour, smelly, bitter. Can I try it? No. This scene unfolded throughout the mine. While mining was going on, it wasn't noticeable, but at lunchtime, when everyone started eating, the contrast became immediately apparent. The ordinary slice of bread in his hand, compared to the bread with filling in the hands of the slaves on the Star Train, the disparity was instantly magnified. But, the man looked around secretly with some softness in his heart, and handed over the bread slice and half-drunk Coke in his hand and whispered, "Drink it quickly, don't let anyone see it." The slave on the Kanglong train's eyes lit up immediately when he saw this. He took the bread and Coke and ate them quickly, then licked the corner of his mouth with an unsatisfied look. Pineapple jam, delicious. I almost forgot what pineapple tastes like. Your train slaves are treated so well. The man smiled, then whispered cautiously, "It seems that your train conductor has a good relationship with our master Mang, so why don't you join our train directly, and then you will all have this treatment." Our train has more than just this treatment, there are many more. What I say doesn't count. Leaving now, Chen Mang looked at Erden, who was saying goodbye to him, raised his eyebrows and said, "There's still so much iron ore, won't you dig for a while?" "I can't dig a little." Erden smiled bitterly and waved his hand, "I have forgotten about this. If I keep digging, there will probably be a riot. I say goodbye now, and we will see each other again in the future. If I find any adventure map, I will contact you as soon as possible." "Okay, take care on your way." Chen Mang didn't say much, just watch the Kanglong train fly into the air and leave. As long as you can fly, there is basically nothing to worry about in the zombie basin. Then he sat in the train room and looked at the control panel. His train was already at level 6. After the train reached level 6, a new button appeared on the control panel. He asked Erden what it meant, but Erden couldn't explain. He said that when his train reached level 6, a new button for squad voice appeared. He didn't know what the button meant, but it might be exclusive to the S-Class potential mecha train. Squad voice. Within radar range, the train captain's orders could be relayed to the thugs via squad voice. It was a very useful feature, but he didn't need it. Cluster thinking plus the iris chip could completely replace squad voice, and even do better. The iris chip, in particular, although only white grade, had a comparable effect on the train as a red grade component. A revolutionary improvement. Chen Mang withdrew his gaze from the button. Since it hadn't been displayed yet, he didn't care too much. Instead, he looked at the 3 craftable components after the train reached level 6, 2 yellow and 1 blue, Jebel Energy Shield, a blue grade component requiring 10,000 iron ore big wave Gatling line, yellow grade component, crafting requires 1,000 units of iron ore parachute line, yellow grade component, crafting requires 1,000 units of iron ore. There are only 3 components, 2 yellow and 1 blue. Yellow grade components can be upgraded up to level 5, while blue grade components can be upgraded up to level 8. After the train reaches level 4, one of the craftable components is the energy shield, but this is yellow and can only be upgraded up to level 5. The Doomsday Cannon is also blue grade and can be upgraded up to level 8. For all trains, after upgrading to a certain level, you must upgrade your defensive and offensive components, such as armor, energy shields, and then to double energy shields, to achieve higher levels of defense. The same applies to offensive components. Of course, you can skip the energy shield at level 4 and wait until level 6, then craft a double energy shield. This can indeed save a lot of iron ore. However, the problem is that the steel armor of the carriages can only be upgraded up to level 3. There's a long gap between levels 3 and 6. Unless you can find a large amount of iron ore and focus on your development without paying attention to anyone, that's perfectly possible, but that's impossible for most people. Therefore, you can only upgrade your defensive and offensive components as you level up. But the Star Train doesn't need that. He simply needs to continually upgrade his armor, which is much cheaper. Upgrading defensive components is expensive to begin with, especially higher quality ones. The armor is even more effective. It blocks both direct physical and energy attacks, and with the added bonus of permanent shock absorption, it's virtually impossible for any monster other than a very high level one to cause any damage to the train. Yet, he still crafted all 3 components. After all, they're essential for reaching level 7. The giant wave Gatling production line and the parachute production line are quite useful. The former is a single-player weapon, a superior alternative to the Tamron assault rifle. As for the latter, well, it's supposed to allow the train conductor to safely land with the parachute after pressing the eject button and flying high in the air. Quite an idea. He crafted all 3. But he only upgraded the last 2 accessories to level 10, consuming a total of 90,000 units of iron ore. Giant Wave Gatling Production Line Level 5 Super Model Effect, Consumption halved. Giant Wave Gatling Production Line Level 10 Super Model Effect, Consumption halved. Parachute Production Line Level 5 Super Model Effect, none. Parachute Production Line Level 10 Super Model Effect, none. Consumption halved. Chen Mang immediately walked to Car 2, curiously enough, and spent 1,000 units of iron ore to craft a level 10 Gatling gun. Like other accessories, weapon upgrades only increase firing rate and range, with actual power still dependent on the level of the ammunition. However, the Giant Wave Gatling gun lacks a corresponding ammunition production line. There are no belts, drum magazines, or magazines. There's only a small recess in the buttstock, which requires filing with energy stones. This is the first energy-based individual weapon on the Star Train. He weighed the Gatling gun in his hand before inserting a level 1 energy stone and selecting the on-screen option to fire a level 1 bullet. He then walked to the train door, stood on the train, pointed the muzzle at the sky, and pulled the trigger. The next moment, bang, 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 a piercing, fierce roar erupted, and hundreds of luminous bullets shot into the sky in the blink of an eye. With the 2 having energy-overpowered models, the energy consumption was minimal. He pulled the trigger for a full minute, and the level 1 energy stone only lost 2%. Essentially, no energy loss. Of course, to fire level 6 bullets, a level 2 or even level 3 energy stone would be needed. Not bad. After Chen Mang had his fill of the gun, he set the Gatling gun aside, quite satisfied. This Gatling gun was silent, practically silent. As for the roar just now, it was completely optional. One could choose to simulate the Gatling gun's roar. It's a bit like a tram, using speakers to simulate the roar of a gasoline engine. This one can basically be equipped, and perhaps because it's an energy weapon, there's almost no recoil, making it easy for him to handle with his physique. It's also not too heavy, making it perfectly suitable for single-person use. It can basically replace the Tamron assault rifle. 2 consecutive halvings of power consumption is the most powerful overperformance of all firepower accessories, bar none. The demand for all firepower accessories isn't that they're not powerful enough, but that they consume too much. The parachute, on the other hand, has no overperformance at all. For the next 10 days, the Star Train went nowhere, peacefully mining. Within 10 days, 1 level 3 iron mine and 3 level 2 iron mines were nearly completely mined. This level 3 mine wasn't particularly productive. Chen Mang looked at the train panel. The train now had a total of 2.51 million units of iron ore. He first used 460,000 units of iron ore to build 10 more level 10 combat training virtual spaces, allowing the guards to train and improve their overall physical fitness. 10 was a bit too few, not quite enough. He saved the remaining iron ore and didn't use it. He intended to use it to upgrade his armor to level 8. He only had level 7 armor, which wasn't enough in this area. He needed at least level 8 armor to feel safe. The bull, a level 8, B-class potential mechanical train, said, "Are you really that desperate to die? Let me find you. I'll show you what torture is, you little bastard." Remember that? He glanced casually at the private message on the train radio and didn't reply. It had been sent 3 hours ago. Since he hadn't replied, he couldn't chat with him privately anymore, so he could only threaten, curse, and insult him over the train radio. The reason for the feud was simple. He pinned a message on the train radio about selling cigarettes and other daily necessities. Many trains traded with him, but only the Bull train was furious. It was said that Bull train was the only train in the area with a cigarette production line. Every time they met, they could make a lot of money. But he had interfered, and could trade remotely, essentially stealing Bull train's job. Naturally, Bull train couldn't sit still, and he launched into a barrage of insults and threats. He didn't reply, nor did he engage in conversation, simply continuing to sell his cigarettes. You're allowed to sell, but not others. If they really came, he wouldn't be too intimidated by a level 8 train. His background was there. And then there was a level 8 potential mechanical train that privately messaged him, saying, "My brother told me you called him a little man selling his asshole to the AI. It was also a level 8 train." He didn't reply either. Chen Mang sat in his chair, thinking seriously. Why did he feel like he had provoked so many people? Should he start the fight first, or continue mining? He should probably mine first. It's only a level 6 train right now, so a fight wouldn't be safe. Let's upgrade the train first, then talk about a fight. Isn't it necessary? Somewhere in the zombie basin, several trains were parked nearby, their conductors gathered to discuss something. Isn't the last spot for the Earth core nuclear bomb reserved for your brother? Are you sure you want to enter early and give it to that brat? Everyone's eyes turned to a man in tracksuits. Yet, the man in tracksuits nodded with a sinister look in his eyes. For my brother, this insult is the worst insult, and for me, the same is true. I believe even if my brother were here, he wouldn't want this opportunity. Instead, he'd choose to have me help him kill the conductor of the Star Train. I'm going to show him the consequences of speaking without restraint. With that, the man walked straight towards his train, leaving a cold message. Pack up, be ready to leave in an hour. I'm going to send that guy off to hell in the geocentric nuclear bomb adventure map. Only a few people remained, looking at each other, unsure what to say. They'd all joined a Libra organization and had a good relationship, getting along well. Whenever there was an adventure map, they'd go down together for fun. And a few days ago, they'd acquired a special item, the key to the geocentric nuclear bomb adventure map. Special effect, access to that adventure map, which can accommodate up to 5 trains. Chapter 167. This is the first time that the Star Train is firing at full power. This item was in the possession of the man in the tracksuit, and it was also obtained by the boy. There were only 4 of them here, and they were still short of a train. So, from the beginning, the plan was to wait until the man's brother upgraded his train to level 6 and arrived in the zombie basin before using it. But, while his brother hasn't arrived yet, his brother's enemy has arrived first. And with such force, he's come in forcefully. Not only has he immediately seized the tobacco business from the bull, but he's also directly topped the zombie basin's list of supermetal effects, practically etched the words "I'm so arrogant" on his forehead. Most importantly, the man in the tracksuit possesses a special train stunt called Force Pull. Upon entering a certain adventure map, he can forcefully pull a train from the same area into that map, provided there's space and he knows the name of the other train. And now, this man is clearly seeking revenge, intending to kill someone in that adventure map. I don't think it's appropriate. After the man in tracksuit left, a middle-aged man in a military coat who stayed behind shook his head. What I mean is that you should try to persuade him again. We don't know what type of adventure map this is. Is it a confrontational, level-breaking, or cooperative type? What if it's a cooperative type? I do believe in the strength of the Star Train. Although it's only a level 6 train, it has so many supermetal effects. It's not much worse than a level 8 train. But, do you think we can still cooperate well at that time? Is there any possibility of cooperation? It clearly requires the cooperation of 5 trains to clear the adventure map, but only 4 trains are required to cooperate to clear it. The death rate will definitely increase greatly. This is not appropriate, it's a bit too impulsive. Even if you want revenge, you can slowly look for him in the zombie basin. Why waste a spot to enter the adventure map? I don't think it matters, a man with a crew cut and a down jacket shrugged. After all, even if he doesn't pull the star train, he wants to drag his brother in. It's not much different. Besides, with 4 of us, 3 level 8 trains and 1 level 7 train, no adventure map can stop us. Besides, most adventure maps aren't particularly dangerous, they're just hard to find. Even if you fail, your life isn't in danger. The others exchanged glances, none of them coming up with a good idea. Finally, they all sighed in silence and acquiesced to the man in the tracksuit's approach. After all, he was the strongest among them, and the special item belonged to him. He was determined to do this, so there was nothing they could do but agree. Well, the man with the buzz cut and down jacket suddenly laughed, lowering his voice. They both have A-level potential. They cling to women all the time. I don't think that guy was wrong. A train conductor trying to take care of an AI's emotions all the time is worse than being a slave. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear. I know, I'm just saying. Alright, let's all get back to the train and get ready. Night fell, and the sky was dotted with stars. By then, the nearby open pit iron mines had been completely mined. Chen Mang was ready for bed, having instructed the AI to control the train to search for a mine. He had just put out his cigarette when a sudden alarm rang loudly inside the train. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing alarm echoed through the train. 2 lines of text quickly appeared on the control panel screen. Two-dimensional train is using the train's special stunt force pull to invite you to the adventure map core nuclear bomb. The other train is higher level than you, so you can't refuse. In 30 seconds, the entrance to the core nuclear bomb in the adventure map will appear in front of the star train. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the words on the train screen. Two-dimensional train, the name sounded familiar to him. It was the older brother of the world-worthy train, the one who had sent him a private message. Are you so eager to kill him? He's already been pulled into the adventure map. Can't you just look for him in the zombie basin? Don't you have the patience? And the name of this map sounded familiar, Geocentric Nuclear Bomb. He looked down at a special item in the drawer. Special item, Laboratory Access Card. Item effect, when in the Geocentric Nuclear Bomb adventure map, this card can be used to open the door of a laboratory within the map. This item was a gift from the 10 Steps to Kill a Man trained for Shan Maozi's wedding a dozen days ago. He had originally kept the card in the back of his drawer, figuring he wouldn't encounter this adventure map anytime soon. Unexpectedly, just a dozen days later, the adventure map would find him. Well, whatever, Chen Mang didn't care, simply gazing out the window at the portal that had appeared in front of his train. A powerful suction emanated from within. He gently pushed the control stick without resistance, instead driving into the portal. Whether it's a donkey or mule, you'll know by pulling it out. Want to touch him? See if you can touch him. After the star train entered the portal, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly. When the surrounding scenery stabilized, the star train appeared in a huge elevator. It was similar to the elevator he'd encountered in the mechanical city. However, that elevator went up into the sky, while this one descended deep underground. The elevator was surrounded by transparent glass. He could clearly see that he was deep underground, facing a vast pit. Inside, 5 elevators were slowly descending at the same speed. He could see 4 other elevators, each carrying 4 trains. The pit was cylindrical. They were descending continuously. Inside, a number of incandescent lamps were embedded, emitting a faint glow. The light wasn't bright enough to make out what was above, or how long it would take to reach the bottom. No light screen appeared. This adventure map would only officially begin once the elevators reached the bottom. It was a bit like a progress bar. When the bar reached the end, the adventure map would begin. Chen Mang glanced at the radar screen, which clearly displayed the various components, component levels, and condition of the other 4 trains. Wow, 3 level 8 trains and 1 level 7 train, so powerful, but their armor is very low. Only the 2D train has a level 7 Jebel shield. The other 2 trains have level 6 shields. The level 7 train even uses a level 5 shield. Really? Blue-grade defensive components. Just thinking about the price is a bit scary. He suddenly laughed. He didn't feel like a big threat at all. Although these trains were all level 8, it was obvious that their foundation wasn't very high. It was just a high-level train. The firepower components were not low-level, though. All 4 trains had level 8 firepower components. They were all Hell cannons. It was different from his Doomsday cannon. After all, the Hell cannon was a blue-grade firepower component that came with the train at level 4, so it was definitely upgraded first. When it reached level 5, he found another blue-grade firepower component, the Doomsday cannon. He wouldn't build the Doomsday cannon anymore. After all, they were all blue-grade, capable of being upgraded to level 8. Resources had already been spent on the Hell cannon, so it must have the lowest cost, just like upgrading the Hell cannon. However, the Hell cannon lacked a having power-up bonus, and its power wasn't as strong as the Doomsday cannon. Chen Mang pondered, glancing at his console screen. If the elevator could finally launch its attack later, with the special vehicle's absolute defense skill activated and full firepower unleashed, his copper reserves should be enough to take out all 4 trains. It would just be a huge loss. He'd have to throw away all the copper he'd accumulated for so long. Even with 2 having power-up bonuses, a level 8 Doomsday cannon shell wouldn't be cheap, it would be very expensive. He suddenly realized how daring these people were. They were daring enough to wander around the zombie basin with a level 5 energy shield, and even dared to challenge him. If he only had level 5 armor, he wouldn't even bother setting foot in this area, let alone causing trouble. It was because upgrading defensive components was too expensive. This resulted in nearly all trains being typically high attack, low defense. He possessed the super modern effect of his enemy detection radar, allowing him to see detailed component information on other trains, while other trains could not. Even before the battle began, his strength was already on display. In a dim, bottomless pit, 5 elevators slowly descended at the same speed. 10 minutes had passed, with no sign of reaching the bottom. Finally, the next moment, with the light growing brighter, they finally reached the bottom. Thousands of gears whirred, and the 5 elevators stopped on the road. Trains slowly emerged from the elevators and stopped on the road, where buckles snapped out, securing their wheels to the ground. Each train was separated by a pale yellow wall of air, temporarily preventing them from attacking each other. Then, a light curtain slowly appeared in front of the 5 trains. Long ago, a city was built here as a refuge, preserving the flames of civilization in times of crisis. But they found this place and brutally slaughtered every living being they encountered. Since then, this place has been reduced to desolate ruin. Hidden within the city is a high-yield nuclear bomb, powerful enough to annihilate the entire city, annihilating it along with the monsters. However, the danger arrived too quickly, and the bomb wasn't activated in time. This mission, activate the bomb and escape, it's over. Upon seeing the light curtain, a man in a military coat on a train sighed helplessly, then picked up the intercom and said wearily, "This is truly a cooperative adventure map. What do we do now?" The light curtain had gradually faded, replaced by a 60-second countdown. "Follow my command," the conductor of the 2D train said in a cold, deep voice. This pale yellow wall of air is only 100 meters away. This means that when the countdown ends and the adventure map officially begins, we only need to exit this road and enter this ruined city to attack the other trains. The 4 of us will first take out the star train, then the 4 of us will work together to complete this adventure map. "No problem, that's best." The man in the military coat looked a little unhappy. The turret on the top of the train began to slowly rotate. "This map is the kind of adventure map where people will die. I don't want to die here because of missing a train, no." "Is it similar to the mechanical city?" Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the ruined city at the end of the road. The tall buildings were still made of gears, reminiscent of the mechanical city's architectural style. The countdown was almost over. He was caught in the middle, with 2 trains on each side. Seeing the 4 trains constantly rotating machine guns, he knew what they were planning. But it didn't matter. The next moment, the countdown ended. Without hesitation, he pushed the joystick, and the star train suddenly accelerated, hurtling along the highway toward the depths of the city. The other 4 trains also simultaneously drove alongside him, as if afraid he'd escape. The 100-meter wall of air quickly passed. Almost a moment it passed through. Boom, boom, boom. The machine guns on the 4 surrounding trains opened fire at him almost simultaneously, countless shells raining down on the star train like a rain of doomsday. However, a pale yellow film had already completely enveloped the star train. All the shells that landed on the film merely created ripples, unable to harm the star train within. Train stunts. Absolute defense. What the hell? The man in the tracksuit on the two-dimensional train looked at the scene, his face slightly changed. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what the pale yellow film was. But the Star Train's counterattack was already imminent. The 10 Doomsday cannons atop the Stellar roared at full force for the first time, instantly locking onto the 4 trains nearby. Unconcerned with the loss of copper ore, they unleashed their full force. Even the unused 40-barrel Sakura Falls rocket launcher roared at the same moment. This was the first time the Stellar had unleashed its full force. Countless level 8 cannon rounds instantly enveloped the locomotives of the 4 surrounding trains. Loss of copper ore? No one cared. The other 4 trains had no special train defenses. The level 7 train, with only a level 5 energy shield, was instantly catapulted into a fireball the moment the Stellar opened fire. The locomotive, deprived of its locomotive, darted off the road like a headless fly, crashing into the rubble nearby, the cars colliding with each other repeatedly. Level 8 cannons hitting level 5 energy shields. It was like a father beating his son, neither of them saying a word. Chapter 168, I can only say that it is worthy of being a Class 8 train, it is rich. Train Special, Absolute Defense. Upon activation, the train's armor and energy shield levels are combined to create a higher level energy shield, lasting 10 seconds with a 10-day cooldown. His armor is level 7, and his energy shield is level 3. Combined, the pale yellow energy shield boasts a full level 10 defense, exceeding the standard for a yellow zone. While it only lasts 10 seconds, it's more than enough. This is a battle between trains, each equipped with a wealth of firepower. 10 seconds can decide a lot. Boom, boom, boom. 5 trains, originally speeding side by side, erupted in a fireball almost as soon as they opened fire. The locomotive of the lowest level, level 7 train, was the first to explode, leaving its headless carriages slamming into the roadside. The remaining 3 trains fared no better. Barely 4 seconds had passed before the 2 trains with level 6 Jibble energy shields followed suit, their locomotives disintegrating into fireballs. Just then, I refused to surrender. A ferocious roar echoed from the external speakers of the nearby 2D train. This train's energy shield was level 7, the highest among the trains, and it also held out the longest. But that was all it took. The shield had shattered to pieces. The so-called level 7 shield could only allow the train's conductor to utter a final word. 10 Doomsday cannons, without dispersing, swung their muzzles, aiming at the 2D train and firing again. Boom boom. Countless crimson shells rained down upon the 2D train, and its locomotive, like the others, soared into the sky in a fireball. And now, the battle had only lasted 7 seconds. 3 seconds of absolute defense remained. It had expired. The Star Train slowly came to a stop. Inside the train, Chen Mang watched the locomotive, soaring high into the sky like a fireball, begin its descent and crash heavily to the ground. So high, he glanced at the information on the adventure map on the screen. This mission, activate this nuclear bomb and escape. There's no time limit. Or rather, there was no time limit before the nuclear bomb was activated. So there was no need to rush. Clear the map first. After eliminating the remaining resistance forces on these trains, we could slowly begin exploring the map. What a kind person, Chen Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Giving him the adventure map, 4 trains worth of supplies, and so many survivors made him feel a little embarrassed. What kind of people were they? They only upgraded the trains, but not the components? Did you fight based on the train's level? Although firepower components consume a significant amount of energy, in most cases, many trains would rather flee than engage monsters. His 10 cannons had already been upgraded to level 10, and this was the first time he'd fired them. He'd never encountered a situation where he'd needed to unleash full power. But once fully unleashed, the instantaneous power unleashed was terrifying. Just like now, in a mere 7 seconds, it instantly decimated 4 high-end trains. While the Doomsday Cannon was a level 10 cannon, the power of its shells depended on the tier of the shells used. The cannon's tier only determined its rate of fire and range, while the power depended on the tier of the shells. He had just selected a level 8 shell. A single level 8 shell cost 500 copper ore, however, with the Doomsday Cannon's 2 consecutive having power boosts. A single level 8 shell cost only 125 copper ore in those 7 seconds. All 10 machine guns had been firing at full blast, holding nothing back. Add to that a round of 40-barreled Sakura Fall rockets, and it had consumed exactly 500,000 units of copper. Only 25,000 copper remained on the train. Almost zero. This fight is really expensive, Chen Mang said, glancing at the resource balance on the train's dashboard, feeling a little distressed. He'd saved up all that copper for so long, and it was all gone in just 7 seconds. He couldn't afford to build a level 8 missile, which costs 1 million units of copper. He could have just dropped a level 8 missile on his head, which would have been quite effective. He didn't fire it. He just detonated it on the spot. But the components on his train would likely be damaged, and the resources in other trains would be scrapped, too. The losses would be even greater. A machine gun would be more suitable. The next moment, the door of guard car number 7 opened immediately, and guard teams 1, 2, and 3 all disembarked, ready to collect survivors from the other trains, eliminate any resistance, and collect supplies. Biozi, the first to jump off the train, threw his briefcase into the air with a cold expression. It instantly exploded, transforming into an executioner mech, and the cockpit, located on its belly, quickly descended to the ground. Biozi strode up and sat in the cockpit. As the cockpit rose back to its belly position with a crisp click, his voice rang out over the mech's external speakers. Team 1, follow me. Though his voice sounded a bit cold, the excitement was easily audible. Biozi finally gave in, grinning widely as he gazed at the various buttons in the cockpit. Finally, he had his own mech. Numerous nozzles on the mech simultaneously belched out pale blue flames, shooting towards the location of the 2D train. This train was the highest level, and the fattest. It had to be their teams. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er glanced at each other, then simultaneously activated their mechas and strode after Biozi. They'd been learning how to operate the mechas during their mining days. While they couldn't quite master them, they could still perform the basic maneuvers. Each mech carried a refrigerator on its shoulder. The captain had arranged this inside the train, one for supplies, the other for survivors. The remaining 2 teams grimaced at this. While somewhat displeased that Biozi had taken the spoils, they had to admit that with Team 1's current strength, it was the best position to tackle this particular piece of meat. After all, only the locomotives had been blown off, and the thug cars were still there, posing a significant risk of enemy attacks. Team 3, follow me. The team leader, seated in his leech mech, led the other 3, each carrying refrigerators, toward the other trains. The mechas were taller than the trains, making it impossible to get inside. Biozi, manipulating the mech and wielding a massive axe, repeatedly cleaved the armor of the 2D train, peeling it slowly like peeling an orange, chopping away any resistance immediately and dispatching his squad to search for supplies. The train's armor was level 3, while his massive axe was level 4, completely unstoppable. With one blow, a deep chasm was ripped through the armor. The process was relatively smooth. The 2D train's thugs were still alive, but none of them resisted. They all knelt on the ground. Their weapons raised above their heads, their eyes filled with fear, begging for mercy and surrender. This made sense. In this world, one person's power was limited. One person couldn't possibly take on an entire train. The conductor was dead, so what was the point of their struggle? Even if they weren't killed, they would be left here to die after the star departed. Surrender offered the only chance of survival. Is that so convenient? Zhang Yi glanced at the empty carriage with a hint of regret. Everything visible had been casually tossed into the refrigerator slung over his shoulder, his mech already removed. Then his eyes lit up. He strode to the corner of the carriage, cheerfully picking up half a bag of chips and stuffing it into the refrigerator on his shoulder. What a great thing! Zhang Yi patted the refrigerator on his shoulder with satisfaction. If we had this thing on the previous train, I can't imagine how much we would have brought back from our search for supplies. We'd have looted the entire city. Indeed, Zhang Er held the refrigerator in one hand and, with the other, grabbed the thug, who was huddled and shivering in the corner. With one hand, he lifted the thug by the calf, lifted him up in the air, and shook him several times. After shaking off everything on him, he stuffed the bag into the refrigerator in his arms. The whole process was smooth and flowing, filled with a rather eerie beauty. Next time Master Mang sends us out to forage for supplies, you carry a refrigerator, and I'll carry one too. Then we'll each put 10 refrigerators in each, and Master Mang will watch over us. We can empty the city, get to work. The two worked furiously, partly because they were full of energy, and partly because their tools were so handy. If they'd had this on the previous train, they wouldn't have had to carry a treadmill all the way back from the city to the train. They could have just stuffed it into the refrigerator and carried it back easily. Everyone, strip naked, throw away your underwear, socks, and everything else. We'll have new ones later. At the door of the slave car on the 2D train, a refrigerator was placed. A team of guards stood guard, watching as all the slaves from the 2D train filed in. Everyone, male or female, was required to strip naked to ensure they had no contraband. If they had hidden weapons, a sudden attack would be a disaster. Hurry, Ozzy, piloting the mech, slammed his giant axe into the ground with a cold expression, his face awe-inspiring. Then, he couldn't help but feel a surge of inward delight. This mech was truly impressive. It was worth nearly dying in the Resident Evil map. The trick to fake a healing injection and trick the brain was given to him by Li Shiji. According to Li Shiji, the human brain is a fascinating, even somewhat idealistic, thing. Often, things that are clearly impossible can actually work if you trick your mind into thinking they're happening. For example, when he pretended to get the injection, it actually worked. Somehow, through some subconscious process, he felt much better and stronger. However, Li Shiji also said that this method shouldn't be used frequently. It can easily deplete the body's vital essence. He didn't understand what vital essence was, but that didn't matter. He felt that Li Shiji was a talented person, a good person, and worthy of his association. Work on the other trains was almost done. After the victory, Lao Tzu had already developed a complete SOP for searching the trains for supplies and handed it off to each team leader. This process ensures minimal team casualties while maximizing efficiency. Even so, searching the 4 trains took about an hour. Inside the star train, Chen Mang, sitting in a chair, looked at the supply list handed to him by Lao Tzu. After a long silence, he sighed and casually tossed the list into a nearby drawer. What the hell was he talking about? An adventure map? Could he just return the same way? The harvest from these 4 trains was enough to fill him up. Enough, truly enough. He couldn't eat any more. 1.491 million units of iron ore, 340,000 units of copper ore, 290,000 units of wood, 120,000 units of red heart rock, 1 Y-grade accessory blueprint, 4 Murphy stones, 124 cartons of cigarettes, various supplies, various rifle bullets, 1 special item, hundreds of bags of vacuum-packed pressed duck, various figurines. Over 1,900 survivors. What else could he say? As expected of a level 8 train, it was rich. It took him 10 days of mining to gather just over 2 million iron ore, but in just 7 seconds, he'd earned nearly 2 million. The total iron ore balance on the star train now reached 3.54 million. With a little more, he could upgrade to level 8 armor. If it had been level 8 armor, he wouldn't have needed the absolute defense train perk. He could just take it head on. That perk has a 10-day cooldown, and once used, it's unusable for the next 10 days. It felt a bit lacking in confidence. In those 7 seconds, he'd consumed a total of 500,000 copper ore. He'd also recovered another 340,000. The copper alone more than paid for itself, plus the lumber, red heart rock, blueprints, Murphy stone, and other supplies. It was worth it, absolutely worth it. Chen Mang exited the train compartment, leaning on his cane and gazing out at the futuristic city ahead. He let out a long sigh before lighting a cigarette and turning to gaze at the star train, which resembled a long, mechanical dragon. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This was the confidence he needed to survive in this world. Those 1,900 survivors would all be forced into the freezer for now. He wouldn't have time to care for them for now. After this adventure map was completed, he would begin implanting iris chips, officially making them members of the star train. They would all start with level 3 residents. Later, those with talent or special skills would be selected and given appropriate positions. The star train, jointly designed by him and Lao Tzu, already had a complete process for accepting survivors. Chapter 169. Danger, don't come near. There won't be any major chaos, and no talent will be buried. Chen Mang withdrew his gaze from the train and looked back at the city ahead. Not a single light was on in the city, only a faint yellowish glow emanating from an unknown source throughout the underground space. A vast space had been excavated deep underground. The city lay within this space. When a city is plunged into darkness, the oppressive feeling is intense. The towering skyscrapers resemble terrifying monsters ready to devour everything at any moment. After a long pause. "Let's go." Chen Mang tossed his burnt cigarette at his feet before climbing the ladder back to the train compartment, preparing to explore the city. There was no way out. It was obvious that if he couldn't find the nuclear bomb and didn't activate it, he would be trapped here forever. Perhaps he could try to use a drill to get out. This place should be below the zombie basin. If he drilled upwards, theoretically, he should be able to get out, but he didn't know if the boundaries of this adventure map would be able to block a level 50 drill. The Kunlun Mountain adventure map wasn't blocked. He didn't have much right now, except for a ton of iron ore, over 3 million. At worst, he could upgrade his drill to level 100, then 200, or even 300. By then, he doubted the limits of the adventure map would be able to stop him. It would also serve as a fallback. Even if he couldn't find the nuclear bomb, he wouldn't be trapped in this map forever. The star train slowly accelerated, continuing along the highway toward the city. After about a few hundred meters, Chen Mang suddenly noticed a question mark floating low in the sky above the highway in the distance. A three-dimensional, white question mark, about the size of an adult man, slowly rotating. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mang's eyes, but then a thought struck him. He steered the train over the question mark. As he approached, he noticed a small projector beneath it. It was this projector that projected the question mark low in the sky. The moment he ran over the question mark, swoosh, two mechanical arms suddenly extended from the road surface below the question mark and attached two walkie-talkie-like objects to the sides of the train's front carriage. At the same time, a message appeared on the control panel screen. Train energy shield has been enhanced. For the next 10 seconds, your train's energy shield level will increase by 1 level. Chen Mang looked at the message on the screen with a slightly strange expression, then at the next question mark not far off on the road. Could this adventure map have a prop race at the beginning? By picking up question marks, you gain different enhancements and then cross the finish line first? Although the map screen didn't explicitly state this, it was clearly the idea. But isn't the location of your first question mark a little far away? The battle is over, hey. Can you start earlier next time? At such a long distance, everyone would have died a long time ago. Chen Mang ignored the question marks, they were useless. However, they did serve as a reminder. If he visited other adventure maps in the future and saw a road like this with all the trains side by side at the starting point, it was likely a prop race. He'd better run and pick up the props first. He continued to control the star train, speeding along the road. Within minutes, he had reached the edge of the city. Get off. The train stopped again, and Ozzy and the others jumped off again, preparing to explore the office buildings on both sides of the street. He'd thought of doing this the last time he was in the mechanical city, but that adventure map had a fixed progression, and he simply didn't have time to explore the entire map. This one had no progression or time limit, and he wasn't in a hurry. He could explore at his leisure. There must be something valuable in those office buildings. He'd explore them first. He tilted his head to look out the window at the office buildings. Most of them were in ruins. Through the cracks and the shattered remains, he could clearly see countless mechanical gears, though they had long since stopped turning. He'd always been curious. These office buildings were filled with gears. Could people still live there? And what were the gears for? If they were transmitting energy, there must be many more efficient, faster, and less lossy ways to do so. After all, this was the side of an advanced civilization. He looked at the screen. The first-person perspective of Ozzy and the others exploring, combined with the real-time surround sound from the train's multiple speakers, gave him an immersive feeling. Be careful, Ozzy muttered silently. The words were transmitted through the collective mind to Chief AI, and then from him to the iris chips of the team members. The words themselves meant nothing. Everyone knows to be careful in an unknown place. It was simply to make his message visible, giving them some confidence. He had just entered the office building lobby. The floor was in a mess. Maroon bloodstains covered the ground, though they were now very faint. Long ago, a battle must have taken place here, but there were no bodies or bones to be seen. Ozzy tentatively squatted down and tapped the floor with the knuckle of his index finger. A dull sound echoed. As expected, the floor was a solid steel plate, without a single crack. It appeared a deep black. All the buildings in the city, both inside and out, were clad in a deep black, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Wait, Ozzy's expression suddenly changed. He glanced around again. This place, though new to him, felt incredibly familiar. It was the office building from the Resident Evil map chip. While there were some minor variations, the overall look was nearly identical. He closed his eyes and stood there, rapidly recalling the scene. When he'd cleared the Resident Evil game, the last step was on the rooftop, where he'd taken a cable to the tall building across the street. He'd seen that city from above, and that city looked almost identical to this one. He wasn't sure if this information would be useful, so he simply relayed it to President AI before continuing his cautious exploration. He'd already searched the first-floor lobby and found nothing unusual. There was only a single reception desk. And the desk was empty, not even a pen or paper. It was completely bare. The elevator had stopped operating. Bioz walked in front, leading a team of members to conduct a floor-by-floor inspection along the fire escape. Outside the office building, the Star Train was already flying over the city, almost approaching the top of this space, which was only 1,000 meters high. Several mechanical eyes outside the train began to rotate rapidly. Countless streams of data flashed on the control panel screen. Scan progress 47%. Scan progress 99%. Scan progress 100%. Comparison progress 89%. Comparison progress 100%. Similarity 72%. Conductor, Zio AI's mechanical, electronic voice echoed from the train cabin. Comparison complete. This city is 72% similar to the one in the Resident Evil map. The differences are mostly due to differences in map integrity. In Resident Evil, the high-rise building on the left with a giant lightning rod was intact, while here, it's collapsed, but the overall city plan is exactly the same. In other words, the city in Resident Evil was still in the midst of war, while this one is post-war. Yes, Chen Mang nodded, not terribly surprised. After all, since the map chip had already been manufactured, it was normal for the map to have a prototype as a reference. You couldn't just create a city out of thin air, that would be too much trouble. He could understand that. The only thing he couldn't understand was that this city was underground. What was the point of installing such a large lightning rod on a high-rise building? How could lightning strike here? That would require a huge oath. 30 minutes later, all three guard teams returned safely. They had searched 3 office buildings, but found nothing useful. The offices were completely empty, not even computers, A4 paper, fire axes, desks, or chairs. Nothing. The stellar train didn't stop again, continuing along the city's central road toward an unknown future. During the aerial scan, Zio AI had marked several noteworthy points. If the city had a nuclear bomb, it would likely be located in these few spots. A simple aerial view of the city appeared on the control panel screen. 3 red dots marked his next targets. 10 minutes later, they quickly arrived at their first target. Located in the city's core, it resembled a military base, with no tall buildings nearby, making it strikingly conspicuous from above. It wasn't very large, about the size of a basketball court, surrounded by a steel mesh fence. While the surface area was limited, the underground area was much larger, the size of 3 or 4 football fields. Chen Mang looked at the dozens of red dots on the search radar. There were creatures in this underground base, but the radar couldn't see their specific information. He didn't know what they were or what level they were, only that they were there. He pulled a lab access card from a drawer and handed it to Zio AI, who was standing beside him. Give it to Biozi and have him take a team down to investigate. Yes. After Zio AI left, he looked back at the information about the adventure map on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. A high-yield nuclear bomb was hidden in the city, powerful enough to destroy the entire city and the monsters along with it. However, the danger struck too quickly, and the bomb wasn't activated in time. This mission, activate the bomb and escape. He had been to many adventure maps before, but they were all relatively simple, consisting of level-based challenges. This was the first time he had encountered such a complex one. There was no detailed process or difficulty level. There was no time limit, and the tall buildings didn't have air barriers. He could go anywhere, though he didn't gain much. He had originally thought there would be some kind of reward for being the first to cross the finish line. But there was no reward for being the first to cross the finish line, just like the prop race was just a random setup. In other words, the degree of freedom increased, but the difficulty also increased. An escape from here? Escape from the nuclear bomb? Or escape? Chen Mang suddenly laughed. Although the adventure maps were not ranked, this one was clearly more complex than the others he had encountered, which meant the rewards would be higher. Bang! by Ozzy, controlling the mecha, chopped open the steel gate of the military base in front of him with an axe, then strode into the military base. On the surface, there was a single, exposed bungalow. It was about 100 square meters, constructed entirely of steel, and looked extremely heavy. Inside, the square was filled with heavy firepower. At a glance, there were at least 100 large-caliber heavy machine guns, comparable in caliber to the cannons on a train. Each heavy machine gun had a box next to it. In the alley, there was a stack of energy stones. These heavy machine guns were energy weapons. In addition, there were 10 rocket pods, each holding 40 rounds, capable of launching 40 rockets simultaneously. In the four corners, there were 4 objects resembling telephone poles, topped with steel spheres whose contents were unclear. Their firepower was impressive, though they were all badly damaged. Most importantly, none of the weapons were pointed outside the military base, but instead at the bungalow on the ground, as if fearing some terrifying monster might escape from it. By Ozzy quickly scanned his surroundings, took a deep breath, and after checking the information relayed by his iris chip, he slowly approached the bungalow, gripping his great axe tightly. There were no signs of life on the ground. 130 meters underground, they would encounter the first red dot. The monster's name and level were unknown. Mang instructed them to focus on detection and tear up the train tickets immediately if they encountered an irresistible threat. The iris chip contained a message from President AI. He slowly approached the door of the bungalow on the military base. Written in large scarlet letters on the wall were the words, "Military restricted area, keep out, danger, danger, stay away." He was already standing at the gate. The door was large enough for his mecha to enter. On the gate pillar was a red button with the words "Open Door" written on it. He placed his hand on it and pressed it, and soon there was a sound of numerous gears. The door in front of him slowly retracted into the walls on both sides. But there was another door behind it. Before he could do anything, the door behind him also began to slowly retract into the walls on both sides, and another door emerged. A minute later, all the doors were open, a total of 8 doors. Ozzy stood at the door and took a look. The walls of this house were made entirely of solid steel, a full 3 meters thick, which was really absurd. And inside the house, there was nothing. There was only an elevator shaft exposed like a mine shaft, and a slowly flashing red warning light in the corner of the house. This was the first time he saw lights in this city. The ground was covered with dust, and it was unknown how long it had been abandoned. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Uncle, Will You Know Kung Fu Before the End of the World? Huff, Huff, by Ozzy, sitting in the cockpit of the executioner mech, took in the scene before him, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. He suddenly realized that even after so many life or death crises, he still felt afraid. This place practically had the word danger etched on its face. But Ozzy took a deep breath, suppressing his inner thoughts, and took the lead in entering the exposed elevator shaft before him, followed by a team of members. The elevator shaft was spacious, easily accommodating 3 mechas and 8 members, or even an entire train car. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and Zanger in the 2 mechas behind him. After all, these 2 were newcomers, and they had probably never been in such a dangerous place before on the previous train. He needed to reassure them beforehand, lest they panic and lose their lives if they encountered danger later, and disrupt the team's offensive rhythm. However, just as he was about to utter words of comfort, he saw through the gap in the mecha that these 2 guys were actually eating Rao-Jiamo in front of his mother. They had brought Rao-Jiamo into the mecha, and they didn't look afraid at all. Instead, they looked around with interest and savored their Rao-Jiamo with relish. Ozzy looked away expressionlessly, swallowing the words he was about to say. Well, Zhang Damai once told him that his 2 brothers, while incredibly strong, were a bit foolish and a little slow-witted. Now it seemed that they were. I just hope they don't get scared to death when they encounter danger later. The Star Train is different from other trains. As guards on the Star Train, they will inevitably go to more dangerous places. They can't do it like the guards on other trains, but that's their mission. Other trains don't have the ability to go to such places. After everyone entered the elevator, BioZ pressed the red button on the elevator control panel, and the elevator began to descend rapidly. It was different from the elevators in office buildings. There were no numbers on the control panel, no floor selections, meaning the elevator would only stop at one location, leaving little room for choice. Mr. AI's messages continued to stream through the iris chip in front of him. The first monster was 70 meters away, 50 meters, 20 meters. Mr. AI's messages brought a slight sigh of relief. With Mr. AI around, it was like having a full map cheat. He knew every enemy's location. The next moment, the elevator suddenly stopped falling, and the doors slowly opened. BioZ was already in the lead. The moment the doors opened, he roared and swung his axe forward, nearly crushing a charging monster to pulp. A pristine white corridor came into view. The ceiling was dotted with 2 rows of bright incandescent lights, numerous cameras, and a heavy machine gun embedded in a corner, similar to the inbuilt fire control system in a train. The walls were stained with dried blood, giving the once pristine white corridor a bloody tinge. BioZ strode out of the elevator, crouching down to gaze at the unknown monster he had just chopped off. It looked like a monkey. A message from President AI quickly reached his iris chip. The database contained no information about this monster, but judging by the battle footage, it was probably slightly below level 2. Turn left in the hallway ahead. There are 7 red dots in the laboratory. Be careful. A murderous glint flashed in BioZ's eyes. He hefted his axe in his mech and continued down the corridor. The corridor's ceilings were a full 10 meters high and 10 meters wide, easily wide enough for his mech. It was the tallest corridor he had ever seen. Was such a high ceiling necessary for a military base laboratory corridor? At that moment, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply. Sure enough, Zhang Yi, standing behind him, had already opened the refrigerator in his arms, preparing to stuff the monster he had just chopped into place. He immediately spoke in a cold voice. No need to pack this thing. I'll pack whatever I say. Oh, Zhang Yi, somewhat embarrassed, released his right hand from the mech's controls, letting the monster's corpse free fall to the ground. Only then did he close the refrigerator and put it back on his back, a touch of regret in his heart. The refrigerator was so spacious, it would be a shame not to pack something in it. And this monster's corpse would be useful. Aren't there several zombies being kept on the train? This monster's corpse could be used to feed them. As he got to know the stellar train better these days, his admiration for Mang Yi grew. Mang Yi had captured several of the zombies that terrorized countless trains alive and was keeping them on the train. He was using them as teaching material for the children. Mang Yi was truly impressive. Then he strode after BioZ, his face alert, his hands gripping the axe handle, ready to attack at any moment. BioZ walked all the way to the end of the corridor. There was no fork in the road ahead, only one option, to turn left. After turning left, he had a strong impression of Mang Yi. On the left side of the corridor was a laboratory. A large glass panel lined the wall, smeared with dried blood. The laboratory was filled with unfamiliar instruments. A dozen monkeys lay dormant inside. Hearing the noise, they threw themselves against the glass with ferocious expressions, roaring and banging on it. But it was clear that the glass was of good quality and soundproof. Master Mang instructed, take all the instruments from the laboratory. BioZ glanced at Master Mang's command on his iris chip, took a step back, took a deep breath, and swung his massive axe hard onto the glass. The glass shattered instantly. A dozen monkeys, with ferocious faces, rushed out at breakneck speed. Zhang Yi and Zhang, standing behind him, were the first to charge forward. The axes swung continuously, killing anyone they hit without causing any injury. Behind them, several other team members also aimed their Gatling guns at the monsters and pulled the trigger. Hundreds of bullets instantly engulfed the mechs and monsters. In the blink of an eye, the area was cleared. Those bullets were only level 3, unable to penetrate the mechs' defenses, but they were deadly accurate against the monsters. The Jilang Gatling gun was an energy weapon. Energy weapons have many advantages, such as being virtually silent with a built-in silencer, not requiring a large load of ammunition, and having far less recoil and weight than gunpowder weapons. But the biggest advantage was this: the Jilang Gatling guns they held were all level 10, each embedded with a level 3 energy stone. This meant they could fire a minimum of level 1 and a maximum of level 6 ammunition. They had the freedom to choose. Against high-level monsters, they chose high-level ammunition, and against low-level monsters, they chose low-level ammunition. This meant that resources were virtually wasted. Unlike a Tamron assault rifle, if you start out with a full load of level 6 ammunition, you'll have to use it when encountering a level 3 monster, but it will waste resources. Energy weapons have virtually no drawbacks. The only drawback is that energy stones are made from iron ore, a crucial material for train upgrades and a very scarce one. The battle ended quickly. Biozi glanced at the two men behind him and, somewhat worriedly, warned, "These experimental instruments are very valuable. Remember to pay attention to Mr. AI's information when storing them, and don't be careless." But he soon realized he was worrying too much. The mech's hands are large, making delicate movements difficult. For tasks like threading a needle, the fourth hand is activated. The mech's mechanical arm contains four hands, normally nestled together. To perform delicate tasks, the three outer hands simply retract like peeling an onion, revealing a human-sized, membrane-covered soft robotic hand. This allows the user to thread a needle without leaving the mecha. However, since it's a robotic arm, it's certainly not as flexible as using one's own hand. It took him a long time to master the third palm, and he still hadn't quite mastered the fourth. Meanwhile, the two burly fellows were deftly manipulating the fourth, flawlessly placing all the equipment neatly in the refrigerator on their shoulders. The entire process was smooth and effortless, without a single mistake, as perfect as a robot. Biozi stared at the scene expressionlessly, remaining silent for a long moment. He couldn't accept it. How could these two burly fellows control the mecha so much better than he did? These two burly fellows were incredibly experienced at collecting supplies. And most importantly, they loved it. They didn't care whether the items they collected were useful or not, even if they could use them themselves. Even if they were trash, as long as they stuffed them back into their refrigerator, they were happy. That kind of genuine joy. Could it be that their simple minds, their limited thoughts, gave them greater control over the mecha? He suddenly felt lost. He'd worked so hard for so long, yet in the end, facing this group of gifted monsters, he was no match. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and silently resolved himself. After this field mission was over, he'd return to complete the extreme mission on the Dragon Fort map. He'd also train in the map designed by Li Shiji to boost his mental strength. Since his talent wasn't up to par, he'd make up for it with hard work. For so many years, he'd believed in only 4 words: God rewards hard work, and luck won't let down anyone who puts in the effort. Come on. Biozi, you can do it. Just then, Boss AI's message came through the iris chip in front of him again. What are you burning about? Stop overthinking and keep moving forward. Huh? Oh, Biozi, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly shut down his wandering thoughts, forgetting he was still in his cluster mind. All the instruments in the lab had been collected, and he'd just reached the hallway when Boss AI's message came through the iris chip again. 320 red dots are rapidly approaching your position in the underground base, with an estimated arrival time of 78 seconds. Prepare for battle. Master Mang instructed, bring back some monster corpses. Biozi's expression immediately calmed. Holding his massive axe, he stood there, patiently gazing at the end of the deserted corridor. Mr. AI's countdown continued to echo in his ears. When the countdown reached 1, a series of piercing roars emanated from the end of the corridor. Countless monsters appeared at the end of the corridor, rapidly advancing along the ground, walls, and ceiling towards them. Open fire, Biozi roared, charging forward with his axe in hand. This scene in the underground military base was projected onto the screen in guard car number 7. The remaining guards from Team 2, who remained in car number 7, were watching the battle footage from Team 1. Team 3, however, had gone to the residential car behind to maintain order. Some of the 1,900 survivors who had recently joined the train were causing a disturbance, and Team 3 was ordered to quell the disturbance. In the classroom, Teacher Chiu led a group of students, watching the live battle footage on the screen. Did you see that? Teacher Chiu looked down at the nervous children. The reason you can stay on the star and enjoy a life of ease and comfort is because there are people outside the train fighting for you, carrying the burden for you. When you grow up, you can join them. Just then, a monster, piercing through the hail of bullets, burst through the mecha, its mouth wide open, its fangs bared, and it leaped into the air, charging towards the team member at the rear. The children in the classroom couldn't help but cover their mouths and scream in fear. Some of the more timid ones couldn't bear to watch. But the next second, the team member, upon realizing the attack, had no time to turn his gun. Standing still, he quickly backed away, his body almost touching the ground like an arch to avoid the monster's attack. Then he suddenly stood up, pulled out a broken blade from his arms, and plunged it straight into the chest of the monster, which had missed and fallen to the ground. The whole process was smooth and flowing, as if he had repeated it thousands of times before. Wow, the classroom erupted in excited cheers again. That uncle is amazing. Uncle, you know Kung Fu before the apocalypse, right? Teacher Chu glanced at the team member on the screen. Seeing him kill the monster, her tense heart relaxed slightly, her eyes gleaming. This uncle's name is Zhang Qi. He's a veteran of the team and very capable. She knew all the team members' names, Captain Pig had told him. But she hadn't known Zhang Qi was so formidable. Damn it, that scared me to death. Still terrified, Zhang Qi cursed inwardly after extracting the blade fragment from the monster. Luckily, he'd been training diligently with Brother Bao in the combat training virtual space, otherwise he might have been killed right here. But there was no time for further reflection. She immediately regained her composure, aimed her Gatling gun at the monsters charging down the corridor, and fired again. Chapter 171 was detonated after 10 seconds. Although there were many monsters, their levels were low. Soon, the battle was over. Biozi looked at the pile of monster corpses piled in the corridor ahead, then turned to the team members behind him and said in a deep voice, "Report casualties." None, 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 no one was injured. This was simply because the corridor was a bit spacious. If it were smaller, the fire net formed by a giant wave Gatling guns would have made it impossible for any monster to break through the defense before the energy stones were exhausted. Zhang Yi, collect all the monster corpses. Yes, Zhang Yi, unable to contain himself, immediately opened the refrigerator and stuffed all the monster corpses inside after receiving the order. This refrigerator was great. He loved two things on the Star Train the most, the refrigerator and the Raoji ammo, Chinese steamed bun. Keep going. For the rest of the journey, they encountered no more monsters. All the monsters still in the corridor had just rushed towards them. After about 10 minutes of marching, the view was finally different. The whole road was just corridors, empty, like a vast maze built deep underground. Ahead lay a vast square. Cylindrical containers, each filled with an unknown green liquid, each containing a monkey. Many of the containers had been broken. Apparently, the monkeys had escaped from one of these shattered containers. Is this some kind of biological experiment? Biozi glanced around before gazing towards the center of the square. There stood a glass laboratory, filled with screens and experimental equipment. The laboratory was empty. No one was alive, but there were dead. 7 human corpses, clad in white robes, their blood almost dried. A pistol lay on the ground, likely a suicide. Take everything from the laboratory. Receiving the order, Biozi approached the glass laboratory and, once again, raised his axe and smashed it down. However, this time, there was no resounding sound of shattering glass as before. Instead, a dull sound echoed. The axe handle trembled rapidly in his hand, but the laboratory glass showed no sign of shattering. After several attempts, he finally gave up. The glass was too hard to break. However, he noticed a card reader at the laboratory entrance. He spread his palm, and as the first layer of his hand shattered and retracted back into his arm, a card appeared in his palm. This card had been given to him by Master Mang. He held the card and placed it on the reader. Beep, a faint sound echoed, and soon the glass of the laboratory began to fall. Begin loading. Outside the military base, inside the Star Train, Chen Mang watched the several lines of text flash across the control panel screen. Biozi and the others had returned safely. From the core laboratory, they had brought back a blueprint, a large number of experimental instruments, a chip, and a large instrument similar to a printing press, but many times larger. It wouldn't even fit in the refrigerator. Zhang Yi had carried it on his back. This large instrument was their greatest gain of this trip. The chip contained all the lab's experimental data, the dying words of the experimenters, and the lab's experimental log. Zio AI, having absorbed all the information from the chip, was summarizing it and displaying it on the screen. 10 minutes later, no more information flashed across the screen. Chen Mang remained silent for a long time before picking up the blueprint in his hand. Cardiac injection production line. Yellow-grade accessory blueprint. When injured, giving yourself an injection will make you feel no pain, and your mind will be extremely active for a period of time, recovering some injuries and significantly increasing your strength, with no side effects. It's not useful on the train, as there are better alternatives. But it's very useful when out in the field. While often, being unable to feel pain isn't a good thing, as it often means a quick death, this item can significantly reduce casualties for guards on field missions. And this military base's sole mission is to research and manufacture this blueprint. Yes, the blueprint can be manufactured, and that large instrument is the one that creates it. Through extensive experimental data, they first research how to produce the drug, then how to design a production line for it. Then, through extensive data calculations, they finally create a blueprint for the cardiac stimulant production line. This instrument is now inside the train, which means, after a long time, Chen Mang turned his head and looked at Zio AI. Now that we have that instrument inside the train, can we create blueprints? Yes, Zio AI nodded. This instrument still has 17 blank blueprints. All the data for creating a cardiac injection production line has been entered into it. We just need to connect the circuit system to the generator to provide power, and we can create 17 more cardiac injection production line blueprints. I mean, can we create other blueprints? For example, let me just think of one. A lighter production line blueprint. No, it requires a lot of experimental data and a lot of relevant researchers to conduct various experiments. Maybe in the future, and if it's just a lighter component, the research is much simpler than the lighter production line blueprint. Yeah, Chen Mang said nothing more. For example, the level 1 train can create white single beds, but only single components, not a single bed production line. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. This was a really good harvest. The card given to him by the 10 steps to kill one train was really useful. Without it, Biozi and others couldn't enter this laboratory. The two-dimensional train had also brought him to a good place. Both of them are good people. I'll burn incense for both of them when I get the chance. Oh, no, the former isn't dead yet. We'll talk about it when he dies. Although the instrument can't be used yet, as long as he collects enough experimental data and finds a large number of scientific researchers, one day he can design the accessories he wants. As for the story of this experiment, it's also very simple. A long time ago, perhaps not long ago, Biozi was searching for a forensic doctor among the residents, preparing to perform autopsies on several human corpses to determine the approximate time of death. This laboratory was ordered to develop blueprints for a cardiac injection production line. However, because it involves biological experiments, it is easy to create extremely terrifying monsters during the experiments. This has happened many times. To prevent this, the military base was built underground, and many heavy firepower weapons were placed on the surface to prevent the creation of terrifying monsters and their escape from the experimental base. And in the experimental base, the glass laboratory at the heart of the deep square was highly fortified. If anything went wrong, bombs embedded in the walls of the lab quarters would detonate, burying all the monsters created deep underground. The researchers and their experimental data would remain within the lab, awaiting rescue. Later, problems did arise, but not within the lab itself. Instead, the city suffered a devastating attack from countless monsters, turning the city into a monster paradise and decimating all living creatures. This buried lab, buried deep underground, escaped disaster. However, after a long period of disconnection from the outside world, the monkeys used for experiments within the lab began to mutate and began slaughtering assistants and staff outside. Unable to escape or await rescue, the researchers, unable to escape or wait for rescue, committed suicide in despair. However, the experimental data and instruments were preserved. This is the story of this secret underground laboratory. Hidden within the lab's intelligent brains lies an AI. According to Zio AI, this is a scientific AI, devoid of human emotions and solely responsible for calculating data. When the equipment is restarted, this AI awakens. Chen Mang let out a light breath, stretched his body, and continued to control the star train, flying through the air toward the next anomaly on the map. This was the first time he had seen humans in the remains of a mechanical civilization. He had originally assumed that mechanical civilizations were all robots, but now it seemed there were humans as well. He just couldn't tell who held the dominant position in this civilization, humans or robots. It didn't look human. At least, if humans had built the city, they wouldn't have built it like this. All the office buildings looked almost identical, from the streets to the high-rises, a single dark black. All the roads were perfectly straight and standard, with no greenery or parks. It was utterly dull and boring. It didn't conform to human aesthetics. Even if it was designed as a refuge city from the beginning, it couldn't have completely ignored its residential nature, right? The train continued on its way. Soon, they arrived at the second anomaly, located in the center of the city. It was a deep pit, about 100 meters in diameter. Chen Mang controlled the star train through the air, slowly descending into the pit. The walls of the pit were lined with incandescent light bulbs. It wasn't very deep, only about 100 meters. At the bottom of the pit, he saw a missile standing on the ground. It was 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. Its yield didn't seem too great. Next to the missile, a line of light screens appeared, a nuclear bomb capable of destroying an entire city. Pressing the red button starts a 10-second countdown to detonation. At the end of those 10 seconds, it will explode. Found it, this is the objective for this map. But Chen Mang's face showed no sign of joy. Instead, he looked around expressionlessly. The pit square was empty except for the missile and a button on a nearby pillar. Escape? Where to? There was no indication of a direction, and 10 seconds was plenty of time to go. After a moment, Chen Mang silently ordered a team to remain in the square to guard it. He planned to head to the third anomaly to explore for any escape routes. He was now extremely glad he had cleared the map from the start. Otherwise, such a devastating weapon would be lying there exposed. Whoever pressed it would be buried with him. His death would have been truly unjust. At least put a complete cover on that button. He was a little worried that a monster might appear and fall and hit the button. What a disaster that would be. He left a team of members to guard it to prevent any unruly creatures from pressing the button. He went to check the escape route. The third anomaly was extremely far from the second, about 30,000 meters away. The star train slowly stopped in front of a tunnel. The tunnel was made entirely of glass, starting at the surface and extending in an arc of approximately 30 degrees to the top of the underground space. This tunnel was the escape route. From an aerial view, it was quite conspicuous amidst the rubble behind the city, a high-speed train tunnel. After injecting a level 3 energy stone, the train will be suspended in a magnetic levitation state in the center of the tunnel, escaping the city at super high speed and rushing out of the ground. In its dilapidated state, it can only accommodate one train. This is the escape route in this adventure map, and it was also the escape route that was built from the beginning of the city's construction. In other words, regardless of whether he initially chose to clear the map, only one train would eventually pass through it, and 4 trains were destined to perish here. He'd have to try to avoid going to adventure maps with Erden in the future. He didn't want to fight his friend. Erden had probably never experienced this kind of adventure map before, otherwise he wouldn't have been so careless as to go with him. Furthermore, this high-speed train tunnel was located on the edge of the city, a long way from the nuclear bomb detonation point. A full 30,000 meters as the crow flies. It was impossible for the train to detonate the bomb and then reappear at the tunnel entrance 10 seconds later, ready to depart. There was only one solution: choose a sacrifice, have that sacrifice activate the nuclear bomb, and then, at the moment the countdown began, the train would enter the tunnel and begin its escape. Of course, if good things come in pairs, choosing 2 sacrifices would be more auspicious. It's huge. Chen Mang, stepping out of the train and standing in the open space, gazed at the nearby underground city, his expression dazed, and he couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't know how many meters underground it was, he knew they could carve out such a large space and build a city within it. This mechanical civilization's infrastructure capabilities were quite impressive. Lan Maozi, what do you mean? Bai Ozi, sitting in the mecha, looked down at him with a gloomy expression. It's not your turn to be a hero now. Why are you trying to act so high and mighty? Put your gun away. I told you to put your gun away. Did you hear me? Shan Maozi, standing in the square, pointed the barrel of his gun at his head, his eyes red and hoarse. Brother Bao, we both know what's going on. Chapter 172. The star train will one day soar in the sea of stars. This nuclear bomb will explode within 10 seconds after the button is pressed. The power of this nuclear bomb can completely flatten the entire city. How to escape in 10 seconds? Where to escape? Shan Maozi's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse, saying word by word, the only escape route is the train flying in the air just now. The glass tunnel outside the city can only be there. The iris chip has been disconnected, which means that Master Mang has also gone there to investigate the situation. It is at least 30,000 meters away from here. With such a long distance, the train can't get there after activating the nuclear bomb, The transmission distance of the train ticket is only 10,000 meters. The only solution is to leave one person here to press the nuclear bomb button, and everyone else goes to that tunnel to prepare to escape. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, I once made a promise to Master Mang. He saved my woman's life. I told Master Mang that if the Star Train needs someone to perform a life or death mission one day in the future, I, Chen Mang, will be the first to step forward. I'm not kidding, I never joke. Now it's my turn to step forward. Brother Bao, please help me take care of Mijia in the future. Don't be crazy. Baozi jumped out of the metro with an ugly look on his face, walked in front of Shan Maozi, and looked at him straight. When will it be your turn to make a decision on the star? Huh? Master Meng hasn't said anything, so what decision are you making on your own? Where's your discipline? Besides, even if someone needs to sacrifice, can't we just pick one from the more than 1,900 survivors just now? Why do you have to be a hero here? No way. Shan Maozi smiled miserably and shook his head. This is a suicide mission. You let those survivors come? They're all going to die anyway. Do you think they will feel resentful and detonate the nuclear bomb in advance, taking the star with them to death? Brother Bao, do you think there is anyone on the Star Train who is more suitable to be in this position than me? Baozi was just about to refute, and he opened and closed his mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. It seemed that Shan Maozi was the only one on the entire train who was suitable to stand in this position. But after a moment, he shook his head. You kid haven't even had your honeymoon yet. Put down your gun first, Mr. Mang may have another way. If it doesn't work, let me, Old Pig, do it. Shan Maozi couldn't help laughing. Brother Bao, Captain Pig is very afraid of death. He won't take the initiative to die. And at this moment, Baozi rushed up quickly, knocked Shan Maozi to the ground, snatched the Julang Gatling gun from his hand, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, couldn't help kicking him and cursing. Are you fucking crazy? You should at least wait for Mr. Mang to say it before you come to show off your heroism. Okay, Brother Bao. Shan Maozi, lying on the ground, stared at Baozi with red eyes and said word by word, everyone in the train knows that Mr. Mang saved my woman's life, and they also know that I promised Mr. Mang that if it wasn't me who died in the end, it would be someone else. I won't be able to raise my head in the train in the future, and Mijia won't be able to raise her head either. It's very embarrassing. Face. Is face that important? Baozi said unhappily. It's the end of the world. How much is face worth? To me, it's very important. Get up first. The worst that can happen is that Zhang Yi will die? Huh? Zhang Yi, who had jumped out of the metro and was standing nearby chewing a steamed bun, was slightly stunned when he heard this. Where are the sweet potato shreds? The next moment, the Star Train had appeared on the deep pit at some point and slowly landed in the square. Chen Mang walked down from the train with a cane, looked at Shan Maozi lying on the ground, looked at Baozi calmly, and waved. Bring Mijia down. Let Mijia and Shan Maozi press the nuclear bomb here together. Even if we go down, we can be a desperate couple. A good thing comes in pairs. Yes. Baozi nodded seriously and immediately strode towards the train. Shan Maozi was slightly stunned. Can't one of us die? Come back. Chen Mang looked at Baozi's back and shouted angrily, you really go. Then he pulled Shan Maozi, who was lying on the ground, up and patted the dust off his body. After a light sigh, he said a little tiredly, I just smoked a cigarette and thought about enjoying the scenery for a while, and you guys performed a tragedy here. You have to die, didn't I tell you a long time ago? The star will never fall to the point where someone needs to die voluntarily. You contribute more to me when you are alive. Don't always think about dying. Do you often imagine in your mind the scene of me being very heartbroken after your death? Are you seriously ill? Get up quickly. I have a headache seeing you now. I'm afraid that one day you will encounter some monster, and you will yell about rushing over to die alone from me. Shan Maozi muttered awkwardly. I'm mainly worried about people complaining about the train using too many resources on my wife. I figured if I died, no one would complain about her. Then how do we deal with the nuclear bomb button being so far from the escape route? Don't worry about that, Baozi. Take everyone back to the train. Yes. Then Chen Mang looked at Oba and Mundo as they got off the train. While he was smoking, he had already run some experiments. The goblin ticket was fully functional in this map. There was no special blockade. Train tickets had a range of 10,000 meters, but goblin tickets had no range limit. The solution was simple. Just place a goblin, Mundo, there, and have him press the nuclear bomb button and then use the goblin ticket to get back to the train. Everyone would be happy. everyone would escape alive. Doba, Chen Mang looked at Mondo with a serious and earnest expression. Your tribesman's wisdom hasn't fully recovered. I've already explained my plan to you in detail. You must convey it clearly and firmly to him. When I'm ready, I'll launch a level 1 missile and explode it over the pit. The moment you see the missile explode over the pit, press the button. Do you understand? The high-speed train tunnel was still unusable. Only when the nuclear bomb button was pressed would a gate in the high-speed train tunnel retract, allowing the train to escape from the underground. Understood, Master Mang. Doba accepted the task with a serious expression, then pulled Mondo aside. As the Goblin King, I command you to remain here until a missile explodes over the pit. Only then can you proceed. Soon, the Star Train had departed, carrying everyone with it. Only Mondo remained, staring up at the pit. Even though his neck ached, he didn't move. This is the Goblin King's order, a crucial plan crucial to the Goblin revival. He must complete it diligently. Are we leaving? After confirming that there was no more area worth exploring in the city, the Star Train flew over it, aiming directly at the high-speed train tunnel behind it, preparing to leave this adventure map. Inside guard car number 7, Shanmaozi gazed out the window at the city below in a daze. After a moment, he looked awkwardly at Baozi and whispered, Brother Bao, did Master Mang think I was acting just now? Trying to be dramatic? I really didn't think so. Alright, Baozi shook his head, interrupting Shanmaozi. Master Mang just doesn't want you to keep doing things with the intention of dying. Anyone who keeps doing things with the intention of seeing death as an opportunity will eventually die, even when they shouldn't, and don't let your imagination run wild. No one has any complaints about your woman consuming the train's resources, that's not true. Don't let your imagination run wild, Shanmaozi nodded and whispered, I understand. Baozi was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. Generally speaking, if a person cares too much about what others think, or even speculates about it privately, he or she will often ruminate, think of painful things in the past, and then torture himself or herself again. That's just like you. I'll give you a solution. If you can't help but think of those painful things, don't think about the things that are close to you, but think about the painful things that are very far away from you, and keep doing this. In this way, although you will still think of those painful things often, because so much time has passed, the harm those painful things have caused you will be very small. In the long run, the mental damage you suffer will be minimal. Don't keep torturing yourself. Shanmaozi was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously thought about it. After a moment, he looked up at Baozi blankly and said, Brother Bao, weren't you a contractor before? Do you know this? Humph. Baozi snorted coldly, don't look down on me. After all, I have led a team. It is also one of my jobs to pay attention to the psychological emotions of the people below. Okay, Brother Bao, what if there are no goblins on the train? Then you send it. The Star Train had already stopped beside the hypersonic tunnel and slowly entered the glass tunnel. A level 3 energy stone was placed in the adjacent control panel. Everything was ready. The lights on the tunnel walls were now solid red. Deep within the tunnel, a gate sealed the passage. The train wasn't hovering in midair, but had landed at the tunnel's base. The next moment, the missile in car 14, the penultimate car, slowly rose. Boom! Orange-red flames instantly engulfed the entire car. With a whistling sound, it shot towards the deep pit above the city anomaly point 2, detonating with pinpoint accuracy. Almost instantly, the red lights on the tunnel walls turned green, and the train instantly floated in midair. A powerful thrust was instantly felt. The train shot forward through the tunnel. The gate at the front of the tunnel also instantly retracted. After activating all the nitrogen nozzles on the train, its speed increased even further. The powerful thrust pressed Chen Mang's body against its back. This was his first experience of such speed. The train's speed, displayed on the screen, had reached 2,120 kilometers per hour. Nearly Mach 2. Roar! Chen Mang grinned and roared, gripping the control stick tightly with both hands, as if venting all the frustrations he'd endured in this world. He slapped the console, and deafening, rhythmic music instantly resonated throughout every car of the train. The breakneck speed had caused the green lights in the tunnel to connect into a single line. It was like traveling through time and space, leaving him with only the endless depths of the tunnel and the green lines along its inner walls. He had no idea where the tunnel ended, he simply wanted to experience the thrill of speed. Mondo wasn't on the train. Instead, he stayed at the entrance to the hypersonic train tunnel. Just before departure, he was ordered to jump out, A camera centered around a mechanical eye, trained on the sky above the city. When the nuclear bomb button was pressed, the entire city's hidden energy reserve seemed to have been activated, and every light source illuminated. The Steel City, previously pitch black and devoid of any light source, was instantly bathed in neon lights, a breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a modern city at dusk. Furthermore, searchlights atop every tall building rooftop beamed beams of light into the sky, converging into vast, ever-changing digit 9, 8, 7. Simultaneously, a cacophony of sirens wailed over the Steel City. The Steel City's hidden energy began to overload, causing the neon tubes on billboards to explode. Countless fireworks, hidden from nowhere, burst into the sky. The scene was so beautiful, it felt less like a nuclear countdown and more like a New Year's Eve countdown. When the countdown reached 0, a deafening explosion echoed. Endless flames, like those from hell, erupted from the heart of the Steel City, and waves of air, as substantial as glass walls, rapidly spread in all directions. Countless skyscrapers collapsed. Mondo, who remained where he was, recorded the scene with his camera and, just as the attack was about to reach him, shredded his goblin ticket. It was a scene of immense beauty. Originally, no one saw it, like an actor performing a useless performance for an empty audience. But Mondo brought it back to the star. If Chen Mang had seen it, he might have retracted his judgment of this civilization's lack of aesthetic sense. Their entire aesthetic sense focused on the splendor of the moment before death. Inside the high-speed train tunnel, the star was hurtling through the tunnel at breakneck speed, the tunnel behind them constantly collapsing. As the 10-second countdown expired, Zio AI's voice reached him. The search radar has detected zombies on the ground. We're still in the zombie basin. In the center, there are dozens of parked trains outside, seemingly at a rally. Zio AI's voice was quick, but the train was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the star had rushed towards the pale yellow curtain at the end of the tunnel, crashing straight into it. Its speed boosted it. Like a cannonball, it pierced the light curtain, bursting through the ground and shooting into the sky. Fly high, a delighted Chen Mang sat in the chair at the control panel, pushed the joystick to the bottom, bursting out of the ground and switching to the bunny cloud wheel. He looked ahead at the long-lost sky full of stars and shouted excitedly. At this moment, he just wanted to rush out. Rush to the sky full of stars and tell everyone that the star train will one day soar across the sea of stars. He, Chen Mang, will be the greatest train conductor in the history of the entire starry sea. Chapter 173. Am I so important? Was there an earthquake? I don't know, but it's not impossible. I think I learned in school that basins are prone to earthquakes. Even if there were, that's understandable, right? Are you sure there are? Not sure. Let me think. In the center of the Yellow Zone's zombie basin, under a starry sky, dozens of trains were parked nearby. Dozens of train conductors, along with their trusted associates, gathered for a spontaneous small gathering. The custom of gatherings persisted in the Yellow Zone as well. They weren't just for exchanging supplies, but also for exchanging information. Meetings allowed for more valuable insights. In the White Zone, gatherings were generally held during the day, which was safer. Although monsters were active both day and night, they were generally less active, making daytime gatherings safer. In the Yellow Zone, however, gatherings were generally held at night. This saved time. The slaves rested in the train cars while the train conductors attended the gatherings. After the gatherings, they could return home and resume mining the next day. At that moment, many train conductors felt the ground shake slightly, and instinctively glanced toward the sloped section of the hill ahead. There was a seemingly endless passageway at the sloped section of the hill, containing a glass tunnel. Many people knew about this, except for a pale yellow membrane at the tunnel entrance and a light curtain nearby. The area ahead was off limits. It wasn't unheard of, but no one had ever been able to enter. Over time, no one paid much attention to it. Only newcomers to the zombie basin would venture in to take a look, imagining themselves the chosen one, only to return disappointed. The ground was shaking slightly. It felt like something had exploded underground, like an earthquake, yet not quite. Just then, a piercing sonic boom suddenly rang through everyone's ears, and then a train burst out of the tunnel at the sloped section of the hill at breakneck speed, shattering the membrane and soaring into the sky. Like a meteor, it vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Their last impression was of the train, flanked by numerous thrust nozzles. Their pale blue tails adorned the train with a dazzling display against the night sky. Nearly all the train conductors stood there, bewildered, pausing their actions and gazing up at the train that had vanished into the horizon. It took them a long time to react, and they exchanged glances. Is that a train? Nonsense, with so many carriages, it's obviously a train. I don't know where these people got the bunny clouds. How come I'm already on a level 8 train and still haven't gotten this accessory? You definitely won't get it if you mine every day. These rare accessories can only be obtained in adventure maps or by killing rare bosses. I don't remember anyone this powerful in the zombie basin. Who could possibly catch up with that speed? Can't it be the Stellar? You mean the train that just arrived in the zombie basin and has the most super metal effects? That's possible. Inside the Stellar train, Chen Mang switched to the bunny cloud wheels and soared high in the sky, preparing to find a place to rest. The moment he broke through the ground, he saw the rally taking place below. But he had no intention of joining in yet. He had gained a lot this time. He needed to find a place to rest. Soon, he landed on a flat surface devoid of high-level zombies. He didn't activate the onboard zombie shield. Activating this accessory consumed energy, so it wasn't necessary for lower-level zombies. It was just the right time for the people below to practice. Chen Mang looked at the resource column on the train panel. First, there were the resources. 3.49 million units of iron ore, 365,000 units of copper ore, 500,000 units of wood, and 200,000 units of red heart rock. The iron ore obtained from the trains devoured in the Earth Core nuclear bomb adventure map had already been included in the current inventory. This map had replenished him with a significant amount of resources. There was also a white-grade accessory blueprint and 4 Murphy stones, of which he now had 16. The blueprint was for a masturbation cup production line. Masturbations, a tool for stress relief and relaxation, were barely usable. Aside from the tedious cleaning process and the soreness from excessive use, there weren't any major drawbacks. The blueprint was found on the second dimension train. Actually, even if you destroy a train, it's difficult to obtain blueprints from the other train. After all, everyone uses the blueprints they receive immediately. Who would keep them for themselves, unless they're planning to sell them? This thing. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mang decided to spend 4,500 units of iron ore to craft it, and upgrade it to level 10. While it's useless to him, he could craft a few and place them in the local shops. This would not only enrich the product variety, but also provide a way for residents who can't afford to buy meat to relieve stress. Masturbator production line level 5 super metal effect, softer and chewier. Masturbator production line level 10 super metal effect, cost halved, not bad. Originally 10 units of iron ore could craft one, but now with the cost halved, 5 units can craft one. It's really a pretty useless accessory. No wonder that 2D Train kept it for sale, but it's hard to say whether it will sell, unless the price is cheap enough. If the price is cheap, there's no blueprint that can't be sold. Even the most useless blueprint can be used as multiple accessories. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, gazing at the vacuum-packed press stuck in the nearby refrigerator. Hundreds of bags, all spicy and numbing. It was a good thing, a change of pace after getting tired of the train's food. He casually opened a bag, tore off a duck leg, and popped it into his mouth. Not bad. Chen Mang's eyes lit up slightly. Perhaps it was because he hadn't eaten it in a while. The meat was dry-fried, barely moist, and it was flavorful to chew. It was a bit spicy, but very satisfying. He wondered where that guy got it from. Was there a pressed duck factory in the zombie basin? But after taking more than a dozen bites, Chen Mang's cheeks flushed slightly. He tossed the pressed duck aside and quickly pulled a bottle of iced mineral water from the refrigerator. He downed a large gulp, but it was no use. Why was that pressed duck so damn spicy? He only felt a burning sensation in his mouth, a sharp pain. At first, it was just spicy and flavorful, tolerable, but after a dozen or so bites, the spiciness took over, and he almost lost the feeling in his tongue. Hush, Chen Mang took a few deep breaths, but the pain didn't subside at all. He glanced down at the dry duck package on the ground. The flavor line on it actually said numbing spicy, not extra spicy, damn it, without stopping. He strode towards the medical bay in car 2. No, this is killing me. I need to reboot. After the reboot, Chen Mang returned to the train compartment, fully restored to normal. He gave the remaining half-eaten bag of dried duck to Xia Fang, who was standing at the door, before looking at his other haul. He definitely wasn't going to enjoy all this dried duck, but it would be a good interrogation tool. Just the dried duck, no water, of course. This was completely ridiculous. He took out a dozen bags and placed them in the resident's car, and gave the rest to the guards as well. The confiscated cigarettes were naturally dumped in the local shops, while the various supplies were stored in the train's refrigerators. There were plenty of them, no shortage of space, including the 200 or 300 action figures. It's quite nice. Chen Mang thoughtfully picked up a mobile phone-sized action figure, toying with it before tossing it in the pile. While these things were useless, it would be a shame to throw them away, so he decided to toss them in the local shops to see if anyone needed them. It's worth mentioning that, according to information from Biozi, there were no women on the 2D train, only men. And according to information from the slaves on the 2D train, some time ago, the train's built-in fire control system suddenly opened fire without warning in the middle of the night, killing all the female members. Even the sows were spared. Although every train had an internal fire control system, virtually none of them were used. This feature primarily served as a deterrent. Once activated, it wasn't simply a matter of killing 1 or 2 people. In such a densely packed and chaotic environment, it was impossible to achieve a precise kill. On the 2D train, many men were killed in the chaos. The only people who had truly witnessed the power of the internal fire control system were the slaves on the 2D train. Therefore, the slaves on that train were the most obedient, especially after seeing the 10 heavy machine guns within the train car. They obediently entered the refrigerator without any resistance. On the other train cars, there were still some troublemakers among the slaves, but of course, Team 3 suppressed them and eliminated them. Over 1,900 more survivors. There were few troublemakers, they were all quite obedient, or rather, quite apathetic. Chen Mang's brow furrowed slightly. Including the 1,900 or so survivors, the total number of people on the train now reached over 3,300. The daily consumption of various spare parts, plus the expenses for food, water, and so on, had already reached nearly 6,000 units of iron ore in the blink of an eye. 6,000 units of iron ore had already vanished by the time he woke up today. This was during normal rest and recuperation, or mining. Any time a battle or emergency occurred, the consumption would increase, and it wasn't just iron ore that was consumed, copper and other resources would also be consumed. Yes, he shook his head in frustration, but soon smiled again. While the daily expenses had increased, the mining efficiency had also increased. It wasn't a matter of pros and cons, but simply that the scale had expanded. A larger scale meant a greater harvest. But if there was a period of time when no iron ore was brought in, the entire system would be dragged down. Without giving it a second thought, he spent 190,000 units of iron ore to create an iris chip for each of the 1,900 or so survivors, having Zio AI insert one. He also spent another 1,900 units of wood to craft a set of clothing for each person. Orange, of course. This was the standard uniform for the stellar train. In the foggy apocalypse, wearing something brighter would brighten the mood. Am I that important? Inside the space gate of Carriage 2, designated the Mecha Research and Development Center, Zio AI was fiddling with the experimental equipment he'd brought back from the Earth Core nuclear bomb adventure map when he heard Mang Yi's instructions. He was to implant the iris chip. It was a task only he could perform, given his steady hands. Zio AI looked expectantly at the crude robot, anchored in the middle by a frame in front of him. He was creating a new body for himself, allowing him to travel to multiple locations simultaneously. He didn't dare delay. He immediately left the space gate, packed all the iris chips and clothes he had produced into a refrigerator, and then carried the refrigerator to the residential carriages at the rear. Carriages 10 and 11 had originally been goblin carriages, home to over 100 goblins. However, Doba had already taken all the goblins and relocated them to the space gate installed in car 11. The goblins all lived in one refrigerator, leaving these 2 carriages empty for the time being. However, the residential store was now located in the refrigerator in car 11. Lao Zhu arranged 10 refrigerators in a row in car 10. These would serve as dormitories for the 1,900 or so survivors for the next few days, 1 refrigerator for each of the 200 people. Starting with the 3rd-level resident treatment, Zio AI stood at the refrigerator door, implanting the iris chips one by one. Each recipient followed the previous recipient's lead and took the clothing item next to them. Everyone in line to enter the refrigerators, men and women alike, was completely naked, without any clothing. Yet, no one spared a second glance. First, they were all a bit dirty, And second, given the situation, who would care? The difference between humans and dogs is that humans still value a bit of romance. They need at least some atmosphere when doing it, a private space, gentle singing, and so on. The more extravagant ones even require the other person to be someone they like. No, Biozzi frowned and stood aside with a team of members, providing a deterrent while also intending to select a few promising individuals, perhaps those with strong overall physical qualities and mental strength, to train as a backup guard. With so many residents on the train, their guards would need to be expanded. Otherwise, if too many people died during the field mission, there wouldn't be anyone to fill in. At least a group of backup guards would be necessary, right? No, Zio AI, like an emotionless robot on an assembly line, continuously implanted one iris chip after another. Because of their frequent mining, their overall physical qualities are quite good, but they're not as good as the current residents on the train. Chapter 174. That train is the star, right? So far, my mental strength has been relatively normal. I haven't encountered anyone like Li Shiji, Biozzi said with some regret. I definitely don't force myself to get someone like Li Shiji. It's rare to find someone with such talent. But someone like the captain of Team 3 is fine. With so many people, are they all mediocre? Mediocre is the norm. Li Shiji's is an anomaly. This night was destined to be extremely busy. Distributing the over 1,900 survivors was no small task. For the next 3 days, these survivors wouldn't need to work, and of course, they wouldn't have any food. They would only be given basic rations each day to ensure they wouldn't starve to death. This was standard procedure on the Star. Newcomers were starved for 3 days to let them see what life was like for the other train residents. After 3 days, they were then introduced to the train's rules and the promotion process. After that, they gradually assimilated into the routine. The next day, dawn had just broken. The train had stopped at a level 3 open pit iron mine. The train's inhabitants had already begun disembarking to mine, while Chen Mang sat inside, gazing at the blueprint for the cardiac stimulant production line. A yellow-grade accessory. Consume 46,000 units of iron ore to craft and upgrade to level 10, cardiac stimulant production line level 5 supermod effect, cost halved. Cardiac stimulant production line level 10 supermod effect, cost halved. This stimulant is the same one Biozzi used in the Resident Evil map. It's a personal supply, extremely useful during field operations. Upgrading it has no effect. The original price is 1,000 units of iron ore per stimulant. After 2 consecutive supermod effects, the price is 250 units. He crafted 3 for each guard and stored them in their tactical jacket pockets. This effectively ensures survival during field operations. And, he glanced at the line of text on the console screen. That was his reward for successfully completing the Earth Core Nuclear Bomb Adventure map. You successfully escaped from the Ground Core Nuclear Bomb Adventure map. You receive the following rewards. 1 million units of iron ore, 1 million units of copper ore, and 1 million units of wood. These rewards are incredibly straightforward. They're the most straightforward rewards he's ever seen from an adventure map, but they're not bad. They're all quite useful, except for the 1 million units of wood. Wood doesn't have many uses, aside from making clothes, but it's better than nothing. It'll always come in handy. A set of high-quality clothing only requires 500 units of wood. Furthermore, after a moment's thought, Chen Mang sent another pinned message on the train radio. Selling clothing with warmth, accepting bulk customization, with payment in copper and iron ore. Winter is coming. The temperature is dropping, and the clothing produced by other train custom clothing lines doesn't lock in warmth, making it difficult for slaves to work in the cold. However, after a while, no one inquired, far less than the initial enthusiasm for selling cigarettes. Chen Mang quickly understood the situation. Whether making a short-sleeved shirt or a cotton coat, the materials consumed were the same, 1 unit of wood. There was no need to purchase any warm clothing for those trains. A cotton coat would suffice. If it got cold, they could just put on a few more layers, which would only cost a few more units of wood. There was no need to use iron ore to buy clothing that would lock in warmth. While wearing less would make work easier, it was clear that no train conductor would be willing to pay for such a small efficiency gain. So he sent another message, Murphy Stone for sale. Bring the price and trade remotely. The train radio was buzzing with activity. Almost instantly, 4 people initiated private chats with him, clearly indicating a higher demand for Murphy Stone. Not bad, Chen Mang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the 4 items in his hand. After a thorough selection, he had sold 10 Murphy stones, leaving 6 remaining. While Murphy stone was powerful, it required a certain quantity, at least 3 or 4. Otherwise, its effectiveness would be limited. If you have to, you can grant green grade accessories a level 5 overpowered effect, and blue grade accessories a level 10 overpowered effect. You can also upgrade defensive and offensive accessories, allowing them to skip over use of them in the next phase, saving significant resources. For example, upgrading an energy shield directly to level 7 or 8 eliminates the need for a Jebel energy shield. Once the train reaches level 9, you can move directly to the next defensive accessory, saving significant resources and eliminating the resources needed to craft a Jebel energy shield. The 10 Murphy stones he sold brought him a total of 600,000 units of iron ore, a green-grade vehicle accessory blueprint, a small card, and an entry to an adventure map. The blueprint is for a cigar production line. The small card is similar to the one given to him by the Kill 1 in 10 Steps train. Special item, Dungeon Access Card. Item effect, while in the Eternal Prison adventure map, this card can be used to open the door to a dungeon within the map. He'd already tasted the sweetness of the lab access card, so when the other party offered to exchange it for this item, he quickly agreed. He could leave it unused, gathering dust in a drawer. But if he ever needed it, it would be a matter of chance. Better to let this thing gather dust there than let the Murphy stone gather dust. As for the other adventure map entrance ticket, it was quite special. Special item, Neon City entrance ticket. Item effect, entrance ticket to the adventure map Neon City. When this ticket glows red, crush it to enter the adventure map. Aside from the 600,000 units of iron ore in the cigar production line, the other 2 were just gathering dust. He didn't know when he'd need them. He shoved the access card in the drawer and placed the other ticket under the intercom on the table nearby, so that even if it glowed red, he wouldn't see it. He had brought the intercom with him from the underwater maze, but he hadn't yet been matched with an opponent, and no train had yet chosen the S-Class mechanical train job transfer quest. But he wasn't in a rush. There were always stubborn ones, and he had no doubt about it. The Star Train currently had level 7 armor. Upgrading a car's armor from level 6 to level 7 cost 200,000, and from level 7 to level 8 cost 300,000. This meant the total cost of upgrading the Star Train to level 8 armor was 4.8 million. The train currently had 4.844 million iron ore units remaining. Just enough. Without further ado, Chen Mang immediately took out 4.8 million iron ore units and upgraded the Star Train's armor to level 8. So far, all 15 cars, including the locomotive, had level 8 armor. If faced with a crisis like last night's core nuclear bomb, he wouldn't even need to use the train's special skill, absolute defense. He could withstand it head-on and remain unscathed. At most, some external components would be damaged and require repair. Level 8 armor is completely immune to attacks of level 8 and below. Of course, the price is that the train only has 44,000 iron ore remaining. For a train with a population of over 3,000, this amount of iron ore is completely insufficient for any minor incident. Fortunately, this is a yellow zone, so level 3 iron ore is not that difficult to find. The train is currently parked next to a level 3 iron mine. Once this level 3 iron mine is mined, another 1,000,000 units of iron ore will be available. His steel train armor is a green-grade accessory, so the materials consumed for upgrading are quite economical. If it were an energy shield, the resource consumption would be even greater. Haven't you seen that among the Jebel energy shields of the level 8 trains, only one is level 7, the rest are level 6, and there is even a level 7 train with a level 5 energy shield. Defensive accessories consume the most resources of all areas, without a doubt. That train is the Star, right? A man standing beside a nearby hilltop, gazing through a telescope at the iron ore train below, muttered, "It looks like it's that train." He'd gathered information from the Sand River Plains. The slaves on the Star Train all wore orange-red clothing. The slaves beside the train in the distance were also wearing orange-red clothing. That should be it. After confirming this, the man returned to the train compartment and sent the coordinates to the Bull Train. The Bull Train had already announced over the train radio that anyone who shared the Star Train's coordinates would receive 100,000 units of iron ore upon finding it. It was a significant sum. Having encountered the Star Train, there was no reason to miss such a treasure. He was now nearly 10,000 meters away from the Star Train. At this distance, The star train's radar shouldn't be able to detect him, yet he could observe the star train through the telescope in his hand. He was in a position of inherent invincibility. Telescopes, craftable white accessories for level 1 trains, were ordinary, unremarkable. With the advent of the search radar, practically no train conductor wanted to use a telescope. But the telescope he was holding was a level 10 one he'd found on an adventure map. He didn't know which idiot had spent 8 Murphy stones on it, and his heart ached. But it didn't matter, it was free, and quite useful. When at a distance and without obstructions, you can use the telescope. The train radio quickly relayed a reply from the bull. All right. If I don't kill him today, he won't even know how to write the word rough. The man hesitated, then picked up the telescope again and looked at the star train. The 10 doomsday cannons outside the carriages were clearly quite high level. Honestly, he didn't think the bull could outperform the star. But he still had to give it some emotional value. After all, he'd be asking for help later. Go for it. The man glanced at the search radar. The zombies were approaching again, so he had to run. He immediately pushed the joystick to quickly leave the area. He had originally found the level 3 iron ore mine below. But he'd only been mining for a short time when the zombies drove him away. He'd originally planned to escape the zombie encirclement and then return to mine, but upon his return, he discovered the star train had already begun mining his iron ore. Chen Mang casually scanned the departing train on his radar screen. It was a level 7 train, its Jebel energy shield still at level 6. It posed no threat at all, and he had no idea what it was staring at for so long. Meanwhile, thousands of red dots were rapidly approaching the star train. It was a zombie tidal wave. Although it was a small one, it contained a level 8 zombie, the highest level he'd ever encountered, far higher than the mechanical zombie king, which listed as level 7 on its dashboard but was actually only a level 6. That mechanical zombie king had left a deep impression on him, as tall as a skyscraper and extremely imposing. This level 8 zombie, on the other hand, looked much smaller. Standing a little over 13 meters tall, it was a massive beast amidst the zombie horde, but it was far weaker than the mechanical zombie king. How do I kill it? Chen Mang pondered, staring at the control panel. The train was now armored at level 8, so even a level 8 zombie couldn't penetrate it. It wasn't dangerous, but how to kill it was the question. Use the doomsday cannon. Save some copper. Use the train's special stunt, the death spin. See how destructive a level 50 drill and a level 50 wheel blade can be against a level 8 zombie. The next moment, with a zombie horde still nearly 10,000 meters from the train, the star train took off, gradually increasing its speed as it charged straight towards the horde, aiming directly at the level 8 zombie in the center. As it neared its approach, the train suddenly leaped into the air, its level 50 drill and wheel blade extended from the train, and began to spin at high speed, charging straight at it. The single-sided wheel blade was 10 meters wide. The two blades of the train were 20 meters long, and combined with the width of the train, it looked like a steel blade over 20 meters wide spinning rapidly. The train was so fast that the train was invisible, only flashes of cold light could be seen. Roar, the level 8 zombie roared, and a large cloud of green slime sprayed onto the train. However, that was all it could do. Immediately afterwards, the rapidly rotating train slammed directly into the level 8 zombie's chest. The moment the drill bit made contact with the skin, a large amount of flesh began to fly into the air. The physical strength of a level 8 zombie was still very strong. It didn't penetrate instantly, but it just barely avoided it. 3 seconds later, the drill had forced its way into the level 8 zombie's body, about 30 centimeters deep. The level 8 zombie roared in pain, and with a furious punch, he slammed his fists into the train, which was spinning like a drill in his chest, slamming into the blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the wheel blade and bones colliding suddenly rang out, and both arms were instantly shattered, with blood flying everywhere. Chapter 175, How to Write the Word Man in Mangnu. 20 seconds later. The level 8 zombie had vanished, leaving only a cloud of flesh and blood cascading down from the sky. Not even a single piece of flesh remained intact, as if it had been thrown into a meat grinder and thoroughly chopped up. Chen Mang looked seriously at the various data flashing across the control panel. The train stunt death spin activated by a level 50 wheel blade and a level 50 drill was no problem killing a level 8 monster. The damage was sufficient. It wasn't an instant kill, though. It would take a bit longer. The resistance was roughly equivalent to the flesh barrier in the Flesh Train adventure map in the Kunlun Mountains, though a bit weaker. Furthermore, this level 8 zombie was relatively small. A larger one would have taken longer to kill, but it was manageable. Not bad. Once this level 3 iron ore is mined, upgrade the blade and drill to level 100, and you'll be able to essentially kill a level 8 zombie instantly. While the power increase per level for white grade accessories is smaller, far less than the power increase per level for red grade accessories, they're still cheaper. Just like he never dared to upgrade the ground blast missile or the Doomsday cannon to level 100. Several lines flashed across the screen, detected a highly corrosive liquid spraying onto the mech. The mechanical nanospiters are ready for production at any moment. The armor's level 5 super bonus grants immunity to corrosion from liquids, fog, swamps, and other elements. The armor is intact. The external speakers are at 22% integrity, and the powerful magnets are at 19% damage. The mechanical nanospiters are already repairing them. Without this level 8 zombie, the zombie tide is essentially just a few scattered swarms. The Doomsday Cannon accurately dispatched a dozen level 6 zombies. The remaining zombies, Ozzy and the others, have already jumped off the train to meet the enemy. The green grade armor was really useful, but its only drawback was that it only protected the train. It couldn't protect external accessories like the speakers and powerful magnets. This wasn't as good as the energy shield, which completely protected these external accessories. Consequently, the speakers and powerful magnets were damaged almost every time he engaged an enemy. Fortunately, the level was high enough that even the life-related accessories had some defense, so they weren't destroyed outright. Whenever they were damaged, they could be repaired with a mechanical nano-spider. But the constant repetition had made him somewhat frustrated. This level 8 zombie had come all the way over and presented him with a green-grade accessory blueprint, a production line for a single soldier flamethrower. Not bad. A single soldier weapon useful in certain combat situations was better than nothing. He hadn't considered selling the blueprint. Even if it was a crappy one, he would craft it himself and see what the supermetal's effects were. Selling it would be a complete waste. He could use it, and if he didn't, the train crew could. And if the train crew didn't need it, they would eventually. Just then, Chen Mang suddenly noticed a train speeding in the opposite direction, and the information displayed on the enemy radar was that of the Mang Yu, the person who was in competition with him. He smiled and did not chase after it. So scary, so scary. Inside the Mang Yu train, a man was fleeing quickly with a face full of fear. Someone had just told him the coordinates of the Xinxing train. He happened to be nearby and immediately rushed over excitedly. A level 6 train. How dare it compete with him, a level 8 train, for the tobacco business? It simply didn't want to live. If it is not taught a lesson, it will have no idea of its own. Then, as soon as he arrived, he saw a scene that shocked him extremely. The Xinxing train was fucking spinning. It's not an adjective, it really was spinning. It directly killed a level 8 zombie boss in seconds. Pretty good. He'd originally wanted to show the star how to write the Mang in Mang Yu, Ren Yu. Now, he didn't need to learn that. He just had to run. As luck would have it, he'd forgotten how to write Mang. He ran for over 10 minutes straight. Seeing that the star train showed no sign of pursuing him, the man felt a chill run down his back, a cold sweat covering his chest. He breathed a sigh of relief, his hands trembling slightly. He was grateful to the zombie. If it hadn't helped him test the waters, he'd probably be buried in the ground by now. He remembered hearing another train on the train radio join him in cursing the star, using equally foul language. It was called the two-dimension train. He was just about to find it on the letterboards and tell them not to mess with the star, saying it could instantly kill a level 8 zombie. But after searching the letterboards for a long time, he couldn't find the two-dimension train anywhere. Gone. A terrifying possibility quickly occurred to the man. Could this second-dimension train have gone looking for the star train, and then perished at its hands? But he remembered that second-dimension train was part of the Libra organization, and several other trains had come with it. He searched the letterboards for those trains. Okay. Without exception, they were all gone. This was a serious matter. The star train was even more exaggerated, even more outrageous, than he had imagined. The man slumped in his chair, his expression uncertain before he gritted his teeth and sent a series of messages into the train radio chat box. Bull train, conductor of the star train, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you some time ago. I was possessed by a demon, and you treated me like a piece of shit. Bull train. He sent 7 or 8 messages in a row, begging for mercy and admitting his mistakes. It was a bit embarrassing, as everyone saw it. But there was nothing he could do. His private message to the Star train conductor went unanswered, leaving him unable to continue the private chat. Unable to reach him, he could only speak over the train radio. He only hoped the conductor would see his message and write off the past. He was a little afraid, but he wasn't sure if they would see it. He decided to send a few messages here and there, just to make sure they would see it. Soon, many people started asking what had happened in the train radio chat room, including the conductor, with whom he usually had a good relationship, who privately messaged him asking what was wrong. He didn't reply in the train radio chat room, but he did reply to everyone who had sent him private messages. It was a single sentence: "He's very strong, I can't beat him." It was straightforward and concise. He was indeed strong, and what else could he do except give in? Chen Mang paid no attention to this minor incident, simply steering the Star train back to the level 3 iron ore mine to begin the day's mining. It had to be said that the residents had been so well trained that when they saw the zombies surging towards the train in the distance, including a zombie over 10 meters tall, few even stopped their work, and no fear was expressed on their faces. As he worked, he glanced up at the zombies in the distance, eyes filled with curiosity. The stellar train's impressive combat record had instilled a deep trust in the residents. Chen Mang glanced at the residents busy outside the train station, stretched his muscles, and then stood up and walked over to the nearby combat training virtual space to try out the Resident Evil map. While a train conductor didn't need high physical fitness, a bit wouldn't hurt. He also had a dream of piloting a mecha, and he wanted to take one for a spin. When the words Resident Evil faded into white dots, a familiar scene appeared. Although it was his first time entering this map, he had seen Biozi navigate it many times. A slowly ascending elevator. The lights inside flickered. Bang! The next moment, a heavy object fell from the top of the elevator, accompanied by the roar of a monster, and the elevator became stuck between the 7th and 8th floors. Chen Mang glanced down at his palms. The feeling was incredibly real, no different from reality. He kicked the elevator door hard, picked up a nearby steel pipe, inserted it into the gap, and pried it open. With a graceful turn, he landed smoothly on the 7th floor. His training in the virtual combat training space had indeed paid off. His movements had improved. Bang! Chen Mang found the fire axe, opened the fire escape door, and smashed a zombie's skull with it. He suddenly smiled, wiped the sticky, smelly blood from his cheek, weighed the fire axe, and rushed in again. It had been a long time since I'd felt the thrill of slaying zombies with my own hands. How could I put it? Compared to slaughtering zombies with a machine gun, it felt more experiential and satisfying. Standing inside the refrigerator, Lao Tzu gazed at the decaying corpses before him. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up at Zio AI beside him and asked, "Mr. AI, do we still need a forensic pathologist?" They had brought out the bodies of several human researchers who had committed suicide from the laboratory on the Earth's core nuclear bomb adventure map. Mang Yi had asked them to find any residents with experience as forensic pathologists to estimate the body's time of death. But whether it was the monsters killed by Biozi and his companions on the map, or the bodies of these researchers, they all began to decay rapidly after being taken out of the map, turning into mummies that looked at least thousands of years old. Master Mang said no. Zio AI shook his head. "I'll let you continue to categorize the 1,900 plus survivors, okay?" Lao Tzu nodded and strode towards carriage 11. He needed to record the occupations and specialties of each of the 1,900 survivors before the apocalypse. They might not be used immediately, but if someone was needed later, they could be directly transferred from the database. Resident number 1998, inside carriage 11. Lao Tzu sat at a table with several civilian staff members, a few guards standing behind them. He looked at the burly man in front of him and casually asked, "What was your occupation before the apocalypse? What were your specialties?" Behind the man was a long line of people. A mechanical eye was placed nearby. All the information collected today would be recorded by the mechanical eye and stored in Master AI's database for future access. Lao Tzu would still have to do the inquiries himself. After all, many people didn't actually know what their specialties were. They needed guidance and discovery. "I used to work in funerals. We had to set up a tent for funerals, and I was in charge. I never lost a match." A tent, the burly man nodded cautiously, then took a deep breath and slammed his head down on the table. There was a dull thud, and the man raised his head again, blood pouring down his head. We had to perform tough tricks when setting up the tent. We could do things like pop beer bottles on the head, shatter light bulbs on the back, pierce flesh with steel needles, and even use a crane to do centipedes. I could do them all. I used to be a thug on the previous train. What's a crane centipede? It's 8 steel rings pierced through the back, then a steel cable is threaded through the rings, and then the person is suspended in the air by a crane. Old Pig remained silent. The table looked like it was made by Mang Yi, a solid steel table. This guy was a bit of a tough guy. He then wrote down the person's number and specialty in his notebook before saying, "Next, number 1999, the mechanical eye would record it." He would also keep a record of special talents in his notebook. A rather handsome man stepped forward from the crowd and said cautiously, "Captain Pig, before the apocalypse, I was a novelist. I write novels. Except for supernatural novels, I can write basically any genre." "What's your specialty?" "I can write 20,000 words a day." Old Pig silently wrote it down again. "Write the beginning of a new novel for me in the next 2 days. The residents need some entertainment to balance work and rest. If the novel he writes is good, we can have this guy write a novel every day from now on. After he's finished, we can show it to the residents. It will be entertainment too. He doesn't have to do anything every day, just write 20,000 words. This guy is quite handsome." Next, number 2000, a girl, about 1.55 meters tall, stepped forward and said nervously, "Before the apocalypse, I was a bar singer. I can sing a line." The girl took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and finally mustered the courage to sing. "Clap your hands up. The lolly next to you is a cute type. She's dancing expertly to dubstep." Another one's showing off her robot dance. She downed her wine and yelled, "Nice, loosen her tie." "All right." After calling a halt, Old Pig looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. "She sings beautifully, her voice is so tender, and it's audico music. What a shame. If you were on the 2D train, you'd be treated like a high-ranking official." He silently wrote down the girl's number in his notebook again. He'd ask Mangy later if she liked the song. It was already quite good for her to sing a cappella without accompaniment. And she was cute, too. He wasn't sure if Mangy would be into that, so he wrote it down for now. Next one, number 2001, I was a prostitute before the apocalypse. My specialty, playing the flute. Excellent. Old Pig rolled his eyes. That's blunt enough. Your 3-day detention is waived. You can return to your current position. So, Xiaoli, take her to the logistics team. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.